Chapter 1 Luxury Cruise Ship. On a luxury cruise ship, Joe Chuyu is standing on the deck of the ship in security uniform, leisurely smoking a cigarette. He was originally a soldier king of the Special Forces, but during a mission he disobeyed orders, and after the mission was almost sent to the military court. Fortunately, his superiors spared him because of the contributions he had made over the years, and he was not sent to the military court. However, he could no longer stay in the army and had to retire and return to his hometown. In order to pay for his mother's heart bypass surgery, he almost spent his entire retirement pay. In order to make a living, he could only work as a security guard on a cruise ship. However, this security guard job is relatively easy. He just wanders around the cruise ship every day and makes a salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan per month. At this time, a group of female anchors were on the deck, broadcasting live. Joe Chuyu was smoking a cigarette while enjoying the female anchors with interest. As the saying goes, you don't want to miss a free beauty show. Whenever a big brother gave these female anchors gifts, these female anchors would pose and thank these big brothers. Joe Chuyu was used to this situation and secretly wondered what was wrong with society. He only made a few thousand yuan a month. The income of these female anchors in an hour is equivalent to his annual salary. He secretly lamented the injustice of society, but this was just the way society was, and he could only accept the reality. Joe Chuyu occasionally watched live broadcasts and followed many anchors, but he really didn't spend any money on them. After all, he didn't have any spare money to reward them. He just watched from the deck for almost half an hour before he brought his gaze back down and started to patrol. After that, he toured the cruise ship and returned to the deck, where he watched these female anchors with interest as they posed for the live broadcast. Just as he was enjoying the show, a man in his 30s suddenly walked over to one of the female anchors. When he got to the anchor, before she could react, the man grabbed her and yelled at her. "You bitch, give me back my money." After that, he slapped the anchor hard in the face. The anchor woman was suddenly grabbed by him, and after receiving another slap, she immediately screamed in fear. The several anchor women who were broadcasting live next to her were so scared that they stopped broadcasting and panicked, hiding in every direction. The anchor woman being grabbed by the man was still trying to break free from him, shouting in her mouth, "You're crazy. Let go of me quickly." The man held on to her tightly, while shouting at the anchor woman to pay him back. As a security guard on the cruise ship, Joe Chuyu saw the two of them still struggling, and immediately walked over, grabbed the middle-aged man's arm, and said to him, "Let her go first, and let's talk about this." Although Joe Chuyu grabbed his arm, the middle-aged man was holding onto the anchor woman tightly, showing no signs of letting go, and kept shouting at her to pay him back. At this time, more and more people gathered to watch the commotion. At this time, two more security guards came and, together with Joe Chuyu, dragged the man aside. The female anchor was so scared that she turned pale and hid herself away. The middle-aged man sat down on the ground with a loud cry. It was quite rare to see such a big man sitting on the ground crying, so the crowd couldn't help but whisper in disgust. Joe Chuyu then said to the man, "What's wrong with you? How can a big man cry?" The middle-aged man cried for a while before slowly opening his mouth to tell his story. It turned out that the middle-aged man was attracted to the female anchor when he was browsing the live broadcast room. He fell in love at first sight with the female anchor, and from then on, whenever the female anchor went on air, he would always be there for her. At first, he would also send the female anchor small gifts, and after a period of time, the gifts he sent increased, and he also added the female anchor to his WeChat. The anchor woman would send him messages every day to check up on him, and he felt that the anchor woman was in love with him. He kept sending more and more gifts, sometimes spending thousands of dollars a day. During this time, he also asked to meet the anchor woman in person, but was politely rejected. 6 months passed, and he had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the anchor woman, almost all of his savings. Seeing that the gifts he sent were getting fewer and fewer, the female anchor woman became increasingly indifferent to him. Later, she simply blocked him. It was only then that he realized he had been cheated. A few days ago, he learned that the female anchor woman would be broadcasting outdoors on this cruise ship, so he followed her and witnessed the scene just now. After listening to his story, the onlookers began to discuss it. Most of them felt sympathy for him and blamed the female anchor woman for being too heartless, but some thought he had only himself to blame. Joe Chuyu also felt some sympathy for the man. After all, he had spent all his savings on a woman he had never met before. The man was either stupid or infatuated. After scanning the crowd, he no longer saw the female anchor. He didn't know where she had gone, so he could only say to the man, "Try to let go." there is no love on the internet, and besides, you were the one who gave the money to her. Even if you go to court, you won't win. Just think of it as a lesson learned." After saying that, he left with the other 2 security guards. The middle-aged man sat on the ground for a while, then got up and left too. The crowd slowly dispersed. It wasn't until the afternoon that Zhou Chuyu returned to the deck and leaned against the railing to smoke. After the commotion caused by that man, the female anchor did not broadcast live on the deck, but there were still a few female anchors broadcasting hard. Just then, a strong wind suddenly blew from the sea. The sky, which had been clear, suddenly became overcast. It looked like it was going to rain heavily. The few female anchors who were still broadcasting also stopped broadcasting one after the other and returned to the cabin. Those tourists who were still on the deck also returned to the cabin to take shelter. Zhou Chuyu also threw his cigarette butt into the sea and went back to the cabin. In a short while, there was already a fierce storm on the sea, and the entire cruise ship began to sway from side to side. The tourists in the cabin thought that the storm would soon pass and were still chatting and laughing. After about 10 minutes, the storm above the sea became more and more violent, and the shaking of the cruise ship became more and more severe. The things in the cabin also fell to the ground with the shaking of the cruise ship, and the tourists could hardly stand. At this time, everyone began to be afraid, and many people screamed and cried in fear, and for a while the cabin was in chaos. Chapter 2 Stranded on a Desert Island. A few minutes passed, and the cruise ship swayed even more violently. Zhou Chuyu's brows were knitted together. He had encountered storms before, but none had been as fierce as this one. A bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. He quickly grabbed a life jacket and put it on. Seeing him put on a life jacket, many people also scrambled to find a life jacket to put on. Just then, a huge wave smashed fiercely against the cruise ship, flooding the cabin with seawater. Even the glass above the cabin was smashed by the waves, and many people were hit by the broken glass. In just an instant, the cabin was filled with all kinds of cries for help, wails, and sobs. Before long, another huge wave smashed fiercely against the cruise ship, which instantly capsized. The people hiding inside the cabin also ran towards the outside of the cabin, and Zhou Chuyu, relying on his own skills, also quickly ran towards the outside of the cabin. In no time, the cabin of the capsized cruise ship was filled with seawater, and the cruise ship was slowly sinking into the vast sea at a speed visible to the naked eye. Perhaps due to the instinct of survival, the people who had already run to the deck also jumped into the vast sea one after another. Zhou Chuyu also jumped into the sea without hesitation. As soon as he jumped into the sea, he was immediately submerged by the waves, and a lot of seawater entered his mouth. When he surfaced again, he was already dozens of meters away from the cruise ship. Fortunately, he was wearing a life jacket, so he did not sink to the bottom of the sea. Before long, the entire cruise ship had completely sunk to the bottom of the sea, and the tourists who had not yet had time to escape also perished with the cruise ship at the bottom of the sea. Zhou Chuyu spat out the seawater in his mouth and began to cough violently. He then drifted away with the waves. After an unknown period of time, the sea finally returned to calm, and the dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Zhou Chuyu floated on the water with his life preserver. Looking up, he saw that there were still many people floating on the water with life jackets just like him. These people were only a dozen meters away from him, and some were hundreds of meters away. Looking out at the endless sea, Zhou Chuyu knew that if the rescue team did not come, his chances of survival would be slim. But at the moment, there was nothing he could do floating on the surface, so he just had to go with the flow. He thought about how if he really died out here in the vast ocean, his body would not even be found, and he also thought about his mother at home who needed his care. He felt so much reluctance and unwillingness. So he just drifted on the surface of the sea for several hours with the wind. At this time, he was already dry and exhausted, and he had no idea where he was. Fortunately, the life jacket he was wearing had strong buoyancy and could completely support him as he floated on the surface of the water without sinking to the bottom of the sea. So he drifted unconsciously until it was completely dark. Apart from the starry sky and the sea, he could hardly see anything else. He didn't know how long it was until he could hold on no longer and just drifted on the surface of the water, falling asleep in a daze. Fortunately, it was summer, and the sea was not so cold. When he opened his eyes again, he found that it was already dawn, and the sunlight was blinding. Looking up, he could vaguely see that there were still quite a few people floating on the water like himself, but the closest one was hundreds of meters away. At this time, he had neither the time nor the energy to care about the lives of these people. All he could think about was whether he could still hold on. Another few hours passed, and at this point Zhou Chuyu almost didn't have the strength to open his eyes. It seemed that he was going to die in the sea. After a while, he vaguely saw what looked like an island in the distance, but it was too far away and he wasn't sure for a while. After drifting with the wind for a while, he finally saw that there was no doubt that it was an island in the distance. Suddenly, there was hope for survival. I don't know where the strength came from, and I laboriously swam towards the deserted island. With his continuous efforts, the island was getting closer and closer. At this time, he could clearly see the trees on the island. Although he could clearly see the island, he had completely lost his strength. Even if he tried to paddle with his hands, he felt that he couldn't make it. Just at this time, the wind direction suddenly changed, and he slowly drifted away from the island with the waves. Seeing that the chance of survival was about to disappear, the power within him suddenly exploded, and he struggled to swim towards the island again. Just as he was about to give up, he finally swam to the top of this island. He dragged his exhausted body to the beach and fell asleep directly. I don't know how long it took, but he finally woke up again. Slowly, he took off the life jacket on his body and struggled to get up from the beach. After scanning the area, he saw that there seemed to be some coconut trees not far from the shore. He staggered over to those coconut trees. When he got under the coconut trees, he saw that there were a lot of ripe coconuts on the ground, some of which had already rotted and were covered in ants and insects, but some had just fallen from the trees. Zhou Chuyu immediately picked up a few good ones and went to the shore to find a relatively sharp stone and smashed the coconuts with it. At this time, he was almost close to exhaustion. Usually, he could smash open a coconut with his bare hands, but this time, it took a lot of effort to smash open one with a stone. He picked up the coconut and brought it to his mouth, greedily drinking the coconut juice inside. As the coconut juice continued to enter his mouth, he also felt a steady stream of nutrients being infused into his body. After drinking the juice from one coconut, he smashed open another with a stone and drank from it. After drinking the juice from 4 or 5 coconuts, he felt some of his strength return. He smashed open the coconuts with stones and ate the flesh. After eating the flesh, he sat on the beach and rested for a while, feeling that his strength had almost returned. Only then did he stand up and searched along the coast, planning to see if there were any other survivors like himself, and to see if he could find some supplies that could be used. He walked along the coast for 300 to 400 meters, and from a distance he saw a person lying on the shore. The red life jacket he was wearing was extremely conspicuous, and he was motionless, lying there without moving. It was not known if he was dead or alive. Zhou Chuyu quickened his pace and walked towards the person. When he got to the person, he discovered that it was a relatively pretty girl in her 20s. Moreover, Zhou Chuyu knew the girl, too. She was also a female anchor with the nickname Xiuli Z. He had followed her and occasionally watched her live broadcasts, but he didn't have the money to send her gifts, so he had never chatted with her. Chapter 3 Song Yushi. Zhou Chuyu immediately leaned down, stuck out a finger and placed it under her nostrils to feel for a while, and found that she was still breathing weakly. Judging from this, she must have been choked by the seawater. Immediately, he placed his hands on her chest and kept pressing. As he kept pressing, the girl suddenly spit out a few mouthfuls of seawater and slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Zhou Chuyu pressing on her chest. She thought he was taking advantage of her, so she raised her hand and slapped him in the face. She spoke to Zhou Chuyu. "You scumbag, what are you doing? Do you believe I will call the police to arrest you?" Perhaps because she was too weak, the slap she gave Zhou Chuyu was like a tickle. Seeing that she had woken up, Zhou Chuyu immediately withdrew his hand and stood up, saying to her, "You ungrateful girl, I saved your life and you hit me." After saying this, he stood up and walked away without looking back. After hearing what he said, the girl was stunned. She realized that just now Zhou Chuyu was saving her. She looked up and scanned the area and realized that she was on an island. Looking at Zhou Chuyu, who had already walked more than 10 meters away, the girl struggled to sit up from the beach and shouted weakly at Zhou Chuyu. "Hey, wait a minute. Where are we? I didn't know you were trying to save me, I thought you were taking advantage of me, that's why I hit you." Son Yujie didn't even turn around as he walked off into the distance. Seeing that Zhou Chuyu wasn't paying any attention to her, the girl was also angry and muttered, "What kind of person is this? What's with the arrogance?" After saying this, he tried hard to stand up, but perhaps because he was too weak, he collapsed on the beach again as soon as he stood up. Zhou Chuyu walked along the coast for a while and saw 2 people lying on the beach not far away. He walked quickly towards the 2 people. When he got to the 2 people, he saw that they had already begun to swell. He knew without looking that they were already cold. He took off the life jackets and clothes and pants from the two people and then threw the two bodies directly into the sea. After walking a little further, he didn't see any other survivors, so he turned around and walked towards the coconut trees. When he got to the girl he had just saved, he saw her sitting on the beach, crying quietly. Zhou Chuyu walked up to her and said to her, "Why are you still here? Do you want to be roasted alive by the sun? You don't even know to find a shady place." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, the girl cried even louder and said to Zhou Chuyu, "Who told you to ignore me? You think I want to be roasted by the sun at the beach? I really don't have the strength to stand up, can you help me up?" After listening to her, Zhou Chuyu thought about it for a moment, then placed the clothes and life jacket he had just removed from the body on the beach, and reached out to help her up. Then he helped her to sit under a big tree on the shore. At this time, the girl suddenly said to him, "Can you get me something to eat? I'm hungry and thirsty. When we get out of here, I'll definitely reward you." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu didn't say anything, and he walked towards the coconut tree with his feet. When he arrived under the coconut tree, he picked up a few coconuts that had just fallen from the ground, and walked towards the girl with the coconuts. When she saw him appear with the coconuts, her eyes immediately lit up. She had just thought that Zhou Chuyu didn't care about her, and she didn't expect that he actually went to get coconuts for her. When he walked up to the girl, Zhou Chuyu threw the coconuts on the ground, went to the shore and found a stone, went under the tree and smashed open a coconut, then handed it to her, saying to her, "Little lychee, drink it quickly. I didn't think that you, such a big anchor, would have this happen to you." Hearing him say this, the girl was suddenly stunned. She took the coconut, tilted her head back and drank the coconut juice. After finishing, she looked at Zhou Chuyu again, and Zhou Chuyu used a rock to crack open another one and handed it to her. After drinking the coconut juice in this coconut, the girl said, "How did you know my name is Xioli?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I'm also a fan of yours, and I often watch your live streams, so it's not surprising that I know you." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, the girl spoke again. "What's your name?" Zhou Chuyu smiled again and said, "I'll tell you, but you won't know either. Look, I'm a security guard and I don't have any money to buy you gifts. All you know are those rich guys." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, the girl was suddenly at a loss for words. She looked at the security guard uniform he was wearing and said, "I asked you what your name is, not your online handle." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu laughed again before speaking. "I thought you were asking for my screen name. My name is Zhou Chuyu. I'm a security guard on a cruise ship." Hearing him say this, the girl couldn't help but smile and say to him, "My name is Son Yushi. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you when I go back. By the way, where are we?" Hearing her ask, Zhou Chuyu said with a bitter smile, "I have no idea where this is. It should be a deserted island. Why don't you sit under this tree and rest for a while, and I'll go to the shore and see if I can get something to eat?" After saying this, he walked towards the shore. When he arrived at the shore, he started searching. After a while, he finally saw some clams stuck on a rock in the gap between the rocks. He found a relatively sharp stone to pry some off, put them in his clothes, and then came under the big tree. He threw the clams on the ground, and then went into the woods to find some dry grass and firewood and came under the big tree. He went to the shore and found a wooden board that had been washed ashore by the sea, and then found a sharp stone and went under the tree. First, he used the stone to drill a small hole in the wooden board, and then went into the woods to find a small dry and hard wooden stick. Back under the tree, he placed the end of the stick on the stone and polished it a little. Son Yushi watched him with a curious face. He didn't believe that Zhou Chuyu could really make fire by drilling into wood. Zhou Chuyu squatted down, pressed the end of the stick against the block of wood, and then quickly rubbed the stick with both hands. His arms swung back and forth, building up strength, and the stick and block of wood made a crunching sound as they rubbed together. As time passed, the heat generated by the friction gradually built up. Zhou Chuyu's forehead was sweating, and the palms of his hands had been bloodied by the rubbing of the stick. However, his eyes were full of determination and expectation. After more than 10 minutes, a small wisp of smoke rose from the block. Zhou Chuyu immediately picked up the wooden board and poured the contents of the small hole into the already crushed dry grass. He put his mouth close to it and slowly blew, while Son Yushi didn't dare to breathe. In a short while, wisps of smoke began to rise from the dry grass. After a few more seconds, a flame suddenly shot up from the dry grass. Zhou Chuyu immediately put the already burning dry grass on the ground and put some small dry firewood on it. As the fire continued to burn, Zhou Chuyu added some larger dry firewood, and in no time a raging fire broke out. Seeing Zhou Chuyu raise the fire like this, Song Yushi was also full of shock and disbelief, and his eyes were full of admiration. He said to Zhou Chuyu, "I didn't think you were so amazing, that you could actually make fire by drilling wood?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "It's nothing, this is child's play for me." After saying that, he poked some still burning charcoal out of the fire and put the clams on it to roast them. Chapter 4 The first night on the island. Passed like this. After 10 minutes or so, the clams on the fire were ready. Zhou Chuyu picked one up, broke open the shell, and stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. Song Yushi, on the other hand, was hesitant to reach out and take one. Zhou Chuyu saw this and said to her, "Hurry up and eat." "What are you waiting for?" Song Yushi said with some embarrassment. "Can I really eat this? Can I not eat it? It looks scary." Zhou Chuyu said without looking up. "Suit yourself. You can starve if you want. This isn't your home, you can't be so picky. You might not even have these clams to eat in a couple of days." Although Song Yushi was reluctant to eat the clams after hearing him say that, if she wanted to survive here, she had no choice but to eat them. She picked one up, broke open the shell, and stuffed it into her mouth. But the grilled clams had not been seasoned with any condiments, and they tasted rather fishy. She almost vomited after taking a bite, but she gulped it down against her nausea. Zhou Chuyu, on the other hand, was not so picky. He ate one after the other, knowing that he had to maintain his strength if he wanted to survive here. After eating the grilled clams, Zhou Chuyu went to the shore and took the clothes and pants he had just taken off the two bodies and started washing them on the shore. After a simple wash, he went under a big tree and hung them up in the branches to dry. Song Yushi couldn't help but ask again, "Where did you get the clothes and pants?" Zhou Chuyu said expressionlessly, "I just took them off the bodies at the shore." Upon hearing that the clothes and pants were actually taken off the bodies, Song Yushi said with some disgust, "Why do you even want the clothes of a dead person?" Zhou Chuyu looked at her and said, "They are already dead anyway, and the clothes are useless on them. Don't forget, this is a desert island, and we have to make good use of anything that can be useful to us." Song Yushi said disapprovingly, "Is it really that serious? I think the rescue team will find us in 2 or 3 days at the most, and then we can leave here." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I hope it will be like you say." After hanging the laundry to dry, they went back under the coconut trees and picked up some coconuts that had just fallen. They took them back under the big tree and gathered some firewood from the forest. It was getting dark, so Zhou Chuyu went to the shore again and smashed some clams with a rock. He got them under the big tree and put them on the fire to roast them. He really couldn't stand the smell of the clams, and when the clams were done roasting, Song Yushi didn't eat any of them. Instead, he cracked open a coconut with a rock and drank the coconut water inside, then smashed the coconut after he finished drinking the water and scooped out the coconut meat to eat. Zhou Chuyu just shook his head helplessly when he saw this, thinking that in a couple of days, if you can't stand the hunger anymore, you can eat it. After eating, it had completely darkened, and there might be large carnivores on this deserted island at night. For the safety of the two of them, Zhou Chuyu took some firewood and lit several fires around them. He also picked up some fallen tree leaves from the ground and spread them under the big tree, and said to Song Yushi, "If you're tired, just lie down and rest. I'll keep watch." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Song Yushi glanced at the coconut leaves spread on the ground again and said with some disgust, "You want me to sleep on top of this leaf? How can I sleep on this?" Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu was instantly furious and said to her, "Do you want me to find you a Simmons bed? If you don't want to sleep, you can sit with me." Song Yushi suddenly felt aggrieved, but she still lay down on top of the leaf and fell asleep. Zhou Chuyu, on the other hand, stayed by the fire and from time to time added some firewood to the fire. It was almost dawn when they finally fell asleep. They felt like their eyes were about to close, and they thought to themselves, "It's almost dawn, there shouldn't be any danger." So they lay on the ground and fell fast asleep. When the sun rose, Song Yushi woke up. She looked at Zhou Chuyu, who was still sleeping, with some disgust. She just felt her stomach growling with hunger. Fortunately, there were still some coconuts under the tree that Zhou Chuyu had picked up yesterday. She took 2 coconuts and went to the shore, where she found a stone and started smashing it. Perhaps it was because she was too weak, as she nearly smashed her hand several times. It took her more than 10 minutes to crack one coconut. She brought the coconut to her mouth, tilted her head back and drank the coconut juice in one go. She smashed the coconut again, scooped out the coconut meat and stuffed it into her mouth, where she gobbled it up. However, this amount of coconut juice and flesh was not enough to fill his stomach. He felt weak and tired all over, and almost couldn't stand steadily. He could only go back under the tree and sit down. It wasn't until noon that Zhou Chuyu woke up. He glanced at Song Yushi sitting under the tree, but didn't speak to her. He stood up, went to the shore, washed his face with seawater, then pried some clams from between the rocks with a stone, got some charcoal from the fire under the big tree, and directly put the clams on the fire to roast them. Song Yushi watched Zhou Chuyu roast the clams again and couldn't help but say to him, "Hey, can you find something else to eat? These clams are really hard to eat. Don't worry, I won't let you look for nothing. I can pay you when we leave here." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but smile and say, "Do you have a lot of money?" Song Yushi didn't realize that Zhou Chuyu's words had a bit of a mocking tone, and she said with a smug look on her face, "I have a couple of million, as long as you find something for me to eat, I can give you 100,000 yuan. Hearing her say that she had 10 to 20 million yuan, Zhou Chuyu was also shocked. He thought to himself that this anchor was quite profitable, and that he could never earn this much money even if he worked for a lifetime. He then said to her, "There are clams and coconuts here. Do you like them?" After he finished speaking, he started grilling the clams on his own. Song Yushi looked at him and thought that he had offered too little. He then said to him, "Don't be too greedy, 100,000 is already a lot, and you probably can't earn that much in a year as a security guard." Hearing Song Yushi say this, Zhou Chuyu suddenly felt angry. He looked up at her coldly and said, "So what if I work as a security guard? Is it a disgrace or an eyesore? What does it matter to you how much I earn? Don't think you're so great just because you have a few stinking bucks. Anyway, there are only clams and coconuts here, so eat if you want to, or keep starving if you don't want to." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Song Yushi didn't dare to speak again for a while, just full of grievances. Zhou Chuyu didn't indulge her either. When the clams were done roasting, he took them and started eating them on his own. At this time, Song Yushi was really too hungry to bear it anymore. She picked up a roasted clam, broke open the shell, shoved it in her mouth, gagged, and swallowed it directly. Chapter 5, A Lesson in Carelessness. After eating the grilled clams, Zhou Chuyu smashed open a coconut with a rock and placed it at Song Yushi's feet. He smashed open another one himself, tilted his head and drank the coconut juice inside in one go. He stood up and walked towards the shore. Seeing this, Song Yushi hurriedly said to him, "What are you going to do?" Zhou Chuyu said without looking back, "I'm going to the shore to see if I can find any supplies I can use, and to see if there are any other survivors. You just stay here." Hearing this, Song Yushi quickly got up and said, "I'm scared to stay here alone, I'd better go with you." After saying that, he quickly caught up with Zhou Chuyu, and the two of them searched along the shore, walking for a long way. Apart from some rubbish washed up by the sea, they didn't see any other supplies that could be of use. Zhou Chuyu could only find some relatively clean empty bottles, washed them briefly with seawater, and found a nylon rope on the shore. He tied up the cleaned empty bottles and hung them around his neck. Song Yushi couldn't help but feel disgusted when he saw him pick up so many empty bottles. The two of them walked along the coast for a while, and from afar they could see that there seemed to be people on the beach. Song Yushi quickened his pace and walked towards those people. Zhou Chuyu walked slowly, and when he reached the group of people, he could see their appearances clearly. Among them were two acquaintances, one was the captain of the security team, Shuma, and the other was the captain of the cruise ship, Lu Hainan. The rest were tourists on the cruise ship. At this time, Song Yushi was holding hands with a girl, chatting and laughing. The girl was also a relatively famous anchor. Zhou Chuyu would often watch her broadcast. He only knew her online name as Gentle Chi-Chi, and did not know her real name. There was also another girl, also an anchor, the one who was dragged onto the cruise ship deck by the middle-aged man. There were also some other people, both men and women. When they saw Zhou Chuyu appear, both Sloppy and Lu Hainan were a little surprised. Sloppy said to Zhou Chuyu in a boss-like tone, "Holy shit, Zhou, I didn't think you were still alive." Hearing him say this, Zhou Chuyu said with a smile, "If you're still alive, I'm definitely alive." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Sloppy suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Zhou Chuyu, who usually deferred to him, to speak to him like this. In fact, it's not surprising that Zhou Chuyu spoke harshly. The main reason is that this sloppy man is the brother-in-law of the captain, Lu Hainan, so he was made the head of security on the cruise ship. Usually, he makes things difficult for his subordinates, and every month, he makes the security guards under him pay him tribute. If it weren't for the sake of keeping this job, Zhou Chuyu would have beaten him long ago. At this moment, he heard Zhou Chuyu actually talking to him in front of so many people, and he was instantly infuriated. He walked up to Zhou Chuyu and said to him in a loud voice, "I said, Zhou, is this how you speak to your leader? Don't you want this job anymore?" Hearing him say this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but sneer at him and say, "Do you think this is still on a cruise ship? Don't speak to me so loudly, or I'll punch you." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Sloppy couldn't help but laugh out loud, and said to him with some contempt, "You're just a little guy trying to punch me, and you think I'm the security team leader for nothing. Even if 4 or 5 of you come, you'll be knocked out in no time." It is no wonder that Sloppy dares to speak to Zhou Chuyu like this. Zhou Chuyu is only 1.7 meters tall and looks a bit weak and feeble, while Sloppy is a man of 1.9 meters tall, with a big round body, looking like a little bulldozer. At this time, Lu Hainan also walked over and said to Zhou Chuyu with some contempt, "Zhou, you better apologize to Xiuhu and surrender, otherwise he will really hit you, and I'm afraid your small body can't take it." Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "It's a pipe dream for me to surrender to him. He dares to touch me. Honestly, I've wanted to punch him for a long time." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Mahu immediately clenched his fists, and with a sandpot-sized fist, he smashed it hard towards Zhou Chuyu's head. Everyone present thought that Zhou Chuyu would definitely suffer this time. Unexpectedly, Mahu's fist stopped just 10 centimeters away from Zhou Chuyu's head. It turned out that Zhou Chuyu had reached out a hand and grabbed his arm. At this time, Mahu only felt that his arm was locked by an iron chain and could not move at all. He also didn't expect that this seemingly weak Zhou Chuyu would have such great strength, and tried hard to break free of his arm. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free, while Zhou Chuyu just grabbed the shirt above his shoulders and threw him over his shoulder, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters away. This huge body of Mahu smashed onto the beach, directly creating a large pit in the sand, and he also swallowed a lot of sand in his mouth. Everyone present was wide-eyed, looking at Zhou Chuyu in disbelief. No one had expected him to have such skills. Even Lu Hainan was full of surprise. He knew that although his cousin had only become a security team leader because of his connections, he knew that his cousin was a good fighter. Generally, 3 or 4 small thugs were no match for him. He never expected that at this time, he would be so easily controlled by Zhou Chuyu. Sloppy thought that he had fallen into Zhou Chuyu's trap due to a momentary lapse of concentration, so he climbed up from the beach, spat out the sand in his mouth, and said to Zhou Chuyu, "You forced me to do this, so don't blame me for being too harsh." After saying this, he clenched his fists and charged towards Zhou Chuyu. However, before he could reach Zhou Chuyu, he flew 3 or 4 meters away like a cannonball and fell heavily onto the beach again. No one saw how Zhou Chuyu had struck. It turned out that when Xuehua was about to rush to Zhou Chuyu quickly kicked Xuehua in the stomach. This was a full power kick from Zhou Chuyu, which sent Xuehua flying 3 or 4 meters. At this time, Xuehua felt as if his whole body was falling apart, and his stomach was burning with pain. After struggling for a long time, he finally crawled up from the beach. At this time, he no longer dared to attack Zhou Chuyu, but just stared at him fiercely. Zhou Chuyu ignored him. In order to relieve the awkwardness, Lu Hainan suddenly stood up and said to the crowd, "Since we all survived the disaster and drifted to this deserted island, it means that we are destined to be together and we should unite and wait for the rescue team to come, instead of fighting among ourselves." When he said this, he glanced at Zhou Chuyu intentionally or unintentionally. In fact, he was talking to Zhou Chuyu. When the others heard him say this, they all agreed with him. After all, he was also the captain of the cruise ship and had a certain amount of prestige in everyone's hearts. Zhou Chuyu was a little disdainful of what he said. "Just now, when your cousin was about to hit me, I didn't see you say anything like this. Now that your cousin has suffered, you jump out and say this." Chapter 6 Leaving with Ding Shui. Hearing everyone agree with him, Lu Hainan took advantage of the situation and said, "We don't know when the rescue team will be able to find their way here. Since we are trapped here, we should choose a leader to lead us all to survive here. Moreover, this leader must have some experience in surviving in the wild." Hearing him say this, the group of people began to agree with him again, all saying that what he said made sense. Only Zhou Chuyu stood still and said nothing. Hearing that everyone agreed with him, Lu Hainan continued, "Since everyone agrees with my proposal, then there is no time to lose. Let's choose a leader as soon as possible and gather everyone's supplies together for unified distribution. As soon as he finished speaking, a bald man stood up and said, I think Captain Lu should be the leader. After all, he is the captain of the cruise ship and has experience in survival in the wild. What do you think? After hearing him say this, everyone except Zhou Chuyu agreed that he should be the leader. Seeing that everyone had elected him to be the leader, Lu Hainan was suddenly overjoyed. He glanced at Zhou Chuyu, who had not spoken, and said to him, Zhou Chuyu, what do you think about me being the leader? Zhou Chuyu said expressionlessly, since they have elected you to be the leader, just be a good leader. I'm used to being alone anyway, and whether you're the leader or not has no effect on me. Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Lu Hainan's face suddenly turned pale, and he said coldly to him, you sound like you want to leave us and go live on your own. I admit that you're pretty good at fighting, but don't forget that we're on a deserted island. Even if you're really good, it'll be hard for you to survive here on your own. Think about it. Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, don't worry about my life or death. Hearing that Zhou Chuyu was determined to live alone, Lu Hainan didn't know what to say, so he just gave him a cold stare and said to the group of people, since you have all chosen me to be the leader, please take out everything you have collected during the tour and leave it with me, and I will distribute it to everyone. Hearing Lu Hainan say this, the group of people also walked into the woods one after the other. In a short while, everyone came out of the woods with something in their hands and placed it on the ground at Lu Hainan's feet. It had to be said that the things that this group of people had hidden were quite a lot. There were some bottled mineral water and food, as well as some medicine, in addition to some cigarettes and a few lighters. Seeing that everyone had taken out their belongings, Lu Hainan gave a wink to Shuma, who quickly walked into the woods. Not long after, he returned with a sharp knife, an axe, a box of mineral water, and some compressed biscuits. Zhou Chuyu was also surprised to see that this group of people had actually brought so many things to this deserted island. It seems that this group of people is also quite capable. Little did he know that all these things were placed in the suitcase and drifted here with the seawater and were salvaged by this group of people. However, Zhou Chuyu did not have their good luck. His gaze only lingered slightly on these foodstuffs, and then gathered on the knife and hatchet. After another glance at the cigarettes, he thought to himself that he had to find a way to get these things, so that he could survive here well. Although he is relatively skilled and can completely rob them by force, he doesn't care to do so. Lu Hainan also saw that Zhou Chuyu was staring at the things at his feet, and said somewhat smugly, Zhou, what do you think? We now have so many supplies, enough to last until the rescue team arrives. If you regret it now, it's not too late. Just beg me and apologize to Xiaowu, and I'll agree to let you stay. Hearing him say this, Zhou Chuyu looked up at him fiercely. Lu Hainan felt a sudden chill in his heart when he was looked at like this by Zhou Chuyu, and he felt like he was being stared down by a poisonous snake. He didn't dare to look directly at Zhou Chuyu, and quickly lowered his head. It was only then that Zhou Chuyu slowly spoke. You are just a stupid idiot, asking me to beg you is like daydreaming. I just hope that you won't beg me in the future. Although he was a little afraid of Zhou Chuyu, after hearing him say this, Lu Hainan still raised his head and looked at him, laughing broadly and saying, you don't look at the current situation. I will beg you. Since you are so stubborn, then please leave here. We don't welcome you. After hearing Lu Hainan say this, many people also yelled at him to leave, while Song Yushi felt a little bad for him. After all, he had saved his life. Then he quickly walked up to him and said to him, just give in to him and stay here. I admit you're better than him, but if you leave us, it'll be hard for you to survive here. After hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, thank you for your concern, but as for whether I can survive here, don't worry about it. After saying this, he turned around and left. After seeing him leave, Sloppy also said angrily, I'll see how long you can be happy. Zhou Chuyu hadn't walked far before a girl suddenly ran out of the crowd, quickly catching up to Zhou Chuyu and smiling as she said to him, I want to leave with you. I don't know if you'll take me with you. At this time, Zhou Chuyu stopped and looked at the girl. The girl Zhou Chuyu also knew was a waiter on the cruise ship. At this time, she was still wearing a set of work clothes. When Zhou Chuyu was on the cruise ship, he often saw her, but they hardly ever spoke. Hearing that she wanted to leave with him, Zhou Chuyu said to her with interest, why do you want to leave here with me? You know I don't have anything. Aren't you doing well with them here? Hearing him ask, the girl said shyly, I just have a feeling that you can take me and survive here. Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but laugh. At this time, Shu Hao loudly said to the girl, Ding Shui, are you sure you want to leave here with him? You'd better think it over, and don't come back and beg me to take you in. The girl Ding Shui glanced at the careless man and said loudly, I've already thought it through, I choose to leave here with him. Don't worry, I won't come back and beg you even if I starve to death here. Hearing Ding Shui say this, the careless man was furious. He had long coveted Ding Shui, and on the cruise ship, he would always approach her for various reasons, but Ding Shui had no feelings for him at all, and she especially hated him. Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui walked along the coast towards their campfire. After walking for a while, Zhou Chuyu said to her, You seem to dislike sloppiness. Ding Shui nodded and said, This sloppiness has often harassed me on the cruise ship. If I were to live with them, I wonder what he would do to me. This is also the reason why I must leave them. Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but smile and said, I really didn't expect that this sloppiness actually had this kind of hobby. It seems that I just went easy. If I had known, I should have crippled him. It seems that in the future, those girls won't have an easy time. Chapter 7 Coconut. When the two returned under the tree, they saw that the fire had burned down to just a few embers, still emitting a little light. Zhou Chuyu immediately took some more firewood and placed it on top of the fire, blowing hard on it with his mouth until the firewood caught fire again. Ding Shui saw the coconut under the tree and couldn't help but swallow. She said to Zhou Chuyu, Brother Zhou, where did you get this coconut? Can I eat one? Zhou Chuyu immediately picked up a coconut and smashed it open with a stone, handed it to her, and Ding Shui took the coconut that Zhou Chuyu handed her and said thank you to him before bringing the coconut to her mouth and greedily drinking the coconut juice inside. At this time, Zhou Chuyu seemed to have thought of something, suddenly got up and walked towards the shore. Seeing this, Ding Shui immediately got up, holding the coconut in one hand, and quickly chased after Zhou Chuyu. When he caught up with Zhou Chuyu, he quickly said, Zhou, what are you in such a hurry for? Zhou Chuyu said to him as he walked, I have to go and pick the coconuts from the coconut trees and hide them, otherwise it won't be good if Lu Hainan and the others find them. Ding Shui asked, somewhat puzzled. Why are you hiding the coconuts? Isn't that being selfish? Even if they find them it won't matter. Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said to her, You don't know how precious coconuts are on this deserted island. I was thinking of using coconuts to trade for something from Lu Hainan and the others. I'll be honest with you, this rescue team doesn't know when they'll find their way here. If we want to survive here, we first need to stockpile supplies. I'm not being selfish, I'm doing this to survive. Do you understand? After hearing him say this, Ding Shui nodded and said, I understand, Brother Zhou. In less than half an hour, the two of them arrived under the coconut tree. Zhou Chuyu told Ding Shui to collect the coconuts that had fallen to the ground and gather them together. He then went to the shore and found a fist-sized stone, put it in his pocket, came under the coconut tree, spit in the palm of his hand, and climbed up the coconut tree with his hands around it. Seeing Zhou Chuyu actually climbing this almost bare coconut tree with his bare hands, Ding Shui was once again surprised. She had never imagined that he would be so amazing. The main reason she chose to leave with him was that she didn't want to be bothered by sloppy people. At the moment, it seemed that she had made the right choice by leaving with him. In less than 2 minutes, Zhou Chuyu had climbed up the 10-odd meter tall coconut tree, clamped his foot firmly around the bare trunk, freed a hand to take the stone out of his pocket, and smashed it against the junction of the coconut and the trunk. In less than 2 minutes, a large bunch of coconuts fell to the ground, and Zhou Chuyu threw the stone he was holding onto the ground, wrapped his arms around the coconut tree, released his feet, and slid under the tree in a flash. He picked up the stone on the ground and put it in his pocket, then walked towards another coconut tree. It took more than an hour to finally knock down all the coconuts on these coconut trees. Ding Shui picked up hundreds of coconuts on the ground, and the two of them carried the coconuts into the forest and dug a few deep pits to bury them. After burying the coconuts, Zhou Chuyu said to Ding Shui again, You must not tell anyone where you hid these coconuts. This is our guarantee for survival here in the future. Ding Shui also hurriedly promised not to tell anyone where the coconuts were hidden. The two then returned under the big tree. Zhou Chuyu told Ding Shui to rest under the tree while he went back into the forest to collect some firewood, tied it with tree bark, and carried it back to the tree. He went back to the shore, stood on a piece of reef and started observing. He also knew that eating grilled clams every day was not a solution, and that he had to find some other food to supplement his nutrition. The water was crystal clear, and there were a lot of fish swimming around at the bottom of the sea. But without fishing tools, it was almost impossible to catch them. Upon closer inspection, there seemed to be lobsters in the crevices of the seabed. I couldn't help but feel happy. Holding a relatively sharp stone, I went into the woods and found a small tree about the thickness of an arm. I picked up the stone and started pounding it. After much effort, I finally managed to break the tree in half and trim the branches and leaves off the top. He took the tree trunk to the fire and placed one end directly on the fire to set it on fire. He then went to the shore, picked up a large stone and brought it to the tree. Ding Shui asked with some confusion. "Brother Joe, what are you doing?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I saw a lot of lobsters in the cracks of the reef, so I want to make a fishing harpoon to get some to eat." Hearing that they could eat lobsters, Ding Shui couldn't help but swallow. Seeing that the stick placed in the fire had caught fire, Zhou Chuyu immediately took it out and started sharpening it on a rock. After going back and forth like this, it took almost half an hour to finally sharpen one end of the stick to be extremely sharp. Holding the sharpened stick, he went to the rocks on the shore. He took off his clothes down to his underwear, carefully went down to the sea, took a deep breath, and dove to the bottom of the sea. Sure enough, he saw the lobsters hiding in the cracks. I picked up the wooden stick and stabbed it hard, and the lobster was pierced right through. It immediately surfaced, and I pulled the lobster off the stick and threw it directly onto the beach by the shore. It took more than an hour to finally catch 7 or 8 lobsters. Each lobster weighs about 4 to 5 tails, and so many lobsters are enough for 2 people to have a good meal. Climbing up onto the rocks, they put on their rock clothes and returned to the shade of the big tree. Seeing that Zhou Chuyu had actually managed to catch so many lobsters, Ding Shui was also extremely happy and said to him with a smile, "Brother Zhou, you're amazing." Zhou Chuyu didn't say anything, and he poked some charcoal out of the fire and placed the lobsters directly on top to roast them. In less than 20 minutes, the lobsters were cooked. The 2 of them didn't care about the hot hands, picked up the cooked lobsters, peeled off the shells, and stuffed them into their mouths to gobble them up. Everyone ate 4 lobsters at this meal, and both of them felt incredibly satisfied and happy. After eating the lobsters, Zhou Chuyu took Ding Shui into the woods again, picked up some thicker dead trees, and carried them back under the big tree. Then they used stones to knock down some palm leaves in the forest and collected some tree bark to use as rope. Back under the big tree, the 2 of them started to build a simple shelter. It was only when it was almost dark that they finally built a simple shelter under the big tree. As for the roof, it was covered with a thick layer of palm leaves. To prevent rain from leaking in, the 2 of them also found some foam and plastic bags on the beach and covered the palm leaves on the roof. To prevent it from being blown away by the wind, they also placed some stones on top. Zhou Chuyu went to the rocks on the beach again, smashed some clams with stones, and returned to the big tree, where he placed them on the fire and started grilling them. Ding Shui was not as fussy as Son Yushi. Although the grilled clams tasted rather fishy, she didn't say anything and just broke open the shells and stuffed them into her mouth and ate them. Zhou Chuyu nodded when he saw this. It seemed that Ding Shui could also endure hardships. Seeing that it was already late at night, Ding Shui told Zhou Chuyu to lie down and rest, while she sat by the fire to keep watch. Zhou Chuyu saw that she was so persistent, and didn't say anything. He lay down on the ground next to the fire and fell asleep. He didn't wake up until the middle of the night. After glancing at Ding Shui, who was still sitting next to the fire, he said to her, "You lie down and rest. I'll take over for the rest of the night." Ding Shui then lay down on the ground and fell asleep. It wasn't long before she was fast asleep, while Zhou Chuyu just sat by the fire until dawn. Chapter 8 Teasing Lu Hainan. A group of people watched the sky light up as Zhou Chuyu stood up and stretched his bones. He went to the shore and washed his face, and suddenly felt much more awake. He began searching for useful supplies along the shore again. After walking along the shore for a while, he saw what looked like an iron bucket floating on the water not far away. He immediately took off his clothes, jumped into the sea and swam towards the floating bucket. In less than 20 minutes, he had salvaged the metal bucket. The bucket was about the thickness of a bucket. Judging from the packaging and writing on the outside, it seemed to be used to hold paint. After putting on his clothes, he picked up a stone and smashed the lid of the bucket. After a short while, the lid of the paint bucket was smashed open. There was still some red paint left inside, so he took the bucket and returned to under the tree. He simply placed the bucket upside down over the fire and it started to burn. After a short while, the remaining paint in the bucket caught fire, and a black smoke immediately drifted up from the fire, mixed with an unpleasant smell. Ding Shui was also awakened by the smell, rubbed her bleary eyes and said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, what are you burning? It smells so bad." Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, I was on the sea and salvaged a paint bucket with some residual paint inside. I plan to burn the paint bucket clean and use it as a pot. It took about 20 minutes, and the paint inside the paint bucket was completely burned. Zhou Chuyu immediately found a wooden stick and got the paint bucket out of the way. Until the paint bucket had completely cooled down, he picked it up and went to the shore to start cleaning it. It took almost half an hour to clean the paint bucket. Lu Hainan and the others just stayed on the shore, and they didn't go looking for food. In their opinion, the rescue team should find them here in a few days. Since Lu Hainan was elected leader by the group yesterday, he also distributed the collected supplies. Last night, he gave each person half a bottle of mineral water and a small piece of compressed biscuits. How can this amount of food fill up their stomachs? However, everyone also knows the importance of food at the moment, so they didn't complain too much. Early this morning, everyone woke up early, or rather, they woke up from hunger. They all clamored for Lu Hainan to distribute food. It wasn't until noon that Lu Hainan gave everyone half a bottle of mineral water and a little pitiful amount of food. Son Yushi finished the half bottle of mineral water she got in one go and walked up to Lu Hainan and said to him, "Can I have another bottle of water? I can pay you after I leave here." Hearing her say this, a man in his 30s suddenly stood up and said, "So what if you have money? Don't you know how precious this water is?" Others also began to accuse her, seeing that she had angered everyone. Up until this point, she had naively thought that money could solve everything. The female newscaster called Wan Wan saw the situation and immediately stood up, walked over to her and grabbed her, whispering to her, "Just keep quiet. You can't solve everything with money here, and there are a lot of rich people among these people." Hearing her say this, Son Yushi didn't dare to speak anymore, while Lu Hainan looked at her with lecherous eyes and said, "Everyone is allocated the same amount of water and food every day. If you are willing to pay, I can give you the food and water I have." Hearing Lu Hainan say this, Son Yushi stupidly asked, "How do you want me to pay?" Before Lu Hainan could say anything, Shumao, who was standing nearby, said with a smile, "Don't you understand? As long as you are willing to sleep with my cousin, he will give you the food and water he has." Hearing this, Son Yushi's face turned green with anger, and she was so angry that she couldn't speak for a while. After a while, she said angrily, "It's just a bottle of water, what's the big deal? There's a whole field of coconuts over there, I don't care about your water, if you want me to sleep with you, you're just dreaming." Hearing this, Lu Hainan immediately stood up from the ground and said to her, "Where did you say there were coconuts?" Son Yushi said angrily, "It's near where Zhou Chuyu lives. There's a big grove of coconut trees there." Hearing Son Yushi say this, many people were extremely happy and complained about why she hadn't told them earlier. Lu Hainan took a bottle of water from the ground and handed it directly to her, saying excitedly to her, "This bottle of water is a reward for you, and if you pick coconuts, you'll get more." After saying this, he said to the others, "Let's go, everyone, and pick coconuts." Under the leadership of Son Yushi, the group walked towards the beach where the coconut trees grew. To get there, they had to pass by where Zhou Chuyu lived. When they arrived at the place where Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui lived, Zhou Chuyu was busy making pots out of paint buckets, while Ding Shui was sitting under a big tree. Seeing Zhou Chuyu, Lu Hainan said with a smile, "Are you okay, Chuyu?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I'm fine. What are you all doing here?" Lu Hainan said proudly, "We're picking coconuts, of course. I heard from Son Yushi that there's a huge grove of coconut trees here." "You're not being honest, you didn't tell us about this huge grove of coconut trees." Zhou Chuyu pretended to be angry and said, "I discovered those coconut trees first, without my permission, I don't think anyone would dare pick them." After saying this, he stood up and clenched his fists. Seeing him like this, Lu Hainan and the others were shocked, but then they thought about the fact that there were so many of them, and they were not afraid of just one person. Lu Hainan suddenly had the confidence to say to him, "Although you are more skilled, if so many of us rush at you at the same time, do you think you can handle it? You said you discovered the coconut tree first, do you think it will obey you if you call it? As long as we are on this deserted island, it belongs to everyone." Hearing him say this, Zhou Chuyu pretended to be very angry, clenching his fists and pounding the air non-stop. Ding Shui, on the other hand, was confused by his actions. Hadn't he picked all the coconuts yesterday and hidden them? Why was he still so angry now? Little did he know that Zhou Chuyu was doing this to confuse and tease Lu Hainan and the others. Seeing him look so exasperated, Lu Hainan thought he was afraid of him and said smugly, Joe, we're going to pick the coconuts now, so you just stay here and relax. Don't worry, I'll save you some. After saying that, he led a group of people striding towards the coconut trees. When they arrived at the coconut trees, they were dumbfounded. There were no more coconuts on the trees, only a few rotten coconuts on the ground, covered in insects and flies. Lu Hainan turned his head and said to Son Yushi, "Are you sure there are really coconuts here?" At this time, Son Yushi also looked confused, but said very affirmatively, "I saw quite a few coconuts here the day before yesterday. How did they suddenly disappear? Could it be that Zhou Chuyu picked them all?" Lu Hainan said angrily, "Didn't you see that just now, when he heard that we were going to come pick coconuts, he almost fought to the death with us? If he had picked the coconuts, would he have done that?" Hearing him say this, Son Yushi didn't know what to say for a moment. Lu Hainan said to her angrily again, "I just gave you a bottle of water, and now you're out of water for the night." After saying this, he led a group of people back the same way they had come, while Son Yushi was so aggrieved that she almost burst into tears. Chapter 9 Acting. After seeing Lu Hainan and the others leave, Ding Shui said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, didn't we pick and hide all the coconuts yesterday? Why were you so angry just now?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "As the saying goes, all's fair in war. I did that to confuse them. Although dealing with them was relatively simple, I was afraid that they would fight to the death with me." Upon hearing this, Ding Shui laughed. "Zhou, I didn't realize you were so cunning. I'm really impressed. If they saw there were no coconuts, they would be so angry. It's funny just thinking about it." Zhou Chuyu squatted down again and started fiddling with the paint bucket. Soon, Lu Hainan and the others returned in a rage. Zhou Chuyu immediately stood up and stood in front of them, saying, "Where are the coconuts? No matter what you say, I was the first to see the coconuts. How can you say that you have to give me some?" Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan suddenly lost his temper and said, "I was going to ask you. Where are the coconuts?" Zhou Chuyu pretended to be dumb and said, "What do you mean by that? Could it be that you didn't pick any coconuts?" Looking at Zhou Chuyu's appearance, Lu Hainan and the others were also at a loss. Lu Hainan said angrily, "Where are the coconuts? When we got to the coconut tree, did we see a few rotten and spoiled coconuts?" Hearing him say this, Zhou Chuyu pretended to be puzzled and said, "You're saying there are no more coconuts on the tree?" Lu Hainan nodded, while Zhou Chuyu said loudly, "How is that possible? Yesterday, Ding Shui and I picked up a few together. How could there be no more? No, I have to go and take a look." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the area where the coconut trees grew. Son Yushi said to him again, "You don't need to go and look. There really aren't any coconuts there." At this point, Zhou Chuyu stopped walking and said somewhat puzzled, "Could there be other people on this deserted island?" Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan and the others also agreed with him. If there were no other people, then how could the coconuts have disappeared? Watching him act, Ding Shui couldn't help but laugh, but she pretended to be sorry and said, "Brother Zhou, there are no more coconuts now, so what are we going to do in the future? We can't drink seawater." Zhou Chuyu also didn't expect that Ding Shui had also started acting along with him, and said to her with a droopy face, "Don't worry, don't 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 worry, done. This is the only thing we can do now." Hearing that Zhou Chuyu still had more than 20 coconuts in the shelter, Lu Hainan and the others suddenly brightened up. If they didn't know Zhou Chuyu was so skilled, they would have already started to rob them. Lu Hainan suddenly took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and walked over to Zhou Chuyu with a smile on his face. "Zhou, look, you still have more than 20 coconuts. Can you give us half?" After saying this, he took out a cigarette from the cigarette case and handed it to him. He had not smoked for several days, and Zhou Chuyu had been holding back for a long time. After taking the cigarette, he put it in his mouth, walked quickly to the fire, and directly took a burning piece of firewood from the fire, lit the cigarette and took a strong drag. Then he said to Lu Hainan, "You also know that the two of us only have these 20 or so coconuts left, and I'm counting on these coconuts to survive here." Hearing this, Lu Hainan immediately said with a smile, I'm not going to take advantage of you for nothing. How about I give you 3 boxes of cigarettes in exchange? Zhou Chuyu quickly shook his head and said. 3 boxes of cigarettes won't do. Don't you have a knife there? How about I give you 3 boxes of cigarettes in exchange for the knife and 10 coconuts? Hearing this, Lu Hainan smiled and said. You've got a good deal, my friend. You want to trade me 10 coconuts for a knife and 3 coconuts? Unless you give me all the coconuts. Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said. I'm counting on these coconuts to survive, so I don't want your knife. I'll take 10 coconuts for your 3 boxes of cigarettes instead. Hearing this, Lu Hainan immediately nodded in agreement to the exchange, and then took out 3 unopened boxes of cigarettes from his pocket. Seeing the cigarettes in his hand, Zhou Chuyu turned around and went to the shelter to get the coconuts. Ding Shui saw this and immediately blocked in front of him, pretending to be angry and saying to him, Zhou, you can't be so selfish. We need these coconuts to survive here. Zhou saw that she was acting again, so he simply played along and pushed her hard, saying, You have no say here. Go cool off somewhere else. Upon hearing this, Ding Shui looked full of grievances. Seeing this, Lu Hainan immediately said to her, Shui, you're not welcome here either. Why don't you come back with us? Ding Shui said angrily. I'd rather starve to death than go back with you. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. After she finished speaking, she simply sat on the ground and began to cry. At this time, the people from Lu Hainan's side all began to feel some sympathy for her, and they all secretly cursed Zhou Chuyu in their hearts for being such a jerk. Only the host named Wan Wan, who was also known as Chi-Chi, didn't know what she was thinking. After a while, Zhou Chuyu walked out of the shelter, with 10 coconuts in his clothes. After glancing at Ding Shui, who was still crying on the ground, Zhou Chuyu said impatiently. Crying, all you know how to do is cry. I don't know what use you are anymore. After that, he came to Lu Hainan and directly placed the coconut on the ground. He snatched the cigarette out of Lu Hainan's hand, tore open the packaging, picked up one and put it in his mouth. He quickly went to the fire, picked up a burning piece of wood, lit the cigarette and smoked it with a face full of enjoyment. Seeing Ding Shui still crying, Song Yushi said angrily. Zhou Chuyu, are you still a man? How can you treat a girl like this? Zhou Chuyu said angrily. If I'm a man, you try it and you'll know. How I treat her is none of your business. After saying that, he started smoking again. Song Yushi wanted to say something else, but Chi-Chi, the gentle one, held her back, indicating that she should stop talking. Song Yushi didn't say anything else, while Lu Hainan and the others picked up the coconuts on the ground with joy and went back. The girl named Wanensho deliberately walked to the back, and waited until Lu Hainan and the others had walked more than 10 meters before she walked up to Zhou Chuyu, extended a hand to him, and said with a smile. Hello, my name is Bai Roland. I hope you can take care of me in the future. Seeing that she had taken the initiative to greet him, Zhou Chuyu was momentarily taken aback, but he still smiled and shook her hand, saying indifferently. I can barely take care of myself, what about taking care of you? Bai Roland smiled and whispered. You acted well. After saying that, she turned around and left. Looking at Bai Roland's departing back, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that she had actually seen through him. It seems that this female anchor is quite interesting. Looking at Ding Shui, who was still crying on the ground, Zhou Chuyu said with a smile. Everyone's gone, and you're still acting? Hearing him say this, Ding Shui immediately got up from the ground and said with a smile. Brother Zhou, how was my performance? Zhou Chuyu nodded and said. It was quite good, you could be considered an actress. Ding Shui then said to him. Why didn't you agree to use these coconuts to exchange for the knife just now? Zhou Chuyu said with a smile. If I did that, Lu Hainan and the others would definitely be on their guard, and it would be more difficult to exchange things in the future. I just want to create an illusion in their minds, so that they feel I pose no threat to them, and they will be defenseless and exchange things with me. After hearing him say this, Ding Shui smiled and said. Brother Zhou, I really admire you more and more. Zhou Chuyu smiled and didn't say anything else, squatting down and starting to tinker with the paint bucket again. Chapter 10 Backbiting. It took more than an hour to finally create a pot with a paint bucket. It was getting late. He took the wooden stick he had polished the day before, went to the rocks on the shore, took off his clothes and pants, went into the sea, and started grabbing lobsters. After spending more than an hour, he finally caught 7 or 8 lobsters. He took the lobsters to the big tree, poked some charcoal out of the fire, put the lobsters on top, and started grilling them. After the lobsters were done grilling, the two of them just sat on the ground, picked up the lobsters, peeled them off, and stuffed them in their mouths and ate them. After eating the grilled lobster, the sun was about to set. Ding Shui said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, I haven't taken a bath in a few days, and now I smell really bad. I want to go take a bath in the sea." After hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu nodded and glanced at her clothes, which were already dirty. He then stood up and returned to the shelter. He took out a set of clothes that he had removed from the two corpses a few days ago and said to her, "Look at how dirty your clothes are. Here, take these clothes and wear them for now." As she looked at the clothes that Zhou Chuyu handed over, Ding Shui asked, "Where did you get these clothes, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Chuyu laughed. "I took them off the bodies. If you don't like them, you don't have to wear them." Ding Shui was just stunned for a moment, but then she took the clothes from Zhou Chuyu's hands and walked towards the beach. Zhou Chuyu looked at her back and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ding Shui went to the shore, found a relatively secluded place, took off her clothes and pants, went into the sea and started bathing. After the bath, she washed the clothes she had changed into, took them back to the shelter, hung them on the branches and let them dry. The two sat by the fire at the entrance to the shelter, listening to the sound of the waves lapping against the rocks and looking at the starry sky. Ding Shui couldn't help but say to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, do you think we can wait until the rescue team arrives?" Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I feel that if there was a rescue team, they would have already found us here. Judging from the situation, our chances of being rescued are not good." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Ding Shui couldn't help but feel a little frustrated, and said again, "Do you mean we're going to be stuck here forever?" Zhou Chuyu laughed. "That's not the case. Maybe we'll meet a passing ship one day and be able to leave here. But while we're here, we have to learn to protect ourselves. We can't trust anyone, and we can't be soft-hearted." After hearing him say this, Ding Shui nodded as if she understood, and then said to him, "Brother Zhou, you're so awesome. What did you do before? How did you end up working as a security guard on a cruise ship?" Hearing her ask, Zhou Chuyu took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, lit it, took a deep drag, and then slowly spoke. "I was in the army for a few years, and then I retired and went home. I spent all my military retirement pay on my mother's operation. That's why I came to work as a security guard on a cruise ship. I thought I'd found an easy job, but I never thought something like this would happen on a cruise ship." After he finished speaking, he let out a deep sigh. After hearing him say this, Ding Shui said with a smile, "Wow. I didn't know you were even a soldier. You don't know that I like soldiers the best. I dream of finding a soldier to be my boyfriend." "You're not married, are you?" Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, "In the past, it was hard to even see a woman in the army. After I got out, I spent almost all my savings taking care of my mom. It can be said that I have no money and no one who would look at me." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Ding Shui smiled and said, "Brother Zhou, how about I be your girlfriend?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "As long as you don't mind that I'm poor." The two of them chatted for a while, and Zhou Chuyu added some firewood to the fire before the two of them crawled into the shelter and lay down on the palm leaves to sleep. Lu Hainan's situation was not as good as Zhou Chuyu's. He had traded 3 boxes of cigarettes for 10 coconuts today, but there were more than 20 people in their group, and each person got a pitiful amount of coconut juice. Although they have quite a lot of supplies, there are too many of them, and each person can only get 1 bottle of water and a little pitiful food every day. At this time, they are still waiting expectantly for the rescue team to arrive, and at this time, everyone is sitting around a huge fire chatting. Sloppy said to Lu Hainan, "Cousin, I think this Zhou Chuyu is only a bit good at sports. After all, he is a simple-minded guy with well-developed limbs. For 3 boxes of cigarettes, that's it." Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan nodded and said, "It seems that I really overestimated him. Let him brag for a few days. After he finishes eating the coconuts in his hand, he will come crawling back to beg me. I'll see how I can fix him then. As for that Ding Shui, you can handle her." Hearing Lu Hainan say this, Shueho couldn't help but smile. His mind was already imagining how he would fix Ding Shui. Hearing the two men's conversation, many people burst out laughing. Yes. Boss is right. That Zhou Chuyu is a simple-minded guy with well-developed limbs. I think in a few days, he will come begging us like a dog. Yes. I want to see how he begs us to take him in. Yes. He offended the boss, and he must be punished. When he comes to beg us in a few days, we must give him a good beating. Yes. And that little bitch Ding Shui, she had to suffer with him. I don't know what kind of luck she has to be able to get Ma to look at her. The crowd thus started to discuss Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui. Even Son Yushi spoke up. I thought Zhou Chuyu was a good person. Seeing what he did today, I am really disappointed. I never thought he would be like this. As she listened to everyone talking about Zhou Chuyu and Bai Roland, she looked at the group of people like they were clowns. She thought to herself, you've all been played by him, and you're still so smug. I've seen it for 2 days. It's not Zhou Chuyu begging you, it's you begging him. As she watched Song Yushi still scolding Zhou Chuyu, Bai Roland tugged her by the arm and whispered to her. Just shut up. Zhou Chuyu is not the kind of person you think he is. Hearing Bai Roland say this, Song Yushi said to her. Then what kind of person do you think she is? Didn't you see what happened today? She actually hit Ding Shui for 3 boxes of cigarettes. What kind of man would do that? Bai Roland didn't explain much, just saying to her. You'll know in a few days, and you won't think that way then. Song Yushi naturally ignored Bai Roland's words, sneering. I'll wait and see. I want to see how he begs us to take him in a few days. The group of people just sat around the fire, chatting until late at night. Lu Hainan told the others to lie down and sleep, while he and Shu Mao stayed up to keep watch. Seeing that Lu Hainan was actually treating them so well, the group was once again moved. Chapter 11 Lu Hainan and Shu Mao's conversation. Seeing that everyone was fast asleep, Lu Hainan gave Shu Mao a wink, stood up and walked towards the shore. Shu Mao also stood up and followed him. When they reached the shore and walked behind a rock, Lu Hainan took something to eat out of his pocket and gave some to Shu Mao. He also took out 2 bottles of mineral water and handed one to him. The 2 of them just ate and drank while doing so. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Shu Mao burped and said to Lu Hainan. Cousin, when can I do those women? I can't hold back anymore, you don't know how hard it is for me to see them hanging around every day. Lu Hainan took out a cigarette from his pocket and handed him one, then took out another and put it in his mouth. He took out a windproof lighter from his pocket, lit the cigarette and took a strong drag. Then he spoke slowly. I'm just like you, especially when I see the 2 beauty Song Yushi and Bai Roland, I get all kinds of crazy thoughts. Hearing him say this, Slovenly immediately said. If that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's just trick them into the woods and force our way on top of them. After all, we're on this deserted island, so I don't think they can cause any trouble. Hearing this, Lu Hainan said with some frustration. How can you be as simple-minded as Zhou Chuyu? If we do that now, and if the rescue team finds us here in a couple of days, we'll both go to jail for the rest of our lives. Hearing this, Shu Mao said nonchalantly. That's easy. After we're done, we'll just kill them and say that wild animals dragged them away. No one will suspect a thing. Lu Hainan slapped him hard on the head and said. You are right in saying that you are simple-minded and strong. If we kill them, how can we have fun in the future? We have to make them willingly submit under our crotch. Even if the rescue team finds us here, we can say that they did it voluntarily, and we will be fine. Hearing Lu Hainan say this, Shu Hai immediately gave him a big thumbs up and said. You are still your cousin's thoughtful, so how long do we have to wait? Lu Hainan gave him a fierce glare and said. Patience is a virtue. You have to take things step by step. Just bear with it for a few more days. If someone else heard what the 2 of them were saying, they would not know how to feel. Sloppy spoke again. Cousin, I don't think there's any point in keeping those men here. Why don't we just trick them into the woods and kill them? After all, keeping them here is just a waste of food. Lu Hainan said slowly. You think I want to keep them here? I'm afraid the rescue team won't be able to find their way here. No one knows how dangerous it is in these woods. By then, they can go into the woods to look for food. As for whether they live or die, it's up to their own karma. The 2 of them chatted behind the rocks for a while before walking over to the fire. They glanced at the sleeping girls and couldn't help but swallow. The next morning, before dawn, Zhou Chuyu woke up. He glanced at Ding Shui, who was still asleep, and climbed out of the shelter on a palm leaf. He saw that the firewood on top of the fire had burned down to just some charcoal, which was still emitting wisps of smoke. Since he didn't have a lighter, he could only take some firewood and place it on top of the fire. He leaned over and blew hard for a while, and the fire reignited. I went to the shore to wash my face, walked along the shore towards the distance, and kept walking for more than an hour. Apart from some rubbish washed ashore by the sea, I didn't see any other usable supplies. I sat on the beach to rest for a while, then got up and continued searching along the shore. After walking for a while, I suddenly saw a pink suitcase floating on the sea not far away. Quickly taking off his clothes and pants, he jumped into the sea and swam towards the suitcase. After almost 20 minutes, he finally dragged the suitcase to the shore. At this time, there was still seawater leaking from the suitcase. Looking at the color of the suitcase, it should have belonged to a woman. Zhou Chuyu was curious about what was inside. But there was also a combination lock on the suitcase. But this could not be a challenge for Zhou Chuyu. He picked up a stone and smashed the combination lock. In no time, the combination lock was smashed to pieces. Even the zipper was smashed directly by him. When he opened the suitcase and saw the contents, Zhou Chuyu suddenly blushed. He saw that the suitcase was actually filled with all kinds of sexy uniforms, stockings, and some underwear. In addition, there were some adult products and a few packs of sanitary napkins, as well as some Durex. Zhou Chuyu's mind couldn't help but imagine what kind of woman the owner of this suitcase was. If he were to take all this back, Ding Shui would never know how to humiliate herself. He originally planned to throw all this into the sea, but after thinking about it, he might need it in the future. He put on some nice clothes, directly hugged the suitcase, and went into the woods. He found a stick and dug a deep pit under a big tree. Then he took a pack of sanitary napkins out of the suitcase, thinking that Ding Shui might be able to use them. He then buried the suitcase directly in the pit, stepping on it to make sure it was secure. To prevent it from being discovered, he sprinkled some leaves and dead grass on top. Only then did he take the sanitary napkins and head towards the shelter. When he returned to the shelter, he saw Ding Shui sitting by the fire. Seeing him return, Ding Shui said with a worried expression, "Brother Zhou, what have you been doing? I thought you didn't want me anymore." Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "How could I abandon you? I just went for a stroll along the shore." After saying that, he handed the sanitary napkin he was holding to Ding Shui. Looking at the sanitary napkin Zhou Chuyu handed over, Ding Shui took it with a blush on her face and said in a low voice, "Brother Zhou, where did you get this thing?" Zhou Chuyu did not tell her about picking up the suitcase, but just said that he picked up the sanitary napkin along the shore. After sitting by the fire and smoking a cigarette, he picked up a stick and went to the shore. He took off his clothes and pants, went into the sea, and started grabbing lobsters. It took more than an hour, but they finally caught a few lobsters, took them back to the fire and roasted them over the coals. After eating the grilled lobsters, Zhou Chuyu said to Ding Shui, "You stay here, I'll go into the woods and see if I can find water and food. Eating lobsters and clams every day is not nutritious." Hearing him say this, Ding Shui hurriedly said to him, "Brother Zhou, why don't I go with you? I'm afraid to stay here alone." Zhou Chuyu could only nod in agreement, and told her to stick close to him. Zhou Chuyu went back to the shore, and found a few plastic bags in the rubbish washed ashore by the sea. He tore them open and used them to tie his sleeves and trouser legs, and told Ding Shui to do the same. He also found a stick for Ding Shui to hold, while he took the one that had been sharpened. The two of them then walked towards the forest. Chapter 12, Exploring the Jungle. The forest was full of towering trees and dense undergrowth, as well as thorns covered in barbs. It was also summer, and the whole forest was sweltering. It didn't take long before the clothes on both of their backs were soaked with sweat. Zhou Chuyu took the lead with a wooden stick, while Ding Shui followed closely behind him. Zhou Chuyu knew that this was the season when poisonous snakes were active, and he didn't know if there were poisonous snakes on the island, so he was extremely careful with every step. After not walking for long, the two of them were already panting and sweating. Ding Shui said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, can you stop for a while and rest? I really can't walk anymore." After hearing her say this and looking at her appearance, Zhou Chuyu nodded and said to her, "I told you to stay in the shelter, but you insisted on coming out with me. Isn't this great?" After saying this, he looked for a large tree with luxuriant growth, cleared away the dead grass and leaves under it, and the two sat under the tree to rest. Zhou Chuyu was not daring to be careless for a moment, always paying attention to the surrounding environment. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the two stood up and continued walking deeper into the dense forest. Before they had gone far, there was a sudden noise from the bushes nearby. Zhou Chuyu signaled Ding Shui to stay where she was, and he himself took a wooden stick and walked towards the bushes. Before he could get close, a gray hare suddenly sprang out of the bushes, looking at Zhou Chuyu with a dumbfounded expression. Zhou Chuyu immediately threw the wooden stick at the hare. The sharp end of the stick sank into the hare's body. The hare also fell to the ground in an instant, rolling over and over, and emitting pain screams. Zhou Chuyu quickly walked up to the hare, lifted his foot and stepped hard on the hare's head. The hare let out a scream and was completely still. Zhou Chuyu pulled the stick out of the hare's body, picked up the dead hare, and walked over to Ding Xue. Seeing that Zhou Chuyu had so easily caught a hare, Ding Xue was also full of admiration and said, "Brother Zhou, I didn't realize you were so good. You got the hare so easily?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I was just lucky. The hares on this deserted island probably haven't seen a human before. If it were anywhere else, it would have run away long ago." The two of them continued walking deeper into the woods. They walked for a long way without seeing any water sources, but they did see a lot of pheasants and squirrels. However, since the pheasants and squirrels were in the trees and Zhou Chuyu didn't have a bow and arrow, he could only watch them slip away. It had been almost 2 hours since they had set out, and the two of them were exhausted. They didn't continue searching, but turned around and walked towards the shore. Zhou Chuyu still took the wooden stick and led the way, while Ding Xue followed behind him. Just as the two of them walked under a large tree, Ding Xue suddenly saw a snake hovering above the branches above Zhou Chuyu's head, spitting apricots at him. It looked like it could attack at any moment, and Ding Xue suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. She immediately stopped in her tracks and said tremblingly to Zhou Chuyu, Zhou, look at the top of your head." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu also felt the danger. He immediately stood still and did not dare to move for a while. With the corner of his eye, he glanced and saw the snake above his head spitting apricots at him. The snake was green all over, almost the same color as the leaves, so it was no wonder that Zhou Chuyu had not seen it at first. Zhou Chuyu also did not know if the snake was poisonous, and he was also scared out of his wits. He stood still and didn't dare to move, his eyes fixed on the snake above his head. After a minute or so, the snake suddenly attacked Zhou Chuyu. Zhou Chuyu was quick to react. Seeing the snake attack him, he immediately dodged to the side and swung the wooden stick in his hand at the snake. This time, Zhou Chuyu used his full strength. The snake, which was as thick as an arm, was hit hard by the wooden stick and slammed against the tree trunk, before falling to the ground. Seeing the snake fall to the ground, Zhou Chuyu immediately picked up the wooden stick and smashed it against the snake's head. After just a few hits, the snake's head was smashed to pieces and it lay motionless on the ground. At this time, the two of them let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at the triangular-shaped head of the snake, they realized that it was a poisonous snake. Zhou Chuyu thought to himself, that was close. If it weren't for Ding Xue's warning, I would have probably been bitten by the snake. Picking up the snake on the ground, he said to Ding Xue, "Luckily, I had you with me. If it weren't for your warning, I don't know what would have happened. These woods are even more dangerous than we thought. Let's hurry back to the coast." Fortunately, there was no other danger encountered all the way back to the coast. Back at the shelter, Zhou Chuyu picked up a stone and smashed open 2 coconuts, handed one to Ding Xue, and picked up the other one himself, tilting his head back and drinking the coconut juice inside in one go. After drinking the coconut juice, he took some firewood and put it in the fire, then took the hare and snake and went to the coast, where he found a sharp stone and started to process the hare and snake. Since there was no handy tool, it took almost an hour to process the hare and snake. He went back to the fire and smashed open a few coconuts with a rock, and poured the coconut juice directly into a pot made from a paint bucket. He then put the snake and hare in together and let them simmer. There were no more coconuts in the shelter at the moment, so Zhou Chuyu told Ding Xue to stay in the shelter while he picked up a knitted bag from the shore. He went to the place where the coconuts were hidden, dug some out and put them in the bag, and carried them back to the shelter. The two of them just sat by the fire chatting. Ding Xue said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, when are we going to go find Lu Hainan and the others to trade things with?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I think they're running low on food too. Let's let them go hungry for a couple of days, and it'll be easier to trade things with them then." Ding Xue nodded and asked, "What are you going to trade for?" Hearing her ask, Zhou Chuyu smiled again and said, "Of course it's knives and axes. We also need to trade for some medicine. With these things, we'll be able to survive here better." After more than an hour, the wild rabbit and snake meat in the pot already gave off a delicious aroma, and the two of them couldn't help but salivate. Zhou Chuyu broke off a few more sticks of wood to use as chopsticks. He picked up a piece of snake meat and stuffed it into his mouth to eat it. Ding Shui also broke off a rabbit leg, and without caring that it was still hot, she stuffed it into her mouth and began to nibble on it. Since Ding Shui was afraid to eat the snake meat, Zhou Chuyu ate the whole snake, and Ding Shui also almost ate the whole rabbit. In the end, they even drank the last drop of the soup. This meal was considered the most sumptuous meal the two of them had eaten since arriving on this deserted island. Chapter 13 The Boastful Lu Hainan. After dinner, Zhou Chuyu planned to catch some more lobsters, as it was still early. He said to Ding Shui, "Go gather some firewood nearby, I'll go catch some more lobsters." Ding Shui nodded and said, "We've just eaten, why do you want to catch lobsters?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I want to catch more lobsters and plan to trade them with Lu Hainan and the others for more things." Ding Shui smiled and said, "You are more thoughtful." After saying that, he got up and went to pick up firewood nearby. Since the lobsters had to be traded for something, they couldn't be allowed to die, so they couldn't be skewered with sticks, which also made it more difficult to catch them. Walking to the shore, he first dug a pit nearly half a meter deep in the sand on the beach, planning to keep the lobsters he caught in it. Then he walked to the top of the reef, took off his clothes and pants, went down into the sea, took a deep breath, and dove to the bottom of the sea to catch lobsters. Although there were more lobsters in the gaps in the reef, these lobsters also weighed nearly half a catty each, and their two large pincers were also quite sharp. If you got caught by them, it would not be funny. So Zhou Chuyu was extremely cautious, and it took more than an hour to catch only 5 or 6 lobsters, which were kept in the freshly dug pit. After climbing up the rocks to have a smoke, he returned to the water to continue catching lobsters. It was almost dark when he finally caught nearly 20 lobsters. To prevent the lobsters from crawling out at night, he also found some woven bags and covered the pit, and then used stones to weigh down the sides. Only then did they get dressed and return to the shelter. Ding Shui had also picked up a large pile of firewood and placed it outside the shelter. The two of them just sat chatting by the fire outside the shelter's entrance until late at night. Zhou Chuyu added some more firewood to the fire before the two of them returned to the shelter and lay down on the palm leaves to sleep. In the middle of the night, while both were still sleeping, there was suddenly a howl from the forest, and they were instantly awakened by the sound. Zhou Chuyu quickly got up from the palm frond and went to the door of the shelter to check. At this time, the howling sound continued to come. Judging from the sound, it should not be very far from the shelter. Although the sound could be heard, it was dark in the woods and nothing could be seen. Ding Shui, on the other hand, was so scared that her face turned pale, and she asked Zhou Chuyu shakily, "Zhou brother, what kind of animal is making that sound? It sounds so creepy." Zhou Chuyu turned to her and said, "That's the sound of wolves. Don't be too scared. We have a fire here, and wolves are afraid of fire. Don't worry, as long as the fire is not extinguished, they won't dare attack us, even if they howl like that." After that, he added some firewood to the fire. An hour passed, and the howling of the wolves gradually faded away until it disappeared. The two then lay down on the palm leaves again and fell asleep. The next morning, just as the sun was rising, Zhou Chuyu woke up. He couldn't wait to leave the shelter and went to the shore to check on the lobster he caught the day before. He was relieved to see that the lobster was still safe and sound in the pit. He went to the shore to wash his face, then went to the gaps in the rocks and smashed some clams with a rock. He returned to the fire and used a stick to poke some charcoal out of the fire. He put the clams on top and roasted them. When the clams were almost done, he went back to the shelter to wake Ding Shui. After eating the grilled clams, Zhou Chuyu went back to the rocks on the shore, took off his clothes and pants, and went down to the sea to continue catching lobsters. It took another day like this. Zhou Chuyu caught dozens of lobsters in the sea again. There should be a lot of things that can be exchanged for so many lobsters. Lu Hainan is not having an easy time. These days, a group of people have been waiting for the rescue team to arrive at the shore, and they have not gone out to find food and water. The supplies they have collected are getting less and less. Although Lu Hainan has been elected leader by the group, he is not responsible for the group. It can be said that he has no experience at all in surviving in the wild. Every night, he and Shumao take turns keeping watch, mainly because they want to steal food after everyone else falls asleep, but no one knows this and is still grateful to them. After giving everyone the little food and water that was left this afternoon, there will be no more food. At this time, everyone began to panic, and many people have already begun to complain. Seeing that everyone was emotional, Lu Hainan shamelessly told the crowd how rich his experience in survival in the wild was, and that finding food and water was a piece of cake. He also repeatedly promised to take a few people into the woods early in the morning every day to look for food and water. Many people believed what he said without a doubt. Bai Ruolin was somewhat disdainful of what he said. If it were really as easy to find food and water as he said, he would have gone looking a long time ago, and everyone would not be living from hand to mouth. These past 2 days, Bai Ruolin would occasionally think of Zhou Chuyu. She wanted to go and seek refuge with him. In her opinion, only Zhou Chuyu could lead her to survive here. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Lu Hainan called a few men and headed into the woods. Although they saw a lot of pheasants and hares, they had no tools or hunting experience, so they could only watch as the hares and pheasants slipped away. They wandered around in the woods for almost an hour, finding neither water nor food, and they were exhausted. One man said discontentedly, "Boss, didn't you say that finding food and water would be easy? Why haven't we found any after so long?" Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan's face suddenly turned red, and he said breathlessly, "It's only been an hour or so, what's your hurry? Don't worry, we'll definitely find food." At this time, one of the men spoke again. "I'm really tired, I need to sit down and rest for a while." After saying this, he directly sat on the ground to rest. Seeing this, the others also sat on the ground to rest. Lu Hainan and Shu Mao were also exhausted and sat on the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, a snake suddenly and silently swam towards a man. This man also completely failed to notice the snake. By the time he noticed, it was too late. The snake had already bitten him hard on the foot and quickly burrowed into the nearby bushes. This man immediately screamed loudly, "I'd been bitten by a snake." When others heard his screams, they also ran to him one after the other. Lu Hainan lifted up his pant leg and saw that there were clearly visible rows of teeth marks on his foot. Blood was constantly flowing from the wound, and the wound was also swelling at a speed visible to the naked eye. The man also lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. After a short while, he gradually lost consciousness. At this time, the crowd realized that the snake that bit him was a highly poisonous snake. After a few more minutes, this person was completely without breath. Seeing a living person die in just a few minutes like this, everyone was shocked. A man suddenly shouted loudly, "It's too dangerous in these woods. No, I have to go back to the coast. I don't want to die here." Chapter 14 Bartering for supplies. Once one person does it, another will follow. The group of people ran towards the shore in a flurry, afraid that if they ran slowly, they would be the next to die. Even Lu Hainan and Shu Mao ran towards the shore. Seeing the group of people running back in a flurry, Song Yushi said, "What's wrong with you guys? Why are you running back?" A man sat panting on the beach, his face pale, and said, "Damn, it's too dangerous in the woods. There are poisonous snakes that can kill people. I'd rather starve to death than go there." Hearing him say this, the people who stayed on the shore all turned pale. After a while, Lu Hainan and Ma Shu also ran back to the shore panting, and collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Seeing the two of them in such a sorry state, Bai Ruolin couldn't help but laugh. Last night, the two of them had vowed that finding food and water would be a piece of cake, but now they had returned in a panic. At this time, the female newscaster who had been slapped on the cruise ship spoke again. "Boss, you're blind. We no longer have food or water. What are we going to do next? I don't want to starve to death here." Lu Hainan glared at him angrily, thinking to himself, "You really bring up the wrong subject at the wrong time." After a short break, he said stubbornly, "What's your hurry? As long as I'm here, you won't go hungry." Although he said that, he didn't know where to get food right now. Since they had eaten a little yesterday, the group had not eaten anything since then, and at this time they were so hungry that their stomachs were sticking together. Just when everyone was at their wits' end, Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui were seen approaching, each carrying a knitted bag on their back. Seeing the two of them, Lu Hainan immediately got up from the ground, and the others also stood up one after the other to look at the two of them. Everyone thought that they had come to join them. Shu Mao smiled and said, "I thought they could last a few more days, but I didn't expect them to come to join us so soon. I'll show them." In a short while, Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui walked up to the crowd, put the knapsack on the ground, and then looked at Lu Hainan. Before Lu Hainan could say anything, Shu Hai said haughtily, "Zhou can't live anymore and has come to us for help. If you apologize to me properly and let Ding Shui accompany me for one night, I will let you stay. What do you think?" Hearing Shu Hai say this, Ding Shui suddenly flew into a rage and said, "Go home and let your mother accompany you. I think you're crazy for women." Hearing Ding Shui scold him like this, Ma Hushi was instantly infuriated, and he longed to grab her and teach her a good lesson right now, but seeing Zhou Chuyu's expressionless face, he ultimately gave up on the idea. Lu Hainan continued. Zhou Chuyu, since you've come to rely on us, you have to show some sincerity. With you guys like this, how dare I take you in? Even if I agree, they won't agree. After saying this, he turned to the others and said, Don't you think so? The group of people also began to chime in, yelling for the two to leave. After hearing what the group of people said, Zhou Chuyu said with a smile, What a bunch of idiots. He then turned to Ding Shui and said, Shui, you see, I was kind enough to bring them something to eat, but I didn't expect them to be so ungrateful. Since they don't welcome us, let's just go. After saying this, he crouched down, grabbed the knitted bag with one hand, and emptied the lobsters and coconuts inside directly. Looking at the lobsters and coconuts all over the floor, Lu Hainan and the others' eyes immediately lit up, and they greedily looked at the lobsters and coconuts on the ground. Seeing the greedy looks of the crowd, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but smile, and deliberately said loudly to Ding Shui, Look how careless I am. The lobsters have all run away, hurry up and put them back in. Hearing him say this, Ding Shui also acted as if she were in a play, crouching down and starting to pick up the lobsters on the ground and put them in the woven bag. At this time, a man suddenly ran over quickly, about to grab the coconut on the ground. Before he could get close, Zhou Chuyu quickly ran over and kicked him hard in the stomach. This kick directly sent the man flying 3 or 4 meters, crashing heavily onto the beach. Seeing Zhou Chuyu's prowess, no one else had the idea to grab it. Seeing that he had already impressed everyone, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, Do you still have any shame? You actually tried to rob him. No, it's not that you can't eat the coconuts and lobsters, just trade something for them. After hearing him say this, a man suddenly took off an expensive watch from his wrist and walked up to Zhou Chuyu and said, Do you think my watch is any good? Zhou Chuyu glanced at the watch and thought to himself that it was a good thing, but still said expressionlessly, I don't really need your watch here, but seeing as you're in such a pitiful state, how about I trade you for a coconut and 2 lobsters? The man immediately nodded and thrust the watch into Zhou Chuyu's hands. Zhou Chuyu squatted down and handed him a coconut and 2 lobsters. The man took the lobsters and coconut and ran towards the fire. At this time, another man said to Zhou Chuyu, Wait here, I'll go find something to trade with you. After saying this, he quickly ran into the woods. After more than 10 minutes, this person walked out of the woods, holding 2 cigarettes in his hand. There was some dirt on them, so it looked like he had just dug them up from the ground. Seeing that this person actually took out 2 cigarettes, Zhou Chuyu's eyes lit up. Lu Hainan and Xu Mao cursed the person's ancestors for the umpteenth time. They had said that everyone should hand over the things they had collected, but this person had secretly kept 2 cigarettes. What they didn't know was that most of the people present had not handed over all the things they had collected, and even Lu Hainan and Xu Mao had hidden some things. This person took the cigarettes and walked up to Zhou Chuyu and said to him, What do you think I can get for these 2 cigarettes? Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, These are good things. How about I give you 3 coconuts and 4 lobsters? Hearing that he could get 3 coconuts and 4 lobsters in exchange, the man immediately nodded and handed Zhou Chuyu the cigarettes in his hand. Zhou Chuyu then asked Ding Shui to get him 3 coconuts and 4 lobsters. After receiving the lobsters and coconuts, the man, perhaps fearing that someone else would take them, quickly ran into the woods. At this time, another man said to Zhou Chuyu, Can I trade you for medicine? Zhou Chuyu looked at him and asked, What kind of medicine do you have? The man replied, I have some anti-inflammatory and hemostatic drugs, as well as some medicines for treating colds and fevers. Hearing this, Zhou Chuyu was happy again. You can save lives on this deserted island. Then he nodded and said, Go get them. I can also give you 3 coconuts and 4 lobsters. Hearing that he could get so many things in exchange, this person also quickly ran towards the forest. Chapter 15A Bounty. In less than 10 minutes, this person came out with a plastic bag, which was covered in dirt. Judging by the look of it, it seemed to have been dug up from the ground. It seemed that this group of people had quite a lot of hidden supplies. This person quickly ran up to Zhou Chuyu and handed him the plastic bag directly. Zhou Chuyu opened the bag and saw that it was filled with medicine. He then asked Ding Shui to get him some lobsters and coconuts. This person was also afraid of being robbed by others, so he quickly headed towards the woods. Seeing that the 3 of them had just traded things for coconuts and lobsters, many people present wanted to go into the woods to get their own hidden things and trade them for food. At this moment, Lu Hainan suddenly said loudly, "Ah, Joe, how about you give me all the remaining coconuts and lobsters?" Hearing him say this, those who seemed to have gone into the woods to get things also stopped in their tracks. Zhou Chuyu, on the other hand, said with a smile, "Sure. As long as you have enough, I can give you all the coconuts and lobsters. It's up to you what you trade for them." After hearing him say this, Lu Hainan didn't hide anything either, shouting at Shuma to turn around and go get something. After seeing them leave, Song Yushi walked up to Zhou Chuyu and whispered to him, "Can you see if you can give me some coconuts and lobsters? I can give you a lot of money when we leave here." Zhou Chuyu just couldn't stand the way she was acting, so he said coldly, "What's the point of needing money? Do you think we can still get out of here?" Song Yushi was taken aback by what he said, and asked somewhat puzzled, "What do you mean?" Zhou Chuyu then slowly said, "It's been so many days, and the rescue team hasn't found their way here yet. Maybe they've already given up on the rescue, and you're still daydreaming about getting out of here." Hearing him say this, everyone on the scene was extremely frustrated and lost. Perhaps, as Zhou Chuyu said, they would never be rescued. Song Yushi also lowered her head. Seeing her like this, Zhou Chuyu knelt down, took a coconut and 2 lobsters and handed them to her, saying to her, "Take this and eat. And don't always mention money in front of me. Here, food is the most important thing. Even if you're rich, it's worthless here." After receiving the lobster and coconut that Zhou Chuyu handed over, Song Yushi said thank you to him and walked towards the fire, thinking about what Zhou Chuyu had just said. Yes, what's the use of being rich here? She never imagined that she, a big TV hostess, would have such a day. She went to the fire, used a stone to crack open the coconut with difficulty, and put the lobster on the fire to roast it. After taking a sip of coconut juice, tears came out of her eyes unconsciously. At this time, Bai Rulin also walked up to Zhou Chuyu and took off the gold necklace she was wearing, lowering her head and saying to Zhou Chuyu, "I don't have anything to hide like them. The only expensive thing I have is this necklace. I don't know if you like it, but if you do, can you trade it for something to eat? I'm really too hungry." Zhou Chuyu also had a good impression of the extremely intelligent Bai Rulin, and immediately said to her, "This necklace is useless to me, you'd better keep it for yourself." After saying that, he picked up 2 coconuts and 2 lobsters from the ground and handed them to her, saying to her, "You can take them to eat first. If you run out of food in the future, you can come find me." After hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Bai Rulin thanked him again, and then took the coconuts and walked towards the fire. After a while, Lu Hainan and Xu Mao also walked out of the woods, holding some mineral water, some food, and a few cigarettes in their hands. Everyone was taken aback when they saw that the 2 of them had actually brought out so many things. They had no idea that the 2 of them had actually hidden so many things. The 2 of them ignored the stares of the others and walked over to Zhou Chuyu, saying to him, "How about I trade you these things for the rest of the coconuts and lobsters?" Zhou Chuyu glanced at the things and then said with a smile, "Apart from the cigarettes, which are a bit useful to me, I don't need the mineral water or the food. I don't think you 2 really think I'm stupid, do you?" Hearing him speak so carelessly, he said with some dissatisfaction, "Just tell me what you want to trade." Zhou Chuyu said with a smile, "Didn't I see that you had a knife and an axe? If you add those to the list, I can give you back the coconuts and lobsters." Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan said with some wariness, "You're not going to use the knife and axe against us, are you?" Zhou Chuyu said with a smile, "Do I need a knife and axe to deal with you?" Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan and the other 2 thought it was reasonable. They also thought that keeping the axe and knife was useless, and it was better to exchange them for some coconuts and lobsters. Lu Hainan then told Shuma to bring the knife and axe over. In no time, Shuma came over with the knife and axe and threw them directly in front of Zhou Chuyu's feet. Lu Hainan also put the things in his hand on the ground. Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "These lobsters and coconuts are all yours. In the future, if you have something good, you can come to me to exchange it." He said this with a deliberately raised voice, meaning it for everyone there to hear, not knowing what these people still have hidden. After hearing him say this, Lu Hainan suddenly said to him, "You didn't pick those coconuts and hide them, did you?" Before Zhou Chuyu could say anything, Ding Shui spoke up. "What are you talking about? Brother Zhou and I went into the woods and found these coconuts. There were a large area of coconut trees there." After hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu hurriedly said loudly, "Shui, what are you talking about? There are no coconuts in the forest. Upon hearing this, Ding Shui said with some dissatisfaction. There are large patches of coconuts in the forest, aren't there? I'm not talking nonsense. After saying this, she pretended to be very angry and lowered her head. The two of them started acting again. Hearing their conversation, Lu Hainan said to Ding Shui with a smile. Where are the coconuts you mentioned? Ding Shui said without hesitation. They're easy to find in the forest, it's only an hour or so from here. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Chuyu shouted at her. Can you stop talking and hurry up and pack up and go back? Ding Shui reluctantly put the exchanged items into a woven bag. Zhou Chuyu carried the bag on his shoulders, took Ding Shui's hand, and walked off into the distance. Seeing the two of them leave, Lu Hainan couldn't help but laugh out loud, saying, This little Zhou is also, there are coconut trees in the forest, but he didn't share them. Fortunately, Ding Shui, this woman, didn't keep her mouth shut and said it out, so we'll go pick coconuts tomorrow. Hearing him say this, everyone else expressed their approval, only Bai Ruolin looked at him with some disdain, thinking to herself, You idiot, you've been tricked by Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui again and you don't even know it. Chapter 16 Taking refuge with Zhou Chuyu. Seeing Lu Hainan and the other exchange so many lobsters and coconuts, many people gathered around, yelling at the two to give them the coconuts and lobsters. Lu Hainan shouted at the crowd. You can eat them if you want, but you have to trade them for the things you've been hiding. Shu also added. My cousin is right, if you want to eat the coconut and lobster, you have to trade something. I originally thought you were all honest, but I didn't expect you to all be hoarding things. After hearing what the two said, many people began to argue. At this time, a girl suddenly said to Lu Hainan. I haven't hoarded anything, can I have something to eat? Lu Hainan looked her up and down and said with a smile. Well, it's not impossible, but it depends on what you do. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The girl immediately understood what he meant, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Bai Ruolin saw this and immediately stood up and said to the girl. You don't need to ask him, he just wants to take advantage of you. Come, I'll share some food with you. The girl immediately walked over to Bai Ruo, took one of the grilled lobsters for her, and gave her a coconut. The girl thanked Bai Ruolin over and over again, picked up the grilled lobster, peeled off the shell, and shoved it into her mouth, devouring it. Seeing that Bai Ruolin had ruined her good deed, Lu Hainan shouted at her. Bai Ruolin, what's it got to do with you? Bai Ruolin looked up at him and said with dignity. I can give my own food to whoever I want. On the contrary, everyone elected you to be the leader, and let you lead us to survive here, but not only do you hide things, but after trading for food, you also add insult to injury. Is this how you behave as a leader? When Bai Ruolin said this, many people also began to complain about Lu Hainan. After being scolded by Bai Ruolin, Lu Hainan was suddenly angry. Seeing that everyone was blaming him, he suddenly changed his expression and smiled. I was just joking with you. How could I do such a thing as to kick someone when they are down? I will just give everyone these coconuts and lobsters. After saying this, he began to distribute the lobsters and coconuts to the crowd. After getting the lobsters and coconuts, the group of people began to flatter Lu Hainan again. Bai Ruolin thought to herself that these people really changed their faces faster than flipping through a book for the sake of a little food. Lu Hainan, on the other hand, looked at Bai Ruolin fiercely, wondering what evil he was holding back. Bai Ruolin felt a bad feeling well up in her heart when she saw Lu Hainan staring at her. She knew that what she had just said had offended Lu Hainan. She also knew that if she stayed here any longer, she was not sure what Lu Hainan would do to her. The best thing to do right now was to go to Zhou Chuyu, and only he could protect her and bring her on with life here. After finishing the lobster in her hand, she finished the coconut juice in one go, pulled the girl she had just met to her feet and walked towards the woods. Seeing this, Shu Hao hurriedly said to her. What are you two going to do? Bai Ruolin said angrily. We are going to the toilet. Do you want to come with us? Hearing her say this, Shu Weihu did not say anything more. Bai Ruolin took the girl by the hand and led her into the woods, then let go of her hand and said to her. I feel that it is no longer safe here. If we stay here any longer, we will sooner or later be troubled by Lu Hainan and Shu Weihu. I plan to go and seek refuge with Zhou Chuyu. Do you want to go with me? This girl is actually a small anchor, and naturally she cannot compare to big anchors like Bai Ruolin and Song Yushi. She belongs to the kind that is not well known. She also knows that if she stays here, she will be bullied by Lu Hainan and Ma Shu sooner or later, so she quickly spoke to Bai Ruolin. I'm willing to go with you to seek refuge with Zhou Chuyu, or maybe we should also ask Song Yushi to come with us. I can see that Lu Hainan has been staring at her almost every day these past few days, and I'm afraid she'll get bullied. Bai Ruolin nodded and said, I'll go ask her later. If she doesn't want to leave with us, there's nothing we can do about it. The two of them then returned to the shore. When they saw them return, Lu Hainan's mouth also revealed an imperceptible smile. Bai Ruolin had just made him look bad, and he planned to trick Bai Ruolin into the woods tonight and teach her a good lesson. Bai Ruolin and the other two pretended that nothing had happened and sat back down by the fire. After everyone had eaten, she spoke to Song Yushi and the girl. Let's go for a walk by the sea. After saying that, she stood up and walked towards the shore. Song Yushi and the girl also stood up and followed her. When they reached the shore, the three of them started walking along the shore. They walked out for tens of meters before Bai Ruolin finally told Song Yushi about her desire to seek refuge with Zhou Chuyu and asked if Song Yushi would be willing to leave with her. Upon hearing this, Song Yushi hesitated and said, Can Zhou Chuyu really lead us to survive here? You saw how he treated Ding Shui. If we go to him, he will bully us to death. Bai Ruolin smiled and said, Can't you see they're just putting on an act? If Zhou Chuyu really bullied Ding Shui, she would have run away a long time ago. She wouldn't still be following him around like a dog. And those coconuts were picked and hidden by the two of them. You've all been fooled, don't you see? After hearing her say this, Song Yushi thought back to the 2 days she had spent with Zhou Chuyu. He hadn't bullied her either, so she immediately agreed to go with her to seek refuge with Zhou Chuyu. The three of them immediately quickened their pace and walked towards the place where Zhou Chuyu lived. Lu Hainan and Xu Mao, who were here, also saw the three of them walking away. Xu Mao said to Lu Hainan, Cousin, do you think they're going to go to Zhou Chuyu for help? After hearing him say this, Lu Hainan immediately shouted, No good, the three of them are running, hurry up and chase. After he finished speaking, he chased after the three of them, and Xu Mao also chased after them closely behind him. At this time, Bai Ruolin and the other two also saw Lu Hainan and Xu Mao chasing after them. Bai Ruolin quickly said to the two men, Hurry up and run. If they catch up, we'll be in trouble. After saying that, she ran as fast as she could in the distance. Song Yushi and the girl also started running frantically. At this time, the three of them were still hundreds of meters away from Lu Hainan and the other man. But the three girls could never outrun the two men, and they could only run as fast as they could. They knew what would happen to them if they were caught. They ran like this for more than half an hour, and everyone was exhausted. Lu Hainan and Xu Hao were less than 100 meters away from the three of them. At this time, Bai Ruolin and the others also saw the shelter of Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui, and they shouted loudly while running. Chapter 17 Act. At this time, Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui were chatting and laughing in the shelter, and they were also extremely happy looking at the things they had exchanged back today. At this time, there was a sudden shout from Bai Ruolin on the shore, and the two of them immediately walked out of the shelter. From a distance, they saw Bai Ruolin and the other two running towards them, while behind them were the two relentless pursuers, Lu Hainan and Xu Mao. Zhou Chuyu and the other two also quickly ran towards the shore. In no time, they arrived in front of the three people. Seeing Zhou Chuyu finally appear, Bai Ruolin and the other two finally collapsed on the beach and gasped for breath. In no time, Lu Hainan and Xu Mao also ran up to the group. Zhou Chuyu looked at the group and coldly asked, What are you doing? Before Lu Hainan could speak, Bai Ruolin said breathlessly, Please take us in, we don't want to be taken back by Lu Hainan. After hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu seemed to understand what was going on, and then stared at Lu Hainan and asked, What do you two want? When Zhou Chuyu looked at him like this, Lu Hainan suddenly felt like he was being stared at by a poisonous snake, and his whole body felt uncomfortable. He didn't dare to look him in the eye, but still said loudly, They three are my people. They left without listening to advice. I'll take them back. Hearing Lu Hainan say this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but sneer and say to Bai Ruolin and the other two, He said you three are his people. Is that true? Bai Ruolin and the other two hurriedly shook their heads. Zhou Chuyu then said to Lu Hainan, You saw that they all said they weren't your people. Hurry up and leave. Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Lu Hainan and Sloppy Lu did not budge. They just stood there. You have to know that Bai Ruolin and the other two were considered the most beautiful of their group, so Lu Hainan naturally didn't want to just stand there and watch them with Zhou Chuyu. Seeing that the two of them were not moving, Zhou Chuyu said loudly to them again, Why isn't what I say working? Are you guys deaf? I said for you to leave quickly, don't you understand what I'm saying? Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan looked up at him and said, Joe, I advise you to mind your own business. I must take these 3 girls with me today. Don't think that just because you're good at kung fu, I'm afraid of you. I'm not a pushover either. After saying this, he stared coldly at Zhou Chuyu, and even Sloppy clenched his fists and said to him, Joe, I've put up with you for a long time. I advise you to be realistic and let me take them away, or else I'll fight you to the death. Hearing this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but burst out laughing, and said to the 2 of them, I'd like to see what you can do to me. After saying this, he quickly kicked Lu Hainan with lightning speed, but Lu Hainan had already been on guard and quickly avoided his kick. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but smile and say, No wonder you're so tough, I can't tell that you still have some skills. Before Lu Hainan could say anything, Shu Hai smiled and said, Do you think my cousin is a vegetarian? He used to be a champion in free fighting. The reason he didn't fight you is that he doesn't want to get into it with you. Hearing this, Zhou Chuyu laughed again and said, What a champion in free fighting! I'd like to see how good you are. Bai Ruolin and the others immediately got up from the ground and hid as far away as possible when they saw this. At this time, they were also extremely worried that Zhou Chuyu was no match for Lu Hainan and Xu Mao. Zhou Chuyu quickly kicked Lu Hainan again, but before he could reach him, he changed direction and kicked Xueho. Xueho didn't expect Zhou Chuyu's kick to change direction either. By the time he reacted, it was too late. Zhou Chuyu's kick landed hard on his chest. Zhou Chuyu had used his full strength in this kick, which sent Xueho flying 3 or 4 meters and crashing heavily onto the beach. At this time, Xueho only felt like his whole body was falling apart. After struggling for a few times, he still couldn't get up from the ground. When Lu Hainan saw Xueho fall to the ground, he immediately launched an attack on Zhou Chuyu. Although his speed of getting out of the ring was also extremely fast, it was easily defused by Zhou Chuyu. It was less than half a minute before he was already at a disadvantage. Zhou Chuyu seized the opportunity and punched him in the chest. This punch knocked Lu Hainan straight to the ground, and for a while he couldn't get up. Zhou Chuyu didn't continue attacking him, and with his fist tucked away, he said disdainfully, Is this the level of a kickboxing champion? Hearing him mock him like this, Lu Hainan suddenly felt his blood boil, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhou Chuyu smiled again when he saw this and said, You've only taken 1 punch, why are you spitting blood? I'm telling you, don't you dare blame me. Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Lu Hainan was even more infuriated. He had originally thought that he could fight him on equal terms, but had never imagined that he would be so vulnerable in front of him. His fear of him was also growing stronger and stronger. After a while, he asked, Who the hell are you? How come you're so good? Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, I'm just me. A little security guard. So what? Now do you still want to take them away? Do you want to get up and keep fighting? Lu Hainan didn't dare to fight him anymore. Although he was unwilling, he had to give up. He struggled to get up from the ground and said to Zhou Chuyu, I admit that you are awesome and I am not your match, but don't worry, I will definitely come back for you. After saying that, he glared fiercely at Bai Ruolin and the other 2, and said, I will let you 3 go for today, don't worry. As long as you are on this island for 1 day, sooner or later, you will all be mine. Hearing him still talking tough at this time, he actually threatened Bai Ruolin and the others in front of him. Zhou Chuyu was instantly furious. He hated people like Lu Hainan the most in his life. He then lifted his foot and kicked Lu Hainan hard in the chest. This kick directly sent Lu Hainan flying several meters away and he fell to the ground again, hard. Zhou Chuyu said loudly, Get out of here, if you dare to say another word, do you believe I will kill you right now? Lu Hainan dared not say anything else, and after a great effort, he managed to get up from the ground. He and Xu Mao held each other up and walked away in the distance. Seeing the 2 of them leave, Bai Ruolin immediately walked up to him and said with a smile, Brother Zhou, you're amazing. I didn't think you could teach them a lesson so easily. From now on, you'll definitely protect us from bullies. Zhou Chuyu gave her a look and said, You don't need to flatter me, I've already driven them away, so you can leave too. Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Bai Ruolin and the other 2 were momentarily stunned. Bai Ruolin smiled again and said, Big brother Zhou, you're not going to take us in? Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, Give me one reason to take you in. I don't want to be burdened with you 3. I feel pretty good just being with Shipwrecked now. The three of them looked at each other, unable to think of a reason to let Zhou Chuyu take them in. At that moment, the girl who had come with Bai Rulan suddenly walked up to Zhou Chuyu and said pitifully, "Brother Zhou, please take us in. Look how pitiful we are. If you take us in, we'll sooner or later be caught by Lu Hainan. Can you bear to see the three of us being bullied?" Hearing her speak like this, Zhou Chuyu suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He quickly said to her, "Stop, stop. I can't stand the way you speak. I haven't even asked you who you are." The girl quickly said again, "Big brother Zhou, my name is Rue Ying, you can also call me Ying Ying." Chapter 18 Taking in Son Yushi and the others. After hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu glanced at Bai Rulan and Son Yushi again before speaking. "It's not that I can't take you in, but I can't take you in for free." Upon hearing him say this, Son Yushi immediately covered her chest and said to him, "What do you want? I'll be honest with you, if you want our bodies in exchange, we'd rather just leave here." Zhou Chuyu glared at her fiercely and said, "What kind of person do you take me for? I don't even want your body." Son Yushi felt relieved when she heard him say this, and said to him, "So what do you want us to do?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I'm not going to make you do anything. But in the future, you'll all have to listen to me, and help with the work. If you agree, you can stay." After hearing this, Bai Rulan and the other two also hurriedly nodded in agreement, and promised to listen to him in the future. He told them to go east and they would never go west. With three more people, Zhou Chuyu also felt the pressure growing. If he were alone, he could have lived here very well. Even with Ding Shui, he didn't feel the pressure. But now with Bai Rulan and the other two, Zhou Chuyu also felt the pressure. The most important thing now was to find water and build a shelter. Although he had hidden quite a lot of coconuts, they wouldn't last long. Besides, he planned to use them to trade with Lu Hainan's group. As for the mineral water and food he exchanged from Lu Hainan, they were hidden by him and Ding Shui. He would not take them out unless there was no other way. After sitting by the fire and smoking a cigarette, he took a sharpened wooden stick and went to the top of the reef. He took off his clothes and pants, jumped into the sea, and started grabbing lobsters. Seeing Zhou Chuyu jump into the sea, Rue Ying said to Ding Shui with some confusion, "What is brother Zhou doing jumping into the sea?" Ding Shui smiled and said, "He went to catch lobsters." Hearing her say this, Son Yushi said again, "Can you catch lobsters like that?" Ding Shui nodded and said, "Of course you can, otherwise where did the lobsters we traded come from? Brother Zhou is awesome." At this time, Son Yushi said to Ding Shui again, "I don't think he just hit you or yelled at you, why are you still so nice to him?" Ding Shui smiled and said, "Where did brother Zhou yell at me? We were just acting for you." Hearing Ding Shui say this, Son Yushi finally believed what Bai Rulan had said. Only then did she realize that she had wrongly accused Zhou Chuyu. After more than an hour had passed, Zhou Chuyu finally used a wooden stick to spear more than 10 lobsters, climbed onto the rocks, put on his clothes, took the lobsters and returned to the fire. Ding Shui, on the other hand, found a wooden stick and poked some charcoal out of the fire, placed the lobsters on top and started grilling them. Zhou Chuyu went back to where the coconuts were hidden, dug up some coconuts, put them in his clothes and brought them back to the fire. He then took out a knife and split the coconuts open, giving each person a share. Looking at the coconut in his hands, Rue Ying asked again, "Zhou, is there really a large area of coconuts in the forest?" Hearing her ask, Zhou Chuyu, Ding Shui and Bai Rulan all laughed. Bai Rulan said with a smile, "Ying Ying, you're so silly. That was something brother Zhou and Xiaoxue said on purpose to Lu Hainan and the others." Zhou Chuyu glanced at Bai Rulan and laughed. "You're still the smart one. You can't keep anything from me." Hearing Bai Rulan say this, Son Yushi and Rue Ying finally reacted. Son Yushi asked stupidly, "I did this to make them believe that there are coconuts in the woods, so that they will spend a lot of time looking for coconuts and have no time to find food. When they are hungry, I will go to them with coconuts and lobsters to trade for something. Who knows how much they are actually hiding?" After hearing him say this, Rue Ying asked again, "You are so skilled, why don't you just rob them? I believe that if you make a slight move, they will immediately hand over their hidden treasures." Zhou Chuyu glared at her and said, "If we rob them, what's the difference between us and bandits? What kind of person do you take me for? I'm a person with a strong sense of justice. Upon hearing this, Bai Rulin couldn't help but laugh. Do you really consider yourself a person with a strong sense of justice? I think you're just an old fox, and you have more tricks up your sleeve than Lu Hainan and the others put together. They are now being fooled by you. If they knew that there were no coconuts in the forest, they would curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Zhou Chuyu said nonchalantly. I'm doing this to survive, so what if they curse? I can't hear it anyway. After a while, the lobsters were ready to be grilled. The few people also took the grilled lobsters one after the other, peeled off the shells, stuffed them into their mouths, and began to devour them. After eating the lobster, the sun was about to set. Zhou Chuyu took an axe and chopped some firewood in the woods. Now that they had a knife and an axe, everything was more convenient. Since the shelter the two had built was relatively small, and now Song Yushi and the other two had joined them, the shelter became crowded. Zhou Chuyu could only let the girl sleep in the shelter, while he chopped some palm leaves and spread them in front of the shelter. The few of them kept chatting until late at night before they lay down on the palm leaves and fell asleep. Lu Hainan and Shuma supported each other like this, and it took almost 2 hours before they finally returned to the fire. Looking at the two of them, everyone knew that they must have been lectured by Zhou Chuyu. No one dared to speak again. Lu Hainan and Shuma were full of anger at this time. They had originally planned to take care of Bai Rulin tonight, but they never expected her to escape. Under the big tree, Masi took out a cigarette from his pocket, pulled one out and handed it to Lu Hainan, then offered to light it for him. He lit one for himself, took a few puffs, and said with some complaint. Cousin, if you had listened to me and taken Bai Rulin and Song Yushi early, this wouldn't have happened today. Now it's fine. The cooked duck just ran away, and we both got a beating. Lu Hainan was also full of remorse. If he had known that the three of them would run away, he would have done as Ma Hushu said and taken them down early. But it was too late to say anything now. Lu Hainan angrily slammed the cigarette butt onto the ground and said, You just wait and see. One day I will get them back, and as for Zhou Chuyu, I will make him pay for what he did today. After saying this, he looked at the several women sitting in the distance again. Although these women were not as pretty as Bai Rulin and the others, they were still quite good looking. Shumo looked at him and said excitedly, Cousin, why don't we find two to do it tonight? If even these ones run away, it will be more of a loss than a gain. Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan nodded as well. Chapter 19 Moving away from the beach. It was just as dark as night when Lu Hainan and Shuma both tricked two women who looked quite good and walked into the woods. These two women also knew what would happen, but in order to survive, they could only obey the two men. Lu Hainan and Shuma vented all their anger on these two women. It was almost half an hour before they returned to the fire. Looking at the two women in rags, everyone knew what had happened, but no one dared to say anything. Lu Hainan even took the special step of giving each of the two women a bottle of water and some food. By doing so, he was telling everyone else that if they wanted to survive here, they had to listen to him. Early the next morning, Lu Hainan and Shuma went off into the forest shouting at a few men to go with them and look for coconuts, ever since someone had been bitten to death by a poisonous snake in the forest the day before. Everyone was filled with fear of the forest, but they were also incredibly afraid of Lu Hainan and Shuma, so these men had no choice but to follow the two of them into the forest to look for coconuts. This time, everyone was extremely cautious. They wandered around the forest for 3 or 4 hours without finding any coconuts. It wasn't until the afternoon that they returned to the shore, panting heavily. They collapsed on the ground and began to curse. Seeing that they had found no food, the group could only go to the shore to pick up some clams and conchas to grill and eat. Another day passed like this. The next morning, Lu Hainan took a group of people into the woods again to look for coconuts. Needless to say, they didn't find any. On the third morning, when Lu Hainan shouted at them to go look for coconuts again, none of them wanted to go. Seeing that no one wanted to go, Lu Hainan shouted at the group. If you don't want to go, then Shuma and I will go. If we find any coconuts, you can't eat them. After saying this, he led Shueiho towards the forest. Over the past 2 days, they had searched almost every nearby forest, but they had not seen a trace of a coconut. Shueiho suddenly said to Lu Hainan at this time, Cousin, perhaps there are no coconuts in these woods at all. Could it be that Ding Shui and Zhou Chuyu have teamed up to trick us? Lu Hainan shook his head and said, I don't think so. If there were no coconuts in the forest, Zhou Chuyu would not have treated Ding Shui that way. After hearing him say that, Shuma didn't say anything else, and the two of them continued searching for coconuts in the forest like this. Seeing Lu Hainan and Shu Mao walk into the forest, a man suddenly stood up and walked towards the forest, and after a while, he took something out. He walked towards the shelter where Zhou Chuyu and the others were staying, and from the way he was acting, he should be going to trade it for food with Zhou Chuyu. Once he got the first one, there would be a second, and one after the other. People stood up and walked towards the forest. When they came out, everyone was holding something in their hands and walking towards the shelter where Zhou Chuyu and the others were living. Those who didn't have anything hidden were left with nothing but envy as they watched the group leave. At this time, Zhou Chuyu and the others were sitting by the fire, eating grilled lobsters and drinking coconut juice. Over the past 2 days, Zhou Chuyu had caught a lot of lobsters with his bare hands and kept them in a deep pit to raise them. When they had finished breakfast, Bai Rulin looked up and saw some people walking towards them. She then said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, look, someone's coming." Zhou Chuyu looked up and saw the people, then smiled and said, "Business is coming in. Snow, you take them and get some coconuts." After saying that, he walked towards the group of people. When he got to the group of people, he looked at the things they were holding and pretended not to see, then said to them, "What are you doing here?" Hearing him ask this, the group of people took out the things one after the other, asking Zhou Chuyu to exchange them for some lobsters and coconuts to eat. Looking at the things in the hands of the crowd, Zhou Chuyu's eyes lit up suddenly. They brought almost everything, including cigarettes and lighters, as well as some medicines and cosmetics, and some toiletries. Looking at so many things in their hands, Zhou Chuyu said expressionlessly, "Do you have anything else?" Hearing him say this, the group shook their heads and said they didn't have anything else. Zhou Chuyu thought to himself that these people probably didn't have anything either. After a while, Ding Shui and the others came back with some coconuts in a woven bag, which they simply poured out on the beach. Zhou Chuyu took the woven bag covering the pit and removed it, revealing the lobsters inside to everyone. Seeing so many coconuts and lobsters, everyone's eyes lit up, and they took out things to trade one after another. Zhou Chuyu was also very happy to trade with these people. After getting the lobsters and coconuts, these people left happily, and Zhou Chuyu asked Ding Shui and the others to carry all the things they had exchanged back to the shelter. After today's exchange, Zhou Chuyu didn't have many coconuts left hidden, so it looked like it was time to leave. Anyway, now that there were so many things, as long as a water source was found, they could focus on building the shelter. After dinner, Zhou Chuyu said to the others, "I plan to go into the woods tomorrow to find water. You guys stay here and don't run around. If we find water, we'll move." Hearing him say this, Song Yushi asked somewhat puzzled, "Zhou, isn't it great that we're here by the sea? And there are lobsters to eat here, so why move?" Zhou Chuyu looked at her and said, "After today's exchange, Xiaoshuek and I don't have many coconuts hidden away. At most, we have enough for 2 or 3 days. If we don't have fresh water, we'll die of thirst here." Bai Rulin said to him again, "Brother Zhou, why don't we go with you? If you leave, what are we going to do if Lu Hainan and Shu Mao find their way here? Besides, we're not too confident if you go alone." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu also felt that she had a point. If you leave and Lu Hainan and Shu Mao suddenly find their way here, these girls will suffer. After a little consideration, he said to the group, "Okay, tomorrow morning we'll take these things up to find a water source. If we can find a water source, that's even better, but if we can't, we'll come back." Early the next morning, Zhou Chuyu woke up and first went to the shore and found some woven bags. He put all the things he had exchanged into the bags. He also found some empty bottles and cleaned them with seawater. He also split some coconuts and poured the coconut juice into the empty bottles. He also picked up some plastic bags, tore them open and distributed them to several people, so that they could tie their sleeves and pant legs. Each person carried a knitted bag and walked towards the forest. The forest was full of towering trees and dense thickets, as well as some thorns covered in barbs. Everyone carried a woven bag, which made walking more difficult. They also had to keep a constant lookout around them. They kept walking and stopping, and it took 2 to 3 hours to walk just 3 or 4 kilometers. At this time, everyone was already sweating and panting. Bai Rulin and the other girls had blood on their shoulders and soles of their feet from the abrasions, but they all gritted their teeth and persevered. Zhou Chuyu was also quite distressed when he saw this, so he immediately found a clearing, cleaned the weeds and leaves off the ground, and let the girls sit on the ground to rest. He also handed a few of them coconut juice in empty bottles from the woven bag, and handed a few of them knives and axes, while continuing to walk deeper into the woods. Chapter 20 Finding Water. Zhou Chuyu continued walking deeper into the dense forest alone with a stick in his hand. After walking for almost an hour, he faintly heard the sound of water, which made him feel happy. He immediately quickened his pace and walked quickly in the direction of the sound. As he got closer, the sound of water became clearer and clearer. After walking a few hundred meters, a small river more than 2 meters wide suddenly appeared in front of him. The river was about 2 meters deep, the water was crystal clear, and there were many animal footprints along the riverbank. There were also some small fish more than an inch long swimming around at the bottom of the river. Judging from the relatively low terrain of the river, it should be formed by the convergence of rainwater, but where the fish in the river came from is unknown. Although the water in the river is crystal clear, Zhou Chuyu knows that there are a lot of parasites and bacteria in the water, and he is afraid to drink it rashly. He then turned around and quickly ran towards Ding Shui and the others. It took less than an hour to arrive in front of Ding Shui and the others, who were panting heavily as he said to them, "I found the water source, so hurry up and pack your things and come over." Hearing that he had already found the water source, everyone was extremely happy and excited. They all carried the woven bags and followed Zhou Chuyu towards the river. After another hour or so, they finally arrived at the river. They put the woven bag on the ground and looked at the crystal clear water. The girls ran to the river and put their heads over the water to drink. Zhou Chuyu saw this and quickly said to them, "You can't drink this water. Although it looks clean, there are countless bacteria and parasites in it. If you drink it like this, it will definitely make you sick. You must boil it before you drink it." Hearing him say this, the girls quickly pulled their heads back. Zhou Chuyu picked up some dead grass and wood on the ground, and directly lit a fire by the small river. He then took a pot made from a paint bucket, filled it with some river water, and put it on the fire to boil. After the water boiled and cooled down, Zhou Chuyu took out a few bottles, cut them open, and distributed them to the others. The girls also took the cut bottles, ladled the water from the pot, and drank it. After drinking the water, Zhou Chuyu told the girls to stay where they were, and he planned to find a suitable place to build a shelter. So he walked along the river for a few hundred meters, and finally saw an open space on higher ground by the river. There were relatively few happy animal footprints here, so it was the most suitable place to build a shelter. And not far from the river, there were some bamboo with a bowl-like thickness growing, which were most suitable for building a shelter. He quickly returned to Bai Rulin and the others, asked them to bring their belongings and go with him. When they arrived at the clearing where the shelter would be built, everyone put the woven bag on the ground, and Zhou Chuyu picked up some firewood and lit a fire on the clearing. It was already afternoon. The group had not eaten anything all day, and after carrying the bags for several hours in the woods, they were starving. Fortunately, Zhou Chuyu had brought a plastic bag of lobsters from the beach when he arrived, and took them out and put them on the fire to grill them. When the lobsters were done grilling, the group could not wait to pick them up, break off the shells, and shove them into their mouths to gobble them up. After eating the grilled lobster, the group finally regained some strength. Zhou Chuyu told the girls to go pick up some firewood, while he took a knife and went into the woods to cut some palm leaves and carry them back to the fire. He spread them out in a thick layer on the ground. Ding Shui and the others also picked up a lot of firewood. It was getting dark, so it was impossible to build a shelter today. For the safety of everyone, Zhou Chuyu cut some thorns with thorns and placed them around the clearing. Seeing that it had completely darkened, Zhou Chuyu lit several fires around the clearing. Perhaps they were too tired, the girls lay down on the palm leaves early to sleep. Although they had lit several fires, there were a lot of mosquitoes and insects here, and the girls were bitten and had many big bumps. They couldn't sleep for a long time. Zhou Chuyu suddenly remembered that he seemed to have traded coconuts and lobsters for 2 bottles of floral water yesterday, so he immediately emptied the contents of the woven bags and looked for it. After a while, he found the 2 bottles of floral water and handed them to Ding Shui and the others, telling them to spray it on their bodies. Ding Shui and the others took the floral water and sprayed it on their bodies. After spraying the floral water, the mosquitoes really decreased a lot, and the few people also fell asleep one after another. Zhou Chuyu, on the other hand, was not taking any chances. He kept a knife in his hand and sat by the fire to guard the girls. It was not until midnight that Bai Rulin woke up to go to the toilet and relieve him of his night watch duty that he lay down on the palm leaves and fell asleep. Although he fell asleep only in the middle of the night last night, Zhou Chuyu woke up as soon as it was dawn the next morning. He saw Bai Rulin sitting by the fire, his eyes red and swollen. Zhou Chuyu quickly told him to lie down and rest, while he himself stood up and stretched his muscles. In a short while, Ding Shui also woke up. Since they had already finished the lobsters they had brought from the coast the day before, the few of them had no food at the moment. Zhou Chuyu asked Ding Shui to watch over the still sleeping Song Yushi and the others, while he himself took a knife and a sharpened wooden stick and walked towards the forest. He wandered around in the forest for nearly half an hour. The sun had already risen, and the occasional cry of a pheasant could be heard from the branches. However, without a bow and arrow, Zhou Chuyu was unable to do anything about them. After walking a little further, a sudden scream of an animal came from the forest not far away. Zhou Chuyu knew from listening carefully that the scream was made by a wild boar. Zhou Chuyu quickly walked towards the direction of the pig's screams, holding a knife. After walking a little more than 200 meters, he saw a 30-40 kilograms wild boar, tangled in the vines of some plants. The wild boar was still desperately trying to break free from the vines, but the more it struggled, the tighter the vines wrapped around it. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but laugh out loud. I originally thought that finding food would be difficult. I didn't expect this wild boar to come to me voluntarily, and I quickly ran over to the wild boar that was entangled in vines. Seeing that Zhou Chuyu was getting closer to the wild boar, it screamed louder and louder, and it struggled more and more to break free. Zhou Chuyu was not used to pampering it, so he picked up a sharpened wooden stick and stabbed it hard at its neck. The moment he pulled out the stick, the wild boar let out another scream, and a stream of blood gushed out from its neck. As the blood continued to flow, the wild boar slowly fell over, and its screams grew smaller and smaller, until there was no sound at all. Seeing that the wild boar was completely dead, Zhou Chuyu took out a knife and cut the vines wrapped around it. He then carried the wild boar and quickly walked towards the small river. Chapter 21 Building a Shelter. When they returned to the small river, Song Yushi and the others had all woken up and were sitting by the fire. They were all shocked to see that he had actually carried back such a large wild boar, and they all stood up and walked over to him. Zhou Chuyu threw the wild boar on the ground and collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. At this time, he was covered in sweat, and his clothes were completely soaked. Bai Ruolin immediately picked up a cut mineral water bottle and filled it with some cold boiled water in the pot and handed it to him. After taking the cold boiled water and gulping it down, he sat on the ground again and breathed heavily. Rue Ying said in surprise. Brother Zhou, you are amazing. You actually got back such a big wild boar. Zhou Chuyu laughed. I just had a stroke of luck. This wild boar happened to be entangled in the vines, so I was able to get it back. After sitting on the ground for a while to rest, he stood up and dragged the wild boar to the river. He then led a few people to find some dry grass to cover the wild boar with, and took out a lighter to set the dry grass on fire. As the dry grass burned, the air was instantly filled with the smell of burning pig hair. The girls all covered their noses and mouths with their hands. When the dry grass burned out, the hair on the wild boar had been burned clean. Zhou Chuyu directly took the wild boar to the river and started cleaning it. After cleaning it, he took out a knife and cut a slit in its belly, directly scooped out the entrails and cut off the liver. He then threw the rest of the carcass into the river and let the current take it away. I took the knife and started to cut up the wild boar. After cutting up all the wild boar, I took it to the fire and placed it on a palm leaf. I took the pot and went to the river to fill it with water, placed it on the fire, took a piece of wild boar and cut it into small pieces and placed it in the pot to start cooking. Looking at the remaining wild boar, there were already a lot of flies and insects flying around non-stop. I thought to myself that if this meat is not processed in time, it will easily rot and deteriorate. I stood up and went to the small river where the bamboo grew. I cut a few bamboo sticks about the thickness of my arm and carried them back to the fire. I cut the bamboo into smaller pieces, went back into the forest and carried back some rattan. I used these bamboo sticks to make a bamboo rack. He went back into the woods and cut some pine branches and placed them on top of the bamboo rack. He placed all the remaining wild boar on top of the pine branches, covered it with another layer of pine branches, and then took some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed it under the bamboo rack. He then cut some more pine branches and placed them on top of the charcoal, and that was how he started smoking the wild boar. From the time he started processing the wild boar, the girls hardly helped at all. At this time, when they saw him using pine branches to smoke the wild boar, the girls admired him even more and more. When he was done with all this, the wild boar in the pot also began to give off a burst of fragrance. Zhou Chuyu took out a knife again and used a wooden stick to sharpen a few pairs of chopsticks and handed them to the girls. The girls also picked up the stewed wild boar in the pot and stuffed it into their mouths and gobbled it up. After eating the pork, Zhou Chuyu took the girls to the riverbank to cut the bamboo needed to build a shelter. Zhou Chuyu was responsible for cutting the bamboo down with an axe, while Ding Shui and Song Yushi used knives to cut the leaves off the bamboo. Bai Ruolin and Rue Ying were responsible for carrying the bamboo back to the clearing where the shelter would be built. Except for Ding Shui, the other three girls had never done any manual labor before. At the end of the day, all three of them felt sore all over, but they also knew that if they wanted to survive here, they had to work, so they gritted their teeth and persevered. When it got dark, the group had finally cut a large pile of bamboo and carried it back to the clearing where they were building the shelter, but there was still not enough bamboo to build the shelter. Zhou Chuyu took some more wild boar ribs, chopped them into small pieces and put them in a pot to stew. Zhou Chuyu then took a section of bamboo about the thickness of a bowl and made a few bamboo bowls. When the ribs were stewed, the few people picked up the ribs, stuffed them into their mouths and began to tuck in. A large pot of stewed ribs was eaten clean by a few people in no time, and in the end there wasn't even a little bit of broth left. After eating the stewed ribs, Ding Shui volunteered to be on night watch tonight, while Song Yushi and the others just rubbed a little floral water on their bodies and lay down on palm leaves to sleep. Zhou Chuyu didn't fall asleep until the middle of the night last night, and he woke up relatively early this morning. At this time, he was already very sleepy, and he told Ding Shui to wake him up if there was any noise, and then he lay down on the palm frond and fell asleep. When he woke up, it was already the next morning. At this time, Ru Ying had replaced him sitting by the fire. It turned out that last night, Ru Ying was awakened by the urge to urinate in the middle of the night. She got up, went to the toilet, and then replaced Ding Shui on watch. Seeing Zhou Chuyu wake up, Ru Ying smiled and greeted him. Seeing that Ru Ying looked haggard, Zhou Chuyu told her to lie down and rest for a while he took some still burning charcoal from the fire and placed it under the bamboo rack. He then chopped some pine branches and placed them on top of the charcoal. After a day of smoking, the wild boar on the bamboo rack had also lost a lot of water and showed no signs of decay or spoilage. After washing my face at the river, I picked up my axe and went back to the river to chop some bamboo. 2 days passed in this way. With the efforts of several people, they finally cut a large pile of bamboo, which was more than enough to build a shelter. On the morning of the third day, after cooking some wild boar and eating it, the group began to build the shelter. Zhou Chuyu took a few girls and dug some pits nearly half a meter deep in the open space with wooden sticks. Although they did not have handy tools, it was close to the river here, and the soil was relatively loose, so it was not very laborious to dig. After digging the pit, they found some thick bamboo and set them up inside the pit one by one. Then they filled the pit with some rocks and soil and stepped on it to make it firm. In this way, by the afternoon, they finally managed to set up more than 10 pieces of bamboo on the open ground. Zhou Chuyu then took a few girls to the forest to cut rattan. By the time it got dark, they had finally cut a large pile of rattan. After cooking some wild boar and eating it, Zhou Chuyu stayed up to keep watch while the girls lay down on palm leaves and went to sleep early. It wasn't until midnight that Song Yushi woke up to replace him on watch, and then he lay down on the palm leaves and fell asleep. The next morning, they woke up and started building the shelter again without a break. Since they had already erected the supporting poles the day before, today they used rattan and bamboo to connect all the poles together. By the afternoon, they had finally built the main frame of the shelter. All that remained was the roof and walls, which would protect them from large carnivores. Zhou Chuyu planned to use bamboo to stack up the walls of the shelter, and he kept busy until the evening, when he used bamboo to build one wall of the shelter. After cooking some wild boar and eating it, Bai Rulin stayed up to keep watch, while the others lay down on palm leaves early to go to sleep. Unconsciously, it had been more than 10 days since they arrived on this deserted island, and at this time, the group no longer had high hopes for the arrival of the rescue team. Chapter 22 The shelter is complete. The next morning, after waking up, the group went to the river to wash up briefly and then continued building the walls of the shelter. It took another day to finally build the 4 walls of the shelter, leaving a place for the door, and all that was left was the roof. It seems that with 2 more days, the shelter will be completely built. In the past few days, everyone has been sleeping and building the shelter. On that day, Zhou Chuyu also brought back a wild boar, so they didn't have to go into the woods every day to find food. The girls have been exhausted these past few days. It feels like they have done physical work they have never done before in their lives in these past few days. Since the walls of the shelter have already been built, there is no need to keep watch tonight. Just light a fire in the doorway. The next morning, after waking up and eating something cooked, everyone started to continue building the roof of the shelter. It took a whole day to finally build the roof of the shelter, and a thick layer of palm leaves was covered on top. Another day passed like this. The next morning, Zhou Chuyu woke up as soon as it was dim. He glanced at the sleeping girl, walked out of the shelter, went to the small river, and washed his face with the river water. He looked for a stick and started digging the mud by the river. By the time the girls woke up, Zhou Chuyu had already dug up a large pile of mud. Seeing Zhou Chuyu digging mud by the river, the girls were all curious. Ding Shui asked, "Brother Zhou, what are you doing digging up so much mud?" Zhou Chuyu said without looking up. "Although the shelter has been built, there are still some gaps in the roof and walls. I'm afraid it will leak when it rains, so I plan to mix some mud with the mud and spread it on the roof and walls." After hearing him say this, the girls finally understood, and they secretly thought that he was more thoughtful. After washing up, the girls also helped him dig up the mud. It took more than an hour to dig up a large pile of mud. Zhou Chuyu then brought a few people to find some leaves and dead grass, mixed them well with the mud, added some water, took off their shoes and started stomping. After stomping for more than an hour, he grabbed a handful and saw that the mud had already become very cohesive. He then carried the mud to the shelter and started to apply it to the roof and walls. By the afternoon, a thick layer of mud had been applied to the walls and roof, and a bamboo door had been installed using bamboo. The shelter was finally built after a week of work. Since arriving on this deserted island, apart from Zhou Chuyu and Ding Shui, the other girls had never changed their clothes or taken a bath. At this time, they all had a strange smell and the clothes they were wearing were filthy. Seeing that it was still a while before dark, Bai Rulin said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, we want to go and take a bath in the river. We look like beggars now, but unfortunately we don't have any clean clothes. It would be great if we had a change of clothes." When he heard her say this, Zhou Chuyu suddenly thought of the uniforms he had hidden away. He wondered what would happen if these girls put those uniforms on, and then he smiled and said, "Be careful when you shower, there might be poisonous snakes around here. As for clean clothes, I do have some, but I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed to wear them." Hearing him say this, the girls all looked at him. Son Yushi said with some disbelief, "Zhou, where did you say you had clean clothes? You didn't pluck them off a corpse again, did you?" Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, "I hid them by the shore, and I didn't pluck them off a corpse. It's just that I'm afraid you'll be embarrassed to wear them." Upon hearing this, Rue Ying hurriedly said, "Brother Zhou, if you don't want to give us your clothes, and you deliberately hide them, what kind of clothes are we embarrassed to wear?" Zhou Chuyu laughed. "Since you are willing to wear them, I will go to the beach tomorrow to get them. I will also go to the beach to boil some sea salt with seawater. I haven't eaten salt for so many days, I feel weak. It's getting late, if you guys want to take a bath, you should go early." The others nodded, and Ding Shui said to him again, "Brother Zhou, don't you dare peek at us while we're bathing." Zhou Chuyu glared at her and said, "What kind of person do you take me for? How would I peek at you? Even if I wanted to, I would do it openly." Hearing him say this, the girls all laughed, walked towards the small river, and went to a hidden place. They took off their clothes and pants, went down into the river, and started bathing. Zhou Chuyu took a piece of bamboo left over from building the shelter, picked up a knife and split it into pieces about 1 inch wide. He planned to weave a bamboo basket out of these pieces, so that it would be easier to carry things in the future. When he had split the bamboo into strips, the girls returned from their bath. Although they were still wearing dirty clothes, they looked exceptionally beautiful and charming after their bath, and Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but stare at them. The girls sat around the fire, drying their still dripping hair. Seeing Zhou Chuyu fiddling with the strips of bamboo, Ding Shui asked curiously, "What are you doing, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Chuyu laughed. "I want to weave a bamboo basket out of these bamboo pieces, so that in the future we can carry things more easily." Bai Rulin couldn't help but say, "Brother Zhou, I feel like there's nothing you can't do, you're just an all-around talent. How can someone as talented as you be a security guard on a cruise ship?" Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "It's all for a living. And I don't feel like there's anything bad about being a security guard. Although you guys don't make as much money as anchors, I'm pretty content with it." After hearing him say this, Son Yushi asked him again, "What kind of wife do you want to find in the future?" Zhou Chuyu said without even thinking, "It'd be best to find a rich one, so I don't have to struggle for the rest of my life. What do you guys think?" After hearing him say this, the girls all burst out laughing. It was almost 2 hours later. Zhou Chuyu also used bamboo strips to weave a bamboo basket, and everyone else also returned to the shelter and lay down on the palm leaves to sleep. Sleeping with a few girls, Zhou Chuyu felt a little strange in his heart. His mind was full of random thoughts. He thought to himself that this was no way to go on. When he had some free time, he would have to build a new shelter for himself to live in. He just kept on thinking about this for a while, and it wasn't until almost midnight that he fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 23 Back to the shore. Perhaps it was because I was so tired these days. The next morning, it wasn't until the sun rose high that people woke up one after the other. After washing up by the river, Zhou Chuyu cooked the last of the boar meat. After breakfast, Zhou Chuyu put the pot made of paint buckets in a bamboo basket, carried the basket on his back, and asked a few people to tie up their sleeves and pant legs. Then he led the girls towards the shore. Zhou Chuyu still took the knife and led the way, while the girls followed closely behind him. It took more than 2 hours to finally reach the shore, and they didn't encounter any danger along the way. When they reached the shore, all the girls were sitting on the ground panting heavily, while Zhou Chuyu dug up some more coconuts, split them open with his knife and shared them with the girls. After drinking the coconut juice, Zhou Chuyu found some firewood, lit a fire on the beach, and put a pot made from a paint bucket filled with seawater on top of the fire to start boiling sea salt. The girls played on the beach while Zhou Chuyu found a stick, sharpened it with a knife, went to the rocks on the beach, took off his clothes and pants, and went into the sea to catch lobsters. After more than 2 hours, he finally caught more than 10 lobsters. He took the lobsters back to the fire, poked out some charcoal, and directly put the lobsters on it to roast them. The girls also returned to the fire when they were tired. By this time, the seawater in the pot had evaporated, leaving a layer of grayish-white sea salt crystals at the bottom. These sea salt crystals still contained a lot of impurities, and had to be further filtered and processed before they could be eaten. The sea salt crystals that had been boiled out were carefully placed in an empty bottle, and the pot was refilled with seawater and boiled again. Before long, the lobsters were done roasting. The several people took the lobsters one after the other, peeled off the shells, stuffed them into their mouths, and began to eat them in big bites. After eating the lobster, it was almost dark, and it was unlikely that they would be able to go back today. It looked like they would have to stay by the shore overnight. Zhou Chuyu led the others into the woods to cut some dry firewood and palm leaves to bring back to the shore. At this time, Ding Shui suddenly said to Zhou Chuyu, "Zhou, where are the clothes you hid? Hurry up and get them, we're waiting to change." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "Are you sure you want to wear them?" The girls all nodded, and Zhou Chuyu then stood up and walked towards the place where he had hidden the suitcases. It took him an hour to return with the suitcases on his shoulders. After the girls took the suitcases, they couldn't wait to open them. When they opened the suitcases, they all blushed. They didn't realize that the clothes Zhou Chuyu had mentioned were these sexy uniforms. No wonder he asked if they wanted to wear them. Seeing the girls' expressions, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "Do you still want to wear them now?" Hearing him ask like this, no one said a word. After a while, Song Yushi blushed and said, "Brother Zhou, where did you get all these things?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "Of course they were salvaged from the sea. Do you still want to wear them?" After he finished speaking, he looked at the several people with a smile. Ding Shui glanced at the dirty clothes on her body, gritted her teeth, picked up a set of uniforms, and walked towards the woods. The other 3 girls saw this and also gritted their teeth, each picking up a set of clothes and walking towards the woods. After a while, the girls came out of the dressing room, and when they saw Zhou Chuyu, they immediately widened their eyes. Zhou felt like his nose was about to bleed. The clothes on the girls' bodies showed off their sexy figures. When they saw Zhou Chuyu staring at them, the girls blushed. Song Yushi said shyly, "Zhou, can you stop looking? It feels weird when you look at us like that." Zhou Chuyu, on the other hand, said with a smile, "I think you look quite good in these clothes, so why don't you just wear them every day from now on? It'll be good for my eyes too." After saying that, he burst out laughing. The girls all glared at him fiercely, took the clothes they had changed into, and ran to the shore to wash them. After washing the clothes, they found a big tree on the shore and hung the washed clothes on the branches to dry. By this time, it had completely darkened. The girls then returned to the fire wearing their sexy uniforms and sat down. Zhou Chuyu, meanwhile, smoked a cigarette while watching the girls with interest. Being watched so recklessly by him, the girls all felt extremely shy, but they couldn't do anything about it. The group sat like this until late at night before lying down on the palm leaves to sleep. Zhou Chuyu, on the other hand, sat by the fire, guarding the girls until almost dawn. Feeling like his eyes were about to close, he finally lay down on the palm leaves to sleep. When the sun rose, the girls woke up and looked at Zhou Chuyu, who was still asleep. The girls didn't disturb him and went to the shore to wash up a bit before getting ready to take off the sexy uniforms they were wearing. At that moment, Ding Shui looked up and saw Lu Hainan and Shu Mao walking towards them with a few men. She hurriedly shouted at Song Yushi and the other 2, who were still washing up. "Look, Lu Hainan and the others are here." Hearing her shout, Song Yushi and the others also looked up. At this time, Lu Hainan and his group were only a few dozen meters away from the group of people. The group of people hurriedly ran back to the fire. Rui Ying crouched down, shook the still sleeping Zhou Chuyu with her hand, and shouted loudly. Zhou, something's wrong, Lu Hainan and the others are here. Zhou Chuyu opened his eyes, rubbed his bleary eyes, and got up from the palm frond. He was suddenly awakened, and Zhou Chuyu was suddenly full of anger. Looking at the group of people walking towards him, he wondered to himself what these people were doing here. In no time, Lu Hainan and his group arrived in front of Zhou Chuyu and the others. Seeing that the girls were all wearing sexy uniforms, Lu Hainan and the others' eyes were glued. Stared at by such a large group of people, the girls all hid behind Zhou Chuyu. Zhou Chuyu coldly said to Lu Hainan, "What are you doing here? If you dare to look again, I swear I'll gouge out your eyes." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, many people hurriedly withdrew their gaze and bowed their heads. Only Lu Hainan and Shu Mao were still staring at the girls without restraint. Zhou Chuyu suddenly became furious and shouted at Lu Hainan. "Are you two deaf? Or is your ear stuffed with donkey hair? Get out of here, isn't it enough that I fixed you last time?" Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Lu Hainan looked at him and said with a smile. "Zhou, I've been looking for you for days. I finally caught you today. I advise you to be sensible and hand over these girls to me. Let me have a good time with them. I might consider sparing your life." Hearing him say this, Zhou couldn't help but laugh out loud. He thought to himself, what's wrong with Lu Hainan today? Has he taken the wrong medicine, daring to challenge me like this? Chapter 24 Grab the gun with your bare hands. Sloppy continued. "Zhou, I advise you to be sensible. As my cousin said, hand over these girls to us, and we can consider sparing your life." Zhou Chuyu was furious, and shouted at the two men. "I think you two have gone mad. Or do you have a problem with your skin? It seems that the lesson from last time has not taught you a lesson." After saying this, he was about to teach the two a lesson, when Lu Hainan suddenly pulled a pistol from his waistband and pointed it at Zhou Chuyu. Seeing Lu Hainan actually pull out a pistol, Zhou Chuyu was momentarily stunned, and the girls Song Yushi and the others were even more scared, turning pale and screaming. Lu Hainan said with a smug look on his face. "Zhou, let's see you show off some more. Even if you're really good at fighting, can you beat the pistol in my hand? As long as I pull the trigger lightly, you will obediently go to meet your maker." Facing the dark muzzle of the gun, Zhou Chuyu was not at all panicked. He had played with almost countless guns, and just said to Lu Hainan, "Where did you get this pistol? You have to know that in our country, the control of firearms is also relatively strict. Even the police can only carry guns when on duty." Lu Hainan did not hide his response to his interrogation, telling him that the gun was found on a corpse. Lu Hainan then proudly told the girls Song Yushi that they could come over themselves, or they could come over after I killed Zhou. Hearing this, Ding Shui quickly said, "As long as you don't kill Brother Zhou, you can let us do whatever you want." Song Yushi and the other two girls also quickly said, "As long as you spare Brother Zhou, you can let us do whatever you want." Hearing what the girls said, Lu Hainan burst out laughing and said, "Zhou, I'm a little jealous of you. I never thought these girls would be willing to sacrifice themselves for you." Zhou Chuyu didn't say anything, but he was thinking about how to get the gun. Lu Hainan then said to Song Yushi and the other three, "If you want me to spare him, it depends on what you do. If you serve me well, I can spare his life." Hearing him say this, the girls wanted to die, but in order to save Zhou Chuyu and the others, they had to sacrifice themselves. At this time, Lu Hainan shouted again, "You girls take off your clothes first, so I can admire your bodies properly." After he finished speaking, he laughed loudly, and Sulu and the others laughed loudly as well. Hearing him say this, the girls felt that it was even more difficult than killing themselves, and tears slowly flowed from their eyes. Seeing that the few people had not moved, Lu Hainan shouted again, "I'll count to 3, if you don't take off your clothes, I'll shoot him dead." After he finished speaking, he started counting. When he got to 2, the girls also reached for their clothes. At this time, Zhou Chuyu, with lightning speed, quickly ran up to Lu Hainan, grabbed his hand holding the gun, and before Lu Hainan could react, he directly snatched the gun from his hand. He turned the gun around and pointed it at Lu Hainan's head, shouting at him, "You really deserve to die. It seems that I can't let you go. When I play with guns, you're still playing with mud." Lu Hainan and the others were shocked by this sudden turn of events. No one expected Zhou Chuyu to wrest the gun from him. Facing the black muzzle of the gun and looking at Zhou Chuyu's murderous eyes, Lu Hainan fell to his knees with a thud and said to Zhou Chuyu, "Zhou, no, Boss Zhou, I was also acting on impulse. Please spare my life." Seeing this, several of the sloppy guys also knelt down, begging Zhou Chuyu to spare their lives. Seeing that Lu Hainan had already seized the gun, the girls Song Yushi and the others all let out a long sigh of relief. Song Yushi quickly walked up to Lu Hainan, raised her hand and slapped him hard in the face. Lu Hainan didn't dare to resist, not even daring to move, as Zhou Chuyu pointed a gun at his head. Ding Shui walked up to Shuma and slapped him more than 10 times in a row, directly turning his face into a pig's head. After slapping him, Ding Shui still felt a bit unsatisfied, so she gave him a hard kick in the stomach. Bai Rulan and Rue Ying also walked up to Lu Hainan and Shu Mao and gave them a few slaps. At this time, Lu Hainan said to Zhou Chuyu like a dog, "Boss Zhou, can you let us go? I promise I won't mess with you guys again." Seeing him like this, Zhou Chuyu was also thinking about whether to just kill him outright, but if he did, it would be hard to justify. If he left one day and someone found out, he would probably face prison. If it were in the past, he would have no hesitation in pulling the trigger, but now he had a seriously ill mother who needed his care. If he went to prison, what would his elderly mother do? Even if I have to kill him, I can't do it in front of so many people. It seems that I will have to find another opportunity later. Thinking about this, he slowly put the gun away and said coldly to him, "Stand up." Lu Hainan and the others thought that Zhou Chuyu had spared them and they all stood up. However, they didn't expect that as soon as he stood up, Zhou Chuyu used all his strength and kicked him hard in the groin. As soon as the kick landed, Lu Hainan immediately fell to the ground, covering his crotch, while letting out a pig-like squeal. It looked like Lu Hainan would never be considered a real man again. Seeing how ruthless Zhou Chuyu was, the few men from the sloppy group couldn't help but feel a chill down their backs. Zhou Chuyu walked up to the sloppy guy again, looking at this killing god. The sloppy guy fell to the ground again, kneeling down and begging incessantly. Seeing this, the other people also fell to the ground one after the other. At this time, Zhou Chuyu coldly said to them, "Get out of here, if you come to trouble me again in the future, I will kill you." After hearing him say this, the few people of Mahu thanked him again, and then helped Lu Hainan, who was still wailing, to get up and leave in a panic. After seeing them leave, Bai Rulan said to him, "Brother Zhou, you're just letting them go?" Zhou Chuyu said with a bitter smile, "I can't just kill them all." After saying this, he picked up the pistol and began to inspect it. It was a Type 54 pistol. He removed the magazine and found that there were actually 6 bullets inside. He was suddenly overjoyed. With this pistol, he would be able to survive here very well. At the same time, he began to wonder who the owner of this pistol really was. Dressing the pistol at his waist, he lay down on the palm leaves again. Song Yushi and the other girls went into the forest and changed their clothes. It wasn't until noon that Zhou Chuyu woke up. He climbed up from the palm frond and saw the girls playing on the shore. He went to the shore, washed his face, walked to the rocks, took off his clothes and pants, took a sharpened wooden stick, and went down to the sea to catch lobsters. Chapter 25 Cold. It took more than an hour to catch 10 more lobsters. After getting up, he put on his clothes, took the lobsters and went to the fire to grill them. From yesterday to the present, he has used seawater to boil 4 or 5 bottles of sea salt to crystallize. After processing, this sea salt is also enough for several people to eat for a period of time. Zhou Chuyu plans to go back to the shelter after eating the grilled lobsters. After the lobster was cooked, a few people picked it up, peeled off the shell, stuffed it in their mouths, and started eating. Just then, Bai Rulan suddenly saw a woman walking towards them from the distant beach. Immediately, she said to the group, "Look, there's a woman over there, she looks quite pretty." Hearing her say this, everyone turned their attention to the shore. At this time, the woman also saw the group of people and quickened her pace, walking quickly towards them. Before long, the girl came up to the group. At this time, Zhou Chuyu and the others were able to take a good look at the woman's appearance. The woman should be about 24 or 25 years old, about 1.7 meters tall, and is relatively pretty, but she is cold. She was wearing a torn tracksuit. It had been a long time since they had arrived on the deserted island, and this was the first time they had seen this girl. When the girl saw the grilled lobster, she couldn't help but swallow. Without saying a word, she picked up one, peeled off the shell, and shoved it into her mouth, devouring it. Everyone was confused by her actions. Song Yu said, "How can you be so rude? You just take our food and eat it." The girl still didn't say a word, but kept eating the lobsters. After finishing one, she wiped her hands, took out an ID card from her torn pocket, and threw it directly into Jo Chuyu's hands. Then she picked up another lobster, peeled off the shell, and started eating it. Jo Chuyu picked up the ID card she threw at him. Before he opened it, he saw an emblem on the outside that was extremely conspicuous. Underneath the emblem were several large golden characters, Ministry of State Security. When he opened it, he saw a photo of the girl, her name, and her position. The girl's name was Lang Bing, and her position was not low. Jo Chuyu couldn't help but wonder how someone from the Ministry of State Security would be here. Jo Chuyu then showed her ID card to Son Yushi and the other girls. After reading it, the girls were also shocked. They had only heard of the Ministry of State Security before, and only knew that it was a relatively mysterious department. They never imagined that this girl was actually from the Ministry of State Security. The girl named Lang Bing just kept on eating the grilled lobsters, one after the other. Jo Chuyu and the others did not stop her, and after eating 4 lobsters, the girl took her ID card from Ding Shui and put it back in her pocket. She said coldly to the others, "Thank you," stood up, and tried to leave. When she stood up, she suddenly saw the pistol that Jo Chuyu had pinned at his waist. She was stunned and quickly reached out a hand to grab the pistol. As she was about to touch the pistol, Jo Chuyu also quickly reached out a hand and grabbed her arm. Lang Bing also reacted quickly. When she was grabbed by Jo Chuyu, she quickly broke free. Both of them were taken aback, as neither of them had expected the other's skills to be so good. Lang Bing had just acted quickly to grab the pistol, but she didn't expect Jo Chuyu to catch it so easily. Jo Chuyu had also acted quickly just now to grab her arm, but she didn't expect her to break free. At this time, Lang Bing slowly spoke. "Who are you? How did you get Li's pistol?" Hearing her ask, Jo Chuyu smiled and said, "I'm just a security guard, as you can see from my clothes." "And who is this Li you're talking about?" "I don't know. I grabbed the pistol from a bad guy. Ask them if you don't believe me." Hearing him say this, Lang Bing said, "You're full of shit." After saying this, he kicked Jo Chuyu hard. Jo Chuyu was also quick to react, and Lang Bing's foot was easily avoided as soon as it was kicked. Jo Chuyu quickly got up from the ground, and Lang Bing launched another set of lightning-fast attacks at Jo Chuyu, but they were all easily defused by Jo Chuyu. At this point, Lang Bing realized that he had met a master, and his curiosity about Jo Chuyu's identity began to grow. He knew that he was considered one of the best in the Ministry of Security, and that after a set of continuous attacks, the average person simply could not resist, but Lang Bing had been so easily neutralized by Jo Chuyu. At this point, Jo Chuyu immediately retreated 2 meters away and said to Lang Bing, "I said, woman, are you reasonable or not? You started before you even finished talking. If you keep this up, I won't hold back." However, Lang Bing did not listen at all, and said coldly, "I want to see how you can be rude." After she finished speaking, she attacked Jo Chuyu again as fast as lightning. Jo Chuyu thought to himself that he had to subdue this crazy woman as soon as possible. When she attacked him, Jo Chuyu did not dodge, and quickly blasted out a circle of attacks. Lang Bing hurriedly withdrew her attacks to defend, but Jo Chuyu's circle of attacks was too powerful. Lang Bing only felt a huge force coming towards her. Although she had reached out to defend, she still took a step back and sat down on the ground. Lang Bing still wanted to stand up and fight, but Jo Chuyu quickly said to her, "Don't bother, you're no match for me. Can't we just talk things over? Why do we have to fight?" After hearing him say this, Lang Bing said to him again, "Just who are you?" Jo Chuyu said with a wry smile, "Didn't I already tell you? I'm just a security guard." Son Yushi and the others also hurriedly told Lang Bing that Jo Chuyu was a security guard on the cruise ship. After hearing what the girls had said, she finally believed that Jo Chuyu was a security guard. But why was a security guard so skilled? Perhaps even his own instructor was not as good as him. Lang Bing then asked again, "Where did you get the pistol at your waist?" Jo Chuyu told her again, "I just did." "You did?" "I snatched it from a bad guy." "If you don't believe me, you can ask them." Son Yushi and the others recounted what had happened to her in the morning, and it was then that she realized she had misunderstood Jo Chuyu. When she learned that the pistol had been picked up by Lu Hainan from the corpse, she was saddened again. After a while, Lang Bing said to Jo Chuyu, "How can a security guard have such amazing skills? I feel that you are even more powerful than my instructor." Hearing her ask this, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, I spent a few years in the army before. By the way, who is your instructor? Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Long Bing said expressionlessly, My instructor is Zhao Long. You wouldn't know him even if I told you. Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but smile and say, So it turns out to be little fatty Long. I didn't expect this kid to be your instructor. It seems he's doing pretty well. Chapter 26 Long 2. Upon hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Long Bing's face was full of shock, and she said to Zhou Chuyu, Who the hell are you? How do you know my instructor? Zhou Chuyu then smiled and said, My name is Zhou Chuyu. Upon hearing Zhou Chuyu say his name, Long Bing was stunned again, and she said with a trembling voice, You are Long too. Zhou Chuyu nodded with a bitter smile and said, No one has called me that name for a long time. I have been out of the army for a long time. Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Long Bing quickly smiled and said, You are a myth in the special forces. Even our instructors speak of you with admiration. I have dreamed of becoming someone like you, and I never thought I would meet you here. Zhou Chuyu laughed again and said, I'm just an ordinary security guard now. By the way, why are you here? Lang Bing then told Zhou Chuyu that she and Li had been tracking an overseas spy on a cruise ship. After the shipwreck, they got separated and drifted here on a life raft. Since she was on the other side of the deserted island, she hadn't seen Zhou Chuyu and the others like Lu Hainan for a few days. These days she has been picking up clams on the shore and grilling them for food. This morning she was planning to find something to eat on the shore, and when she saw smoke rising over here, she walked along the shore until she got here. After listening to her, Zhou Chuyu nodded, and then he brought another coconut and split it open, handing it to her. Maybe she was really thirsty. Lung Bing took the coconut and drank the coconut juice inside without a drop left, tilting her head up. At this time, Zhou Chuyu said to her, Do you want to go to the shelter with me? Upon hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Lung Bing said with curiosity, You still have a shelter? Zhou Chuyu nodded, and Lang Bing hurriedly said to him, Then I'll go back with you. Zhou Chuyu then put the bamboo basket on his back, buried the fire with sand again, and went to the place where the coconuts were hidden. He dug up some coconuts and put them in the bamboo basket, and then led a group of girls towards the shelter. Along the way, Zhou Chuyu took the lead with a knife, while Song Yushi and the other girls followed closely behind him, and Lung Bing was at the back. It took more than 2 hours before everyone made it back to the shelter safely. Looking at the shelter built by Zhou Chuyu and the others, Lung Bing couldn't help but say to Zhou Chuyu, I didn't realize you were so capable, able to build such a sturdy shelter. The dragon head is worthy of the name. Zhou Chuyu laughed and said, I've long since stopped being the leader, so you can still call me by my name, or you can call me Brother Zhou. Upon hearing this, Long Bing hurriedly nodded. After hearing the two of them converse, Song Yushi and the others became even more curious about Zhou Chuyu's identity, and they were increasingly impressed by him. There was no more food in the shelter, and it was still early until nightfall. Zhou Chuyu planned to go into the woods to find some food, and then told the girls to stay in the shelter and not to run around. He himself planned to go out and find food. At this time, Lung Bing suddenly said to him, I'll go with you. Zhou Chuyu didn't refuse, and immediately took out the pistol at his waist and handed it to her to protect herself, while he took a knife. The two of them walked towards the forest. Seeing the two of them leave, Song Yushi spoke up. Who exactly is Brother Zhou? How come even Long Bing from the National Security Agency treats him with such respect? Upon hearing her say this, Bai Rulan and the others all shook their heads. They weren't sure who exactly Zhou Chuyu was either. Anyway, the impression they got was that Zhou Chuyu was no ordinary person. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing walked in the woods like this, and they just walked for almost an hour. Suddenly, there was a noise from the nearby woods, and the two of them slowly walked towards the bushes. Before the two of them could get close, 2 large gray hares suddenly sprang out of the bushes. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu immediately threw the knife in his hand. At this time, there was still a distance of 7 or 8 meters between him and the hares were still running. Zhou Chuyu threw the knife, which precisely stuck in the body of one of the hares. The hare instantly fell to the ground, rolling over and over, while emitting a series of painful screams. The other hare disappeared in a flash of smoke. Seeing Zhou Chuyu so easily get the hare, Lung Bing was extremely impressed and said, I didn't think you were so good. Teach me sometime. Zhou Chuyu laughed. I was just lucky. After saying this, he quickly walked over to the fallen hare, grabbed it with one hand, pulled out the knife, and then gave its neck a hard swipe. The hare flinched a few times and then died completely. Seeing that it was getting late, the two of them did not continue searching, and they walked towards the shelter with the hare. When they returned to the shelter, the sun had completely set. Lang Bing took the knife and the hare and went to the small river to begin processing it. As she skillfully processed the hare, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but smile. With her joining the group, they would be able to survive here even better. It wasn't long before Lang Bing finished processing the hare, took it back to the fire, found a stick to skewer it on, and put it on the fire to roast it. When Lang Bing saw the various supplies that Zhou Chuyu had exchanged for inside the shelter, she was surprised again and became more and more impressed with Zhou Chuyu. Although she seemed aloof and cold and hardly ever spoke, she had immense respect for Zhou Chuyu and almost regarded him as her idol. After the hare was cooked, the group sat around and ate it together. After eating the roasted hare, everyone returned to the shelter early and lay down on the palm leaves to sleep. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhou Chuyu woke up, climbed off the palm frond, and saw that the bamboo door to the shelter had been opened. After scanning the area, he noticed that Lang Bing was not in the shelter. When he walked out of the shelter, he saw Lang Bing practicing kung fu by the river. Zhou Chuyu watched with interest, and after watching for a while, he went to the river to wash up. Seeing him come to the riverbank, Lang Bing immediately launched an attack on him, but each time he was easily evaded by Zhou Chuyu. The two had not yet exchanged blows for a while when Lang Bing was clearly at a disadvantage, and that was still without Zhou Chuyu using his full strength. If Zhou Chuyu had used his full strength, Lang Bing might have been knocked to the ground by Zhou Chuyu long ago. At that moment, Zhou Chuyu spotted an opportunity and directly put Lang Bing on the ground. Then he pointed out her flaws with a smile, and only then did he go to the small river and start washing up. Lang Bing, on the other hand, fought back over what Zhou Chuyu had just said to her and immediately said to him with a happy face. "Thank you for your advice, Faucet Head," Zhou Chuyu said with a smile. "You'd better call me Brother Zhou." Hearing him say this, Lang Bing quickly nodded. Chapter 27 Shooting the Boar. After washing up, Zhou Chuyu went back into the forest to look for food, and Lang Bing hurriedly followed behind him. The two of them just walked in the forest like this, walking a long way. They saw quite a few pheasants and squirrels, but they were all in trees more than 10 meters high. Lang Bing had a pistol in his hand, but it wasn't really worth wasting the bullets on pheasants. Zhou Chuyu was thinking that he needed to make some bows and arrows as soon as possible, so he walked a little further. Suddenly, there was a howl of wild boars from the distant woods. The two men glanced at each other and quickly walked in the direction of the sound. After walking a few hundred meters, they saw 4 or 5 wild boars leisurely nibbling the grass on the ground in the distant woods. These were some relatively large wild boars, each weighing nearly 200 pounds. Zhou Chuyu knew that adult wild boars were fiercer than wolves. Although Lang Bing and he were both relatively skilled fighters, they didn't have much confidence in being able to deal with such large wild boars with their bare hands. At this time, the two of them were only about 100 meters away from the wild boars. Zhou Chuyu whispered to Lang Bing, "Give me the pistol, I'll go deal with one of the wild boars." Hearing him say this, Lang Bing smiled and said, "I'll go." After saying that, she took out the gun from her waist, turned on the safety, and walked towards the wild boars. Zhou Chuyu could only stand there and watch her. Before long, Lang Bing came within less than 50 meters of the wild boars. She raised the pistol in both hands and aimed at the largest wild boar, and then decisively pulled the trigger. There was only a single gunshot, and the bullet she fired hit the wild boar directly in the head. The wild boar ran forward for 3 or 4 meters before collapsing straight onto the ground, rolling over and over, and emitting a series of painful screams. The other wild boars, seeing their companion fall, also scattered and fled, disappearing without a trace in no time at all. Seeing that the cold ice had already hit the wild boar, Zhou Chuyu also quickly ran over. When the two of them ran up to the wild boar, they saw that although the wild boar had been shot in the head, it was still rolling non-stop. Zhou Chuyu immediately picked up a knife and stabbed it hard into the wild boar's neck. The moment he pulled out the knife, a stream of blood instantly gushed out from the top of the wild boar's neck. Zhou Chuyu did not have time to avoid it, and his body was also splattered with wild boar blood. As the blood continued to flow, the wild boar slowly became still, and it was not long before it died completely. In order to prevent the blood smell from attracting other large carnivores, Zhou Chuyu immediately took a knife and cut some rattan back, tied up the 4 feet of the wild boar, and cut another stick through the feet of the wild boar. Then, they lifted the wild boar one after the other towards the direction of the shelter. But this wild boar weighs at least 200 catties, and the weight shared between the two men was more than 100 catties. Coupled with the fact that the path in the forest was not easy to walk on, every time they walked a short distance, the two men had to stop and rest for a while. They kept walking and stopping like this, and it took almost 3 hours before the two men, panting and sweating, carried the wild boar to the shelter. At this time, Song Yushi and the others were anxiously waiting at the door of the shelter. Since waking up, they had not seen Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing, and it had been several hours since they had not seen the two return. Everyone was extremely worried, and when they saw the two appear, the hearts of the girls relaxed. Zai saw that the two actually carried back such a large wild boar, and the few people were sometimes extremely shocked. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing carried the wild boar to the small river, put it on the ground, and then they sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Song Yushi immediately ran back to the shelter, split 2 coconuts with an axe, and brought them to the riverbank to hand them over to the two men. After receiving the coconuts from Song Yushi, the two men tilted their heads back and began drinking the coconut juice inside. Last time, the girls had already seen Zhou Chuyu handling the wild boar, so the few of them also quickly went into the woods and found some dead grass to carry to the riverbank and spread it on top of the wild boar's body. After drinking the coconut juice and taking a break, Zhou Chuyu and the other person had somewhat regained some strength. Zhou Chuyu took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the dry grass, and the smell of burning pig hair instantly filled the air. The few people also covered their mouths and noses and stood far away. After waiting until the dry grass had burned out, the hair on the wild boar was also burned clean. The few people then took a bamboo tube and drew water from the river to clean the wild boar. Zhou Chuyu took out a knife and cut a slit in the belly of the wild boar, scooped out the entrails and set them aside, then took the knife and started to carve up the wild boar meat. In less than half an hour, the wild boar meat was divided up and placed on the palm fronds outside the shelter. As for the entrails, only the liver was left, and the rest was thrown into the river, where the current washed it away. Zhou Chuyu took some more wild boar ribs, chopped them into small pieces and put them in a pot to stew. While the wild boar ribs were stewing, he put the rest of the wild boar on a bamboo rack and started smoking it. By the time the wild boar ribs were done stewing, it was already afternoon. At this time, the few people were already hungry, and they took up their bowls and chopsticks one after the other, picked up the ribs in the pot, and began to gobble them up. The pot of wild boar ribs was eaten clean by the group in no time, and in the end there wasn't even a little bit of the broth left. After dinner, Zhou Chuyu asked Lang Bing to take Song Yushi and the other girls to build bamboo beds inside the shelter, while he himself went to the small river with the sea salt crystals he had brought back from the coast. He cut some bamboo tubes about the thickness of a bowl mouth, took them to the river, filled them with water, and placed the sea salt crystals inside each one. Then he took one bamboo tube at a time, used a knife to make a small hole at the bottom, went to the fire and took some charcoal, went to the river and dug up some sand, and first put some charcoal in the bamboo tube, then a layer of sand. In this way, he put in one layer of charcoal and one layer of sand until he reached the top of the bamboo tube, and a simple filter was thus created. He then took some firewood and lit a fire by the river, and took the pot made from the paint bucket to the river. At this time, the sea salt crystals placed in the bamboo tube had completely dissolved in the water. Then he poured the salt water in the bamboo tube into a bamboo tube filled with sand and charcoal. The salt water was filtered through the sand and charcoal and flowed out through the small holes at the bottom of the bamboo tube. Zhou Chuyu caught the flowing salt water in a pot made from a paint bucket until it was full. Then he placed the pot full of salt water over the fire to boil. Chapter 28 It rained heavily. And it was only when it got dark that they finally managed to boil down the brine to produce 4 or 5 bottles of sea salt. Although the sea salt did not look very white, it was edible. Lang Bing and the others also used bamboo to build a huge bed inside the shelter. Zhou Chuyu took some wild boar and stewed it in a pot. This time, the stewed wild boar was added with sea salt, which made it extra delicious. After dinner, Lang Bing said to Zhou Chuyu, "Do you have any clean clothes? Look, my clothes are already dirty beyond recognition." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu and the others couldn't help but laugh. Before Zhou Chuyu could say anything, Bai Rulin said to her, "I do have some clothes, but I'm afraid you won't want to wear them." Lang Bing said coldly, "Why wouldn't I want to wear them?" Hearing her say that, Song Yushi immediately took out the suitcase. When the suitcase opened, Lang Bing blushed when she saw the various sexy uniforms inside, but she still took out a set of clothes and walked towards the small river. Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but say, "Be careful, there are poisonous snakes in the river." Lang Bing just said coldly, "I know." She came to the small river, took off her clothes, went into the river for a bath, put the uniform back on, washed the clothes she had taken off and hung them up to dry on the branches by the river, before returning to the shelter. She was already tall and sexy, and the uniform made her even more beautiful and sexy. Zhou Chuyu couldn't help staring at her, while Long Bing said impassively to him, "Brother Zhou, am I pretty?" Zhou Chuyu nodded, and Lang Bing said to her again, "How about I marry you and be your wife?" Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu and Song Yushi were both taken aback. They didn't expect her to marry Zhou Chuyu after only knowing him for 2 days. Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but say, "You're not joking, are you?" Long Bing said coldly, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu didn't know what to say. In fact, Long Bing had long since regarded Zhou Chuyu as her idol, and she had always dreamed of becoming just like him, even if it meant marrying him. The group sat around the fire until late at night, when they returned to the shelter and went to bed. Sleeping next to the other girls, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but daydream, and for a while he just let his mind wander before he fell asleep. The next day, when he woke up, he walked out of the shelter and saw Lang Bing practicing kung fu by the river. Zhou Chuyu didn't disturb her and went to the river to wash up a bit. Holding a wooden stick, he started digging a drainage ditch outside the shelter. After practicing kung fu, Lang Bing also came outside the shelter to dig the drainage ditch with him. Soon, Song Yushi and the others also woke up. After washing up, they also joined Zhou Chuyu in digging the drainage ditch outside the shelter. By noon, with the efforts of the group, they had dug several drainage ditches a few tens of centimeters deep outside the shelter. After cooking some wild boar, Zhou Chuyu took the girls to pick up some pebbles by the river and carried them into the shelter to prepare for building a fireplace. First, they used the pebbles to build the shape of a fireplace inside the shelter, and then mixed some mud and spread it thickly inside and outside the fireplace. As for the chimney, they found a piece of bamboo about the thickness of a bull mouth and hollowed out the bamboo joint. In this way, by the evening, they finally built a fireplace inside the shelter. Zhou Chuyu then tied up the smoked wild boar with rattan and hung it above the fireplace. At night, the group cooked some wild boar again to eat. After dinner, they sat by the fireplace and chatted until late at night, when they went to bed. In the middle of the night, the group was suddenly awakened by a clap of thunder. The bamboo door of the shelter creaked in the wind, and it looked like it was going to rain heavily. Sure enough, it didn't take long before it started pouring outside the shelter. Fortunately, the walls and roof of the shelter were coated with a thick layer of mud, and there were also drainage ditches dug outside the shelter. Although the rain was relatively heavy, there was no sign of water leaking into the shelter. So they just lay in bed until almost dawn, when they fell asleep again. It wasn't until noon that everyone woke up one after the other. When they opened the shelter, they saw that it was still raining heavily outside, and the small river, which had been crystal clear, had become muddy. The water level had also risen quite a bit, the water was rushing faster, and there were a lot of dead grass and leaves floating on the surface, as well as the bodies of some small animals. Zhou Chuyu found some more bamboo tubes and placed them outside the shelter to start collecting rainwater. The rain kept falling non-stop, and everyone could only stay inside the shelter. Except when they went out in the rain to use the toilet, it didn't stop until it was almost dark. But the ground outside the shelter was already full of mud, and everyone could only stay inside the shelter. Song Yushi and the other girls were chatting and laughing, while Long Bing sat beside Zhou Chuyu without saying a word, while Zhou Chuyu smoked cigarette after cigarette. Seeing Long Bing not saying a word, Zhou Chuyu said with a smile, "Why aren't you saying anything? What are you thinking about?" Lang Bing has a cold attitude towards everyone, but she is respectful towards Zhou Chuyu alone. Hearing him ask like this, Long Bing hurriedly said to him, "I'm thinking about when we can leave here." Zhou Chuyu laughed. "I don't think we can leave here anytime soon. Are you homesick?" Long Bing shook her head and said, "I'm an orphan, I don't have a home." Hearing her say this, everyone was stunned. No wonder she is so solitary, it turns out she is an orphan. Zhou Chuyu smiled again and said, "Does little fatty Long like you in particular?" Hearing Zhou Chuyu ask this, Long Bing said somewhat puzzled. "How did you know?" Zhou Chuyu then said, "Because he is also like you, an orphan, and also rather withdrawn. I remember when I first got to know him, he stuttered when he spoke. What annoyed me most was that he stuck to me like a shadow, following me around all day. I beat him up quite a bit, but the kid had a thick skin and was quite hard to hurt." On hearing this, Long Bing burst out laughing and said, "Only you would dare say that about him. He was quite strict with us, torturing us like dogs every day." Seeing her smile, Zhou Chuyu said to her again, "You don't have to pull a long face all day, you know. It's quite nice to see you smile more." Long Bing said to him, "I'll smile more in the future if you like." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu was suddenly speechless. It seems that she really likes him. Son Yushi and the others also felt a bit strange. Why is such a beautiful girl, who hasn't known Zhou Chuyu for a few days, so infatuated with him? Bai Ruolin said to her. Lang Bing, you've only known brother Zhou for a few days, why do you like him so much? Lang Bing glanced at her and said. Who wouldn't like someone like him? He's my idol, it's normal for me to like him. Chapter 29 Teaching Lang Bing Boxing. Hearing her speak so highly of Zhou Chuyu, Son Yushi couldn't help but say. I think brother Zhou is just a little more skilled. How can you exaggerate like that? How can you think of him as your idol? Lang Bing said without looking up. What do you know? He is a legend in the army. Even our instructors admire him. I dream of becoming someone like him. Back in the day, he was on the border. He stopped talking immediately when he said this, and said coldly to the others. Anyway, you won't understand if I tell you. Hearing her words stop in the middle, everyone was extremely curious about what happened to Zhou Chuyu at the border, but Lang Bing didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to ask. They also knew that even if they asked Zhou Chuyu personally, he wouldn't say much. Seeing that it was already late, everyone lay down on the bed and fell asleep one after the other. The next morning, when Zhou Chuyu woke up, Song Yushi and the others were still asleep, but there was no sign of Lang Bing. You don't need to guess to know that she went to the river to practice kung fu. Sure enough, when he walked out of the shelter, he saw Lang Bing practicing kung fu by the river. She was covered in sweat. Zhou Chuyu walked up to her and said with a smile. Even if you keep practicing like this every day, there's no room for improvement. You've reached a bottleneck. No matter how hard you try, you won't get any better. Besides, the moves Fatty Long taught you are all fierce and powerful, and they're only suitable for men. Practicing them for a long time will be bad for a woman's health. Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Lang Bing stopped immediately and hurriedly said to him. So what do you think I should do? Zhou Chuyu thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled and said to her. I do have a set of boxing techniques that are quite suitable for you. After he finished speaking, he began to demonstrate. He punched out this set of boxing techniques, which looked limp and slow in every move and posture. After a set of boxing techniques, Lang Bing said with some disdain. With boxing techniques like yours, which are so slow and limp, how can you hurt someone? Zhou Chuyu smiled and said. You try it and you'll see. Lang Bing immediately attacked her like lightning, but every time she was about to hit Zhou Chuyu, he easily deflected it, and he used the same set of boxing moves that he had just practiced. Lang Bing was suddenly a little incredulous, and immediately increased her offensive attack on him. This time, before she could touch Zhou Chuyu gave her a hard slap on the butt twice. He then stood to the side and smiled. Do you still think that these moves of mine can't hurt people? After he slapped her twice on the butt, Lang Bing immediately blushed and asked somewhat puzzled. Why? Your moves seem so soft, why are they so powerful? Zhou Chuyu laughed. This set of boxing moves evolved from Tai Chi. It's called using stillness to neutralize movement, and slow to defeat speed. The person who invented these moves was also a woman. I also laughed at her at the time, saying that these moves were useless. But once we fought, I knew that it wasn't that simple. I almost didn't beat her. After hearing this, Lang Bing hurriedly asked. Who invented it? I must meet her if I get the chance. Zhou Chuyu's face changed, and he smiled bitterly. She was a beautiful woman, but she's already dead. Lang Bing didn't know what to say for a while after hearing this. After a while, he said. I want to learn this boxing technique, can you teach it to me? Zhou Chuyu didn't say anything, and he demonstrated the moves of the boxing technique again. Lang Bing stared at him intently. After the demonstration, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said. How far you can practice depends on your own understanding. After that, he went to the river and saw that the water was still muddy. He could only return to the shelter and wash up with the water in the bamboo tube. He took the axe and planned to chop some bamboo to build a shelter for himself. Seeing him holding an axe, Lang Bing immediately stopped practicing kung fu and said to him. What are you doing with an axe? Zhou Chuyu explained to her that it was inconvenient for him, a man, to live with a few girls, and he wanted to build a small shelter to live in himself. When he told her this, Lang Bing didn't say anything, and when he returned to the shelter, she took a knife and started cutting bamboo with him. When Song Yushi and the others woke up, Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing had already cut down more than 10 pieces of bamboo the thickness of a bowl. After learning that Zhou Chuyu wanted to build a small shelter, Song Yushi and the other girls helped after washing up. By noon, they had cut down a lot of bamboo and carried it back to the outside of the shelter. Zhou Chuyu cooked some wild boar for dinner. After eating the stewed wild boar, everyone began to build the shelter. Since Zhou Chuyu was the only one living there was no need to build the shelter so big, as long as it could shelter from the wind and rain. In the evening, with the efforts of a few people, the main frame of the shelter was finally built. After cooking some wild boar and eating it, everyone went to bed early. Early the next morning, a few people started working again. It took a whole day to finally build the small shelter, and they built a bed out of bamboo inside the shelter. A thick layer of palm leaves was spread on top of the bamboo bed, and that night, Zhou Chuyu moved into the small shelter. However, it was summer, and mosquitoes were also more prevalent. Although there were 2 bottles of floral water, they had been used up by a few people over the past few days. I have to find some plants that can repel mosquitoes, otherwise I won't be able to get a good night's sleep every day being bitten by these mosquitoes. The next morning, as soon as it was light, Zhou Chuyu woke up. He walked out of the shelter and saw Lang Bing practicing the boxing technique he taught her with a sweat dripping from her forehead by the river. When she saw Zhou Chuyu coming to the river, Lang Bing immediately attacked him. Zhou Chuyu also wanted to see how well she had practiced in the past 2 days, so he immediately engaged her in combat. Although Lang Bing was defeated by Zhou Chuyu after just a few moves, he still couldn't help but praise her. It was already very good that she had reached this level in just 2 days. After 2 days of precipitation, the water in the river had become crystal clear again. Looking at the fish swimming around at the bottom of the river, Zhou Chuyu thought to himself, why don't I make a fishing basket and catch some fish to eat? After a brief wash, he looked at Lang Bing, who was still practicing her kung fu, and said to her with a smile, "Do you want to go with me into the woods to look for something?" Lang Bing stopped immediately when she heard him say this. Although she was still extremely cold towards Song Yushi and the others, she had immense respect for Zhou Chuyu and did whatever he said. The 2 of them walked towards the forest, and it wasn't until they had walked a long way that Lang Bing asked why they were going into the forest. Zhou Chuyu told her that he was going to look for plants that could repel mosquitoes and see if he could find any wild vegetables along the way. After all, they had been eating wild boar every day these days, and everyone was already tired of it. Not getting any vitamins for such a long time was not an option either. Chapter 30 Encountering a Python. The 2 of them just walked in the woods like this. After walking like this for more than an hour, they still hadn't found any plants that could repel mosquitoes or wild vegetables. Both of them couldn't help feeling a little disappointed and frustrated. They leaned against a big tree and rested for a while before continuing to walk deeper into the jungle. After walking for a while, Zhou Chuyu's gaze was suddenly attracted by a plant under a big tree, and he quickly ran under the tree. Seeing these plants, Zhou Chuyu's heart suddenly leaped with joy. Lang Bing also came over and looked at the plants under the tree and said, "This is wormwood." Zhou Chuyu looked up and smiled. "I didn't think you knew so much." Lang Bing continued. "When we were on field trips in the past, we would also find some wormwood at night to keep mosquitoes away." The 2 quickly uprooted the wormwood and put it in a bamboo basket, then continued walking deeper into the woods. After walking for a while, they found some more wormwood under a big tree. After uprooting half a basket of wormwood, the 2 turned towards the shelter. Not far from there, Zhou Chuyu suddenly saw some wild dandelions growing under a bush. Upon closer inspection, they really were wild dandelions. They couldn't help but be happy again. This wild dandelion is also called grandma's herb, and can be eaten boiled or in a salad. After eating it, it can clear away heat and detoxify, reduce swelling, and resolve knots. It seems that today's harvest is not bad. Not only did they find mugwort to repel mosquitoes, but they also found wild dandelions that can be eaten. After uprooting these wild dandelions, the 2 of them walked towards the shelter. Before they had gone far, a loud noise suddenly came from the nearby bushes. The 2 of them also immediately raised their guard and slowly walked towards the bush where the noise came from. Before they could get close, a large python the thickness of a bucket suddenly sprang out of the bush. Seeing such a large python, the 2 of them were also shocked. At this point, the 2 were less than 10 meters away from the python. Zhou Chuyu immediately pulled Lang Bing, who was still in a daze, and started running. The python seemed to sense their presence and quickly crawled towards them. Although the 2 men were already very fast, the python was even faster and soon caught up to them. The python was more than 10 meters long and was closing in on the 2 men. It opened its huge mouth wide and was about to swallow them whole. The two men were quick to react and immediately dodged to the side. Lang Bing immediately pulled out his pistol from his waist and fired 2 shots at the python's head. Although both shots hit the python's head, the python's thick skin and tough muscles meant that the pistol bullets did little damage and instead angered it. It lifted its tail and swung it towards Lang Bing, who was quickly pulled aside by Zhou Chuyu. The python's tail slammed into a tree as thick as a bowl, which was immediately severed by the force of the strike. If you get hit by its tail, you will be seriously injured if not killed. Seeing that it didn't hurt the two of them, the python became even more furious and opened its blood-filled mouth and bit towards Zhou Chuyu. Zhou Chuyu also reacted quickly. Seeing that the python was about to bite him, he quickly picked up a knife and stabbed it hard at one of the python's eyes. The eyes are considered to be the more vulnerable parts of the python. Zhou Chuyu used almost all his strength for this stab, and the moment he pulled out the knife, a jet of blood instantly spurted from the python's eye. The python, in pain, immediately turned its head and slammed into the tree beside it. A tree as thick as a bucket was shaken violently by its impact, while Zhou Chuyu quickly pulled Lang Bing and ran away. The python chased after the two again, and when it was about to catch up, it opened its blood-red mouth wide again to swallow the two inside. Zhou Chuyu immediately turned around, picked up the knife and stabbed it hard at the python's head again. After pulling out the knife, a stream of blood spurted out from the python's head again. Lang Bing picked up a wooden stick about the thickness of an arm on the ground and stabbed it into the python's wide-open mouth. The python immediately began to shake its head, while Zhou Chuyu stabbed it hard in the other eye. The moment he pulled out the knife, he immediately pulled Lang Bing away and ran in the distance. At this time, the python was already injured in multiple places and could no longer hold on. It fell to the ground and kept rolling over, while its tail kept flailing about, breaking off the thinner surrounding trees in its path. Zhou Chuyu and the other two people ran headlong towards the direction of the shelter without looking back. They ran a long way until they saw that the python had not caught up, and they slowed down and let out a long sigh of relief. Lang Bing said with a pale face, "How could there be such a big python in these woods?" Zhou Chuyu said panting, "The vegetation here is so dense, it's not surprising that such a big python appeared. It was just a close call. We almost became food in its mouth. It seems that we have to be extra careful when we come to the woods in the future." Lang Bing nodded, stood still and rested for a while. The two of them then walked quickly towards the shelter. When they returned to the shelter, Song Yushi and the others were sitting by the fireplace making breakfast. Seeing that Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing were covered in blood, the girls were all shocked. Ding Shui hurriedly said to the two of them, "What did you do? Why are you covered in blood? Are you hurt?" Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, "We're not hurt, we just encountered a python in the woods, and we almost didn't make it back." Hearing him say this, the girls were all scared. Zhou Chuyu then reminded the girls not to go running around in the woods without his permission in the future. The girls hurriedly nodded in agreement. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing went back to the river and washed the blood off their faces before returning to the shelter. They took the wild dandelions in the bamboo basket to the river, washed them clean, and brought them back to the shelter. They then placed the mugwort on a large rock by the river to dry. When the wild boar was almost ready to stew, Zhou Chuyu put the cleaned wild dandelions in the pot and cooked them together with the wild boar. The girls didn't know the wild dandelions and were all curious, asking Zhou Chuyu what it was. Zhou Chuyu briefly explained some of the effects of wild dandelions to the others. When the wild boar and wild dandelions were stewed, the group picked up their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. Although the wild dandelion had a slightly bitter taste, everyone was quite satisfied. Chapter 31 The reason Zhou Chuyu left the army. After breakfast, the girls went to the river to bathe, while Zhou Chuyu chopped down a bamboo stalk, carried it back, chopped it into sections, split it into strips with a knife, and started weaving a fishing basket. Before long, the girls returned from their bath. At this time, they were all wearing a sexy uniform, and Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but stare at them a few times. Although they were being stared at like this by Zhou Chuyu, the girls didn't feel the least bit offended. On the contrary, they felt flattered. After spending this amount of time together, everyone's good feelings towards Zhou Chuyu had also grown with each passing day. Needless to say, Lang Bing naturally felt like this, and even Ding Shui and Rue Ying both felt like they had already fallen for Zhou Chuyu. Song Yushi and Bai Rulan also felt a good impression towards Zhou Chuyu. They felt incredibly safe when they were with him. Lang Bing sat directly next to Zhou Chuyu and said to him, "What are you doing?" At this time, Lang Bing was almost next to him, and she was dressed so revealingly. Smelling the strong womanly scent on her, Zhou Chuyu suddenly felt dry mouth and tongue, and said with a bitter smile, "Can you stay away from me? You're so distracting, I could make a mistake." Hearing him say this, Lung Bing spoke. "I'm going to marry you sooner or later anyway, if you want, I can give it to you." Hearing her say this, Ding Shui and the other girls all felt a sour feeling in their hearts. Zhou Chuyu also had a headache, wondering what was wrong with Lang Bing and why she had stuck to him. But then he thought, if he could marry such a wife, he would be quite happy. After a while, Zhou Chuyu curiously said to Long Bing, "Have you never had a boyfriend?" Long Bing shook her head. Zhou Chuyu said again, "You are a bit cold, but I think there should be quite a few people who want to court you." Long Bing nodded and said, "There are quite a few people who have pursued me, but after I gave them a good lesson, they don't dare to have any thoughts about me. In my heart, only someone like you is worthy of being with me." Hearing her say this, everyone was taken aback. Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "You have a pretty direct way of rejecting people, but I'm not the person I used to be. I'm just a little security guard now." Hearing him say this, Lung Bing said, "In my heart, you will always be the leader. By the way, why did you suddenly quit the army? Normally, someone like you shouldn't spend your whole life in the army, right?" Upon hearing her question, Zhou Chuyu put down the work in his hands, took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, lit it, took a few strong puffs, and then slowly spoke. "Once on a mission, I disobeyed military orders and crossed the border without authorization to kill a few drug lords and some mercenaries. I'm lucky I wasn't court-martialed." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Long Bing, with a face full of excitement, grabbed his hand and asked, "You killed all those drug lords and mercenaries at the border? I was wondering why they died at the border." Zhou Chuyu nodded, and Lung Bing said to him with admiration, "You're my hero, I would have done the same thing. But I don't have your ability." Son Yushi and the others listened quietly to the two men's conversation. Bai Ruolin suddenly said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, have you really killed someone?" Zhou Chuyu nodded and said, "Yes, I have, and I have killed many people. But I have only killed the most heinous criminals, people who have taken the lives of dozens of innocent people." After he finished speaking, he began to weave a fishing cage again. Lang Bing also picked up a bamboo strip and began to weave a fishing cage just like him. It took almost 2 hours, and finally Zhou Chuyu weaved a fishing cage out of bamboo strips. Back at the shelter, he cut a small piece of wild boar fat and placed it in the fishing cage. He took the fishing cage to the small river, and to prevent it from being washed away by the river, he found another piece of rattan and tied it to the top of a tree by the river. He put the fishing cage in the river and sat directly by the river smoking. It wasn't until almost dark that he picked up the fishing cage and checked it. He saw that there were already dozens of fish the length of his finger in the fishing cage. These fish were silvery white all over, and Zhou Chuyu didn't know what species they were. He poured the fish directly onto the grass by the river, and put the fishing cage back in the river. He processed the fish directly by the river, disposed of them, took them back to the shelter, salted them with sea salt, put the pot made from the paint bucket on the fireplace, took a piece of wild boar fat and cut it into small pieces and put it in the pot, and after a while, some lard was boiled. He put the processed small fish in the pot and started frying them. In less than 10 minutes, the fish in the pan was fried golden brown, and the aroma drifted out. Everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After the fish was fried, a few people grabbed the fried fish directly with their hands and stuffed it into their mouths, and they began to gobble it up. The fried fish was not just delicious, but dozens of fish were eaten clean by a few people in no time. After dinner, Zhou Chuyu collected all the wormwood that had been dried on the stones. After a few hours of drying in the sun, the mugwort was already semi-dry. Zhou Chuyu picked it up and began rubbing it. Before long, he had rubbed some mugwort sticks together and took some back to his shelter, lighting a few and placing them in various corners of the shelter. It had to be said that the mosquito-repellent effect of the mugwort sticks was quite good, and that night Zhou Chuyu was not bitten by mosquitoes again and slept soundly. In the middle of the night, when everyone was asleep, they were suddenly awakened by the howling of a pack of wolves. Zhou Chuyu immediately got up from bed, put on his shoes, and went to the door of the shelter. He looked outside through the gaps in the bamboo door, but it was pitch black outside and he couldn't see anything. But from the sound of the wolves howling, it seemed that the shelter wasn't very far away, and there were quite a few wolves. Son Yushi and the others were also awakened by the howling of the wolves. Listening to the howling of the wolves outside, everyone was scared and pale, trembling. Lang Bing, on the other hand, took his gun and went to the door of the shelter to check, but it was dark outside. Although the howling of the wolves could be heard, there was no sign of the wolves. As the howling of the wolves got closer and closer to the shelter, everyone knew that they were surrounded by the wolves. Lang Bing shouted loudly. "Zhou, we seem to be surrounded by wolves. What should we do now?" The two shelters were originally next to each other, and Lang Bing's shout was naturally heard by Zhou Chuyu, who then said to her, "Open the bamboo door of the shelter now, I'm coming over." Hearing him say this, Lang Bing immediately removed the wooden stick resting on top of the bamboo door, and Zhou Chuyu quickly opened his own bamboo door and ran towards the shelter where Lang Bing and the others were staying. Once he ran into the shelter, Lang Bing quickly closed the door again and held it shut with the wooden stick. Chapter 32 Repelling the Wolves. It was dark inside the shelter at this time. Zhou Chuyu immediately walked over to the fireplace, took some firewood and put it in to light it. As the firewood burned, the entire shelter was illuminated. Looking at Song Yujie and the others curled up on the bed, Zhou Chuyu said with a smile, "You don't need to be so scared. Our shelter is made of bamboo that is as thick as a bowl handle, and it is almost impossible for wolves to attack their way in." Hearing him say this, the girls relaxed a little. Zhou Chuyu took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before going to the door of the shelter to check. At this time, the wolves had already surrounded the shelter, and there were at least 30 or 40 of them. At this time, you could already see the glowing eyes of the wolves through the gaps in the bamboo door. Looking at Lang Bing, who was still holding the pistol tightly, Zhou Chuyu said to her again, "There are only 2 bullets in the gun, so use them sparingly and put the gun away quickly." Hearing him say this, Lang Bing turned off the safety and put the gun back on her waist. Zhou Chuyu, on the other hand, kept a close eye on the wolves outside, and in no time, the wolves outside were howling more and more loudly. Zhou Chuyu knew that the wolves were going to attack the shelter. Sure enough, not long after, more than 10 wolves launched an attack on the shelter. With a loud thud, the wolves crashed into the shelter's walls almost simultaneously. But the walls of the shelter were made of bamboo with a thickness of about the diameter of a bowl, and coated with a thick layer of mud. The wolves' crash only knocked off some of the mud, and the walls were hardly damaged at all. Even so, Song Yushi and the other girls were scared and screamed. Seeing that the shelter was not damaged, the wolves retreated a few steps and launched another attack on the shelter. This time, the force was obviously much greater than the first time, but it only knocked some of the soil on the walls of the shelter off. At this time, the wolves outside seemed to know that they could not break through the walls of the shelter. They retreated a short distance and stood still, howling non-stop, but they did not leave. Listening to the sound of the wolves outside, Zhou Chuyu suddenly felt distracted. He looked up at the wild boar hanging above the fireplace, and an idea suddenly came to mind. He then instructed Lang Bing to guard the entrance to the shelter. He then placed the pot on top of the fireplace, took a piece of wild boar fat from the top of the fireplace, quickly cut it into small pieces with a knife, and threw it directly into the pot. Song Yushi and the other girls were extremely embarrassed when they saw this. Ding Shui said to him, trembling, "Zhou, there are wolves outside, and you have the time to cook." Zhou Chuyu glared at her and said, "I'm not cooking, I'm going to boil some lard to deal with the wolves, so don't just sit there, come and help." Hearing this, the girls got up from the bed and walked over to the fireplace. After almost 20 minutes, a lot of lard had boiled in the pot. Zhou Chuyu immediately took the pot to the ground, picked up some firewood as thick as his arm and put it in the pot, smearing it with lard, and smeared more than 10 pieces of firewood with lard. Zhou Chuyu then said to the others, "Each of us will take 2 pieces of lard-smeared firewood and light them. We will go to the door. Lang Bing will be responsible for opening the bamboo door. When the door opens, the wolves will definitely rush over. At that time, we will all hit the burning firewood at the wolves together. Do you understand?" Although a few of the girls were a little scared, they quickly nodded. Then each of them took 2 pieces of wood smeared with lard and lit them in the fireplace. Since there wasn't much lard on the wood, it burned fiercely in their hands. The girls took the burning wood to the door, and Lang Bing quickly opened the bamboo door. Sure enough, when more than 10 wolves saw the door open, they all rushed towards the shelter. At almost the same time, the group of people threw the burning firewood at the wolves. Since the wolves were almost all together, the firewood thrown by the group of people immediately landed among the wolves. The firewood hit the wolves' bodies, instantly setting their fur on fire. A pungent smell of burning wafted through the air. The burning wolves scattered in all directions and fled. They let out piercing screams of pain. Listening to the wolves' screams outside, the group felt immensely vindicated. After what had just happened, the wolves no longer dared attack the shelter, but just stood there, howling non-stop. After a while, the wolves seemed to realize that they could not take advantage of the situation, so they turned and ran into the woods, and soon completely disappeared without a trace. Seeing the wolves finally leave, everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Zhou Chuyu told the others that the wolves should not come back tonight, so they walked out of the shelter and went back to their own shelters to rest. The next morning, it was not until the sun had risen high that the group woke up one after the other. They went to the small river to wash up, and Zhou Chuyu took the fishing cage that he had placed in the river and inspected it. He saw that there were dozens of fish in the cage again. He dumped the fish on the grass by the river, put the fishing cage back in the river, and then started processing the fish. After disposing of the fish, he took them back to the shelter and fried them in a pan. After eating the fried fish, Zhou Chuyu told the others that although they had driven the wolves away last night, wolves are animals that bear a grudge, and they would definitely come back. So he planned to dig some traps outside the shelter to teach these wolves a lesson. After spending so much time together, everyone had come to look up to him as their leader, and they all nodded in agreement when he spoke. Immediately, the few people started digging traps outside the shelter with wooden sticks. Although they didn't have handy tools, the geology here was relatively soft, so it wasn't very laborious to dig with wooden sticks. It was only until the evening that, with the efforts of the few people, a 1 meter wide, nearly 2 meter deep, 7 to 8 meter long deep trench was finally dug outside the shelter. After a day's work, the girls were exhausted, but Zhou Chuyu was not idle. He took Lang Bing to the small river where bamboo grows, cut some bamboo with the thickness of his arm, and carried the pieces, each more than 1 meter long, back to the shelter. The two men picked up knives and axes and sharpened the ends of the bamboo sticks. The two of them kept busy for 2 or 3 hours before they used knives and axes to sharpen the ends of a large pile of bamboo sticks. Song Yushi and the others were already asleep in their beds. Zhou Chuyu chatted with Lang Bing for a while before standing up and returning to his shelter to lie down and sleep. Although he slept relatively late last night, the sun had not risen the next morning when Zhou Chuyu woke up and walked out of the shelter. He saw Lang Bing already practicing kung fu by the river and walked towards the river. As soon as Zhou Chuyu reached the riverbank, Lang Bing attacked him. Zhou Chuyu was forced to defend himself, and although he easily subdued her again, she was able to fight him for more than 10 moves. Zhou Chuyu was pleased to see her progress, and after washing up by the river, he picked up the fishing cage and inspected it. There were quite a few fish in the cage. Zhou Chuyu simply dug a deep pit by the river, got some water in it, and poured the fish from the fishing cage directly into the pit to keep them alive. He put the fishing cage back in the river, went to the shelter, and put all the sharpened bamboo sticks from last night into the traps. He then used an axe to hammer each of the sharpened bamboo sticks into the soil. Chapter 33 Ding Shui is bitten by a snake. After he had driven all the sharpened bamboo sticks into the soil, Song Yu and the others gradually woke up. After washing up, they returned to the shelter and started making breakfast. Zhou Chuyu then took Lang Bing into the woods, cut some sticks thicker than his finger and brought them back to the trap, laying them on top. He cut some palm leaves and brought them back to cover the branches, and sprinkled a thin layer of soil on top for camouflage. When the two returned to the shelter, Song Yushi and the others had already finished preparing breakfast. They grabbed their bowls and chopsticks and started eating. After breakfast, Zhou Chuyu took Lang Bing back into the woods and cut some wild dandelions. In the afternoon, the girls met up again to go bathing in the river, while Zhou Chuyu sat outside the shelter leisurely smoking a cigarette. At this time, the girls suddenly screamed. Zhou Chuyu's first thought was that the girls were in danger, so he stood up and ran towards the river. When he arrived at the place where the girls were bathing, he saw that they were standing naked on the grass by the river. Zhou Chuyu immediately turned his head and said to the girls, "Put your clothes on first, what happened?" The girls quickly dressed, and Song Yushi anxiously said to Zhou Chuyu, "Zhou, Ding Shui has been bitten by a snake." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuyu immediately turned and walked over to Ding Shui. When he arrived, he hurriedly asked, "Where were you bitten? Show me the wound." Upon hearing this, Ding Shui whispered to him, "I was bitten on my calf." Zhou Chuyu immediately crouched down and lifted up her pant leg to check the wound. He could clearly see the bite mark of a snake on her white foot, and blood was still flowing from the wound. Moreover, the wound had not swollen up. Judging from the look of the snake that bit her, it was a non-venomous snake. Zhou Chuyu secretly let out a sigh of relief and said to Ding Shui, "Luckily the snake that bit you is not poisonous. If it were a poisonous snake, I don't know what I would have done. You guys should try not to bathe in this river in the future." Ding Shui was also relieved to hear him say this. He didn't want to just die from being bitten by a poisonous snake on this deserted island. Son Yushi then said to him, "So we're not going to bathe anymore?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "Are you scared, silly? Can't we just build a bathroom?" After saying this, he turned around and was about to leave. Bai Rulan saw this and hurriedly said to him, "Zhou, did you just take a look at us?" Zhou Chuyu turned to her and said, "I heard your screams and came running over, but when I saw you all stark naked, I immediately turned my head away." Long Bing said, "Even if he saw it, what's the big deal? You guys didn't lose out anyway. If he wants to look, I can take it all off for him." Hearing Ling Bing say this, Zhou Chuyu almost stumbled and fell to the ground, thinking that Ling Bing is really tough. After what just happened, the girls were afraid to take another shower. Zhou Chuyu went back to the shelter, got an axe, and went to cut bamboo again. He planned to build a bathroom by the river. The girls also joined him in chopping bamboo. By the time it got dark, they had chopped a large pile of bamboo. After cooking some wild boar and eating, everyone went to bed early. Lying in bed, Zhou Chuyu recalled the sight of the girls naked this afternoon, thinking to himself that they really had great figures. After a while of rambling, he fell asleep. The next morning, after they woke up, they went to the river and cleared out a space, and started building the bathroom. There was no need to build the bathroom as firmly as the shelter, so it was relatively quick to build. By the afternoon, they had already built a simple bathroom by the river. Although the bathroom was already there, the problem was how to get the river water inside. The simplest solution was to build a bathtub, but that was easier said than done. For the time being, they could only bathe by carrying water in bamboo tubes. In the evening, after dinner, the group sat around the shelter's fireplace chatting. Just as they were getting into it, a howl suddenly came from the distant woods. Zhou Chuyu knew that the wolves had returned for revenge, so he immediately got up, slammed the bamboo door shut, and held it shut with a wooden stick. Song Yushi and the others were full of worry, but Zhou Chuyu quickly reassured them that they didn't need to worry too much, and that traps had been set up outside the shelter. Before long, the wolves had arrived less than 20 meters from the shelter, standing in place and snarling non-stop. Zhou Chuyu also stood up and went to the door to check. Just like that, a dozen wolves charged towards the shelter, but before they got close, 7 or 8 of them fell directly into the trap that the group had dug. The sharpened bamboo sticks in the trap instantly pierced the bodies of the wolves, and for a moment, the trap was full of the wolves' screams. Seeing their companions fall into the trap, the remaining wolves were also scared and backed up a few meters, standing in place and howling non-stop. Hearing the screams of the wolves in the trap, Zhou Chuyu and the others were also extremely happy. After almost an hour, the wolves standing in the distance did not dare to attack the shelter again. After howling for a while, they turned around and ran away in disgrace. The wolves that had fallen into the trap were already completely dead, but it was almost dark outside the shelter. It seemed that they would have to deal with the bodies of these wolves tomorrow. The next morning, as soon as it was light, everyone woke up and went out of the shelter to check by the trap. They saw that the bodies of the wolves in the trap were covered with sharpened bamboo sticks. The blood that had flowed from the wounds had completely dried up, and there were many flies and insects biting on the bodies of the wolves. Seeing that the bodies of the wolves were about to rot and deteriorate, Zhou Chuyu took a knife and cut back a few rattan sticks, carefully descended into the trap, and bound the bodies of the wolves with the rattan sticks. Ling Bing and the others held onto the rattan and worked together to pull the wolves' bodies out of the trap and drag them to the river. It took more than an hour before they got all the wolves' bodies from the trap to the river. After sitting on the ground for a while to rest, Zhou Chuyu took out a knife and started skinning the wolves. He planned to use the wolf skins to make some clothes. As for the wolf meat, although it could be eaten, there was no way to store so much of it, and it had already begun to rot and deteriorate. So they simply threw all the wolf meat into the river and let the current wash it away. They were so busy until it was almost dark, and they had skinned all the wolves. The girls did not idle either. They carefully cleaned the skinned wolves and hung them on tree branches to dry. After a whole day of hard work, they were all exhausted. They returned to the shelter, cooked some wild boar, ate it, and then took the bamboo tube to the river to get some water and took a shower in the bathroom. In order to prevent snakes from sneaking into the bathroom while they were bathing, Zhou Chuyu took some firewood and lit a fire around the bathroom. This not only illuminated the area, but also drove away mosquitoes and snakes. After the bath, the few of them went to bed early. Chapter 34 Bring Lung Bing to the shore. The next morning, Zhou Chuyu didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. He opened the shelter and saw Lang Bing practicing kung fu by the river. He went to the river to wash up, then checked the fishing cage again. He went to the trap, carefully climbed inside, pulled up the bamboo that had been broken by the wolves, and picked up the branches and palm leaves inside. He returned to the shelter, got his axe, and prepared to go back to cut some more bamboo sticks. At this time, Long Bing had also finished practicing kung fu and was cutting bamboo with a knife. After a while, Song Yushi and the other girls also woke up. After washing up, they saw Zhou Chuyu and Long Bing chopping bamboo. The girls caught some fish from the deep pit and processed them directly by the river. After processing the fish, they took them back to the shelter and started frying them in wild boar oil. When the fish were almost ready, Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing also chopped some bamboo and carried it back to the shelter. After breakfast, Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing cut the cut bamboo back into small sections, sharpened the ends of the sticks, reinserted them into the trap, cut some more branches and palm leaves to cover the top of the trap, and finally sprinkled a layer of mud on top for camouflage. In the afternoon, Zhou Chuyu took a few people into the woods to cut some firewood, tied it with rattan, and carried it back to the shelter to store it. After dinner, the group sat around the fireplace chatting. Zhou Chuyu told everyone that he planned to go to the coast tomorrow to see if he could find some more supplies to use. Hearing this, the girls all clamored to go with him. Considering that the woods were too dangerous, Zhou Chuyu did not agree, but Lang Bing insisted again and again that she wanted to go with him, so Zhou Chuyu had to nod in agreement. He also asked Lang Bing to leave the pistol with Song Yushi and the others for self-defense, and instructed Song Yushi and the others to stay in the shelter and not to run around. Song Yushi asked Zhou Chuyu when they would be back, and Zhou Chuyu told them that if it was fast, they would be back in 1 day, but if it was slow, it might take 2 or 3 days. Hearing that they would be gone for 2 or 3 days, Song Yushi and the others were afraid that the wolves would attack after they left. Zhou Chuyu told them that the wolves should not come back in a few days, and that if they did, they would be fine as long as they stayed inside the shelter. It would be almost impossible for the wolves to attack the shelter. After chatting with the others for a while, they returned to the shelter and lay down to rest. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Zhou Chuyu woke up. He opened the bamboo door of the shelter and saw Lang Bing already practicing kung fu by the river. After a brief wash, the two of them walked towards the shore, carrying their bamboo baskets on their backs. They walked for a long way before the sun rose. Lang Bing couldn't help but say to Zhou Chuyu, "Isn't it a bit bad to leave them at the shelter? I feel like they don't know anything. Aren't you afraid of something happening to them?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "It's because they don't know anything and are timid that I left them here. If you want to survive here, you have to learn to be strong and independent. This is the only way to better protect yourself. They can't rely on me forever. If something happens to me one day, how will they survive?" Hearing him say this, Lang Bing hurriedly said to him, "You're so awesome, what kind of accident could happen to you? Don't be ridiculous." Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, "There are so many dangers on this deserted island that we don't know about, just like the python we encountered the other day. We almost got eaten by it. Maybe the python was just the tip of the iceberg on this deserted island, and there might be other even more ferocious beasts. This deserted island is far more dangerous than we imagined." After hearing him say this, Lang Bing also agreed. After a while, Lang Bing said to him again, "Don't you feel sorry for leaving the army like this?" Hearing her ask, Zhou Chuyu was suddenly stunned. He stood still and turned to her and said, "Of course I feel sorry, but what can I do? If we ever leave here, why don't you come work for our national security?" Lang Bing said to him again. Zhou Chuyu smiled and told her that he just wanted to take care of his mother and find a wife to live a good life. Lang Bing didn't want to say anything more. After more than 2 hours, the two of them finally reached the shore. Zhou Chuyu took her to where the coconuts were hidden, dug up a few, split one open with a knife and handed it to her. He then split open one himself, tilted his head back and drank the coconut juice inside. After drinking the coconut juice, he split the coconut again, scooped out the flesh inside and ate it. After sitting on the ground to rest for a while, he put the remaining coconut in the bamboo basket and then started searching along the coast. He walked along the coast for a long way, and finally found an iron oil drum among a pile of rubbish washed ashore by the sea. The oil drum was rusted by the seawater, but the writing on the outside still indicated that it was used to store cooking oil. Zhou Chuyu picked up the oil drum and looked at it carefully. He found that although the oil drum was rusted, it was still usable. If it was in the city, Zhou Chuyu would not even take a second look at it. But on this deserted island, it is a rare resource that can be used as a pot. Put the oil drum in the bamboo basket and continue searching along the coast. After walking for a while, Lung Bing found a battered umbrella in a pile of rubbish washed ashore by the sea. The umbrella's canopy was full of holes, but the ribs were made of steel bars a few tens of centimeters long, and the handle was also made of iron. Zhou Chuyu had always wanted to make some bows and arrows, but he had never found the right tools. After the ribs of the umbrella were sharpened, they could be used as arrows. The broken umbrella was put in a bamboo basket, and the two men continued their search along the coast. At this time, Lung Bing suddenly pointed in the distance and said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, look, there's smoke rising there." Zhou Chuyu looked up and saw it was the ground where Lu Hainan and the others had been living. He smiled and said to Lung Bing, "Don't be alarmed, there are also some survivors there, but they are not good people, and the pistol was also taken from them." When it came to pistols, Lung Bing couldn't help but think of the deadly, and said to Zhou Chuyu, "Should we go over and take a look?" Zhou Chuyu nodded, and the two of them then walked along the shore, searching for useful supplies while heading that way. In less than an hour, the two of them had arrived at the place where Lu Hainan and the others were living. After not seeing each other for so many days, Lu Hainan and the others had also built a huge shelter out of the wood they had collected under the big tree by the shore. Although it was not as sturdy as the shelter built by Zhou Chuyu and the others by the small river, it could barely protect them from the wind and rain. At this time, Lu Hainan and the others were sitting around a fire roasting something to eat. Since Zhou Chuyu had given him a hard kick in the groin last time, Lu Hainan had lost his male function, and his hatred for Zhou Chuyu in his heart was growing stronger and stronger, to the point where he wanted to devour him alive. At this time, Lu Hainan and the others also saw Zhou Chuyu, who was walking towards them with a beautiful woman he had never seen before. The group of people also stood up one after another. Lu Hainan and Shu Mao stared at the two men with anger in their eyes. Lung Bing saw this scene and couldn't help but say to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, look at the way these people look, they can't wait to eat you up. How have you offended them?" Zhou Chuyu pointed his finger at Lu Hainan and then smiled and said to Lung Bing, "I gave a kick on this man's vital part, so he may not be considered a man now." Hearing him say this, Lung Bing couldn't help but smile and said, "That's even worse than killing him, no wonder he's looking at you like that." Chapter 35 Two Big Guys. After a short while, Zhou Chuyu and the other man stopped within 5 meters of Lu Hainan's group. Looking at them staring at him menacingly, Zhou Chuyu laughed. "What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that?" Lu Hainan immediately shouted. "Zhou Chuyu, I'll fuck you, where have you been hiding these days? I was worried about not being able to find you, but you've actually come to me voluntarily. Today, I'll settle our score with you." Hearing him say this, Zhou Chuyu was suddenly stunned. He thought to himself, what's wrong with Lu Hainan that he dares to speak to him like this? Lang Bing, who was standing nearby, immediately said coldly when she heard Lu Hainan scold Zhou Chuyu like this. "Watch your mouth, or I'll beat you up so badly you won't be able to take care of yourself, do you believe me?" Hearing Lang Bing say this, Lu Hainan suddenly laughed, saying loudly, "Where did you come from, beautiful girl? How come I've never seen you before? Don't worry. After I've finished with this Zhou guy, we can discuss life together." Lang Bing was about to lose her temper when Zhou Chuyu pulled her back, smiling and saying to Lu Hainan, "I see that your rich is acting up again. I remember saying last time that if you bothered me again, I'd kill you. Have you already forgotten? It seems that kick didn't teach you a lesson. Judging by your appearance, you're not even considered a man." Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan was instantly infuriated, and then he laughed loudly. "Zhou Chuyu, I know I'm no match for you, but someone will fix you today." After saying this, he turned around and shouted at the shelter. "Ligay, Baoga, come out quickly. Teach this kid a good lesson." After he shouted, a rebuke suddenly came from inside the shelter, like a bronze bell. "What the hell are you screaming for? You're ruining my fun." Immediately afterwards, 2 burly men came out of the shelter, each of them carrying an unclothed woman. These 2 men were almost 1.9 meters tall, with fierce expressions and well-developed muscles. When they saw these 2 men come out, Lu Hainan and the others immediately stood respectfully to the side. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing were also taken aback when they saw these 2 men. How did these 2 big guys suddenly pop up again? Lu Hainan respectfully said to these 2 burly men, Brother Bao, this is Zhou Chuyu, teach him a lesson for me." It was only at this time that these 2 burly men slowly looked up at Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing. When they saw Lang Bing, they both brightened up, and their drool almost came out. Seeing this, Lang Bing was about to take action, but Zhou Chuyu gave her a look, and Lang Bing suppressed her anger. The two burly men simply ignored Zhou Chuyu and stared at Lung Bing, one of them suddenly saying, "This little bitch is not bad, I want to have a taste." The other one immediately said, "Brotherly, why don't we do it together? I just don't know if this little bitch can take it." Zhou Chuyu then said coldly to Lu Hainan, "I said, why are you guys so tough today? It turns out you've got two helpers." Lu Hainan said with a smug look on his face, "Zhou Chuyu, today is the day you die, how about it? Are you scared? If you are, kneel down and apologize to me, then cut off your hands, and let Brotherly and Brother Bao enjoy this beautiful woman by your side. Maybe I can spare your life." At this time, the man named Brotherly finally looked at Zhou Chuyu and said to Lu Hainan with some disdain, "Lu, this kid is the master you were talking about. He looks as skinny as a little chicken, and I knocked him out with one punch. You guys are really scared of him." Lu Hainan hurriedly said, "Brotherly, don't look at this kid as skinny as a ragdoll, but his skills are really better." Hearing Lu Hainan say this, Brotherly laughed haha, and said arrogantly, "In the face of absolute power, no matter how good his skills are, what's the use? He was still knocked out by me with one punch." After he finished speaking, he said to Zhou Chuyu, "Kid, you're going to end it yourself, I'm going to do it for you." Zhou Chuyu also laughed and said to him, "I'll see what you've got." After he said that, he was about to do it, so Lang Bing hurriedly said to him, "Let me do it." After that, he took 2 steps forward and assumed a stance. It was the boxing technique that Zhou Chuyu had taught her. When Lang Bing assumed this stance, Lu Hainan and the others couldn't help but laugh out loud. Brotherly even said disdainfully, "I'm telling you, pretty girl, you're just a showboat, and you're not even good at it. Look at you, all limp and flabby. You'd better just back off. I don't want to hurt you, because then I wouldn't be able to enjoy you anymore." Lu Hainan also turned to Zhou Chuyu and said, "Zhou Chuyu, how could you be afraid? You let a woman stand up for you. Are you even a man?" Zhou Chuyu nodded and said, "I'm definitely a man. I don't know if you're a man or not." After saying this, he burst out laughing. Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan was instantly furious, and said to the two burly men, "Brotherly, Brother Bao, help me teach this brat a lesson." Brotherly glanced at Lung Bing, who was still in a fighting stance, and laughed. "You little girl, I let you hit me 3 times. So what? Come on." After hearing him say this, Lung Bing launched an attack on him. Brother Long was a little disdainful of her attack, but Lung Bing had gradually grasped the essence of this boxing technique over the past few days. As soon as the two clashed, Brotherly was nearly knocked to the ground by Lang Bing. At this time, there was no longer any slight disdain for this weak and feeble girl. He hurriedly responded with all his strength. For a while, the two fought evenly, with neither one being superior to the other. This completely dumbfounded everyone present. They never expected that this weak-looking girl could actually fight Li Gu on equal terms with such a soft and flabby set of boxing techniques. Li Gu also felt more and more frightened as the fight went on. Every punch he threw carried the weight of several hundred pounds, but every time, Lang Bing easily parried it. Lang Bing also brought out the essence of this boxing style, which is to be still and wait for the right moment, and to fight slowly and defeat quickly. If it were in the past, he would probably not be able to defeat this Li Gu, but now he was more than capable of handling this big guy. Zhou Chuyu's face did not show the slightest bit of worry. He knew that it would not be long before Lang Bing gained the upper hand, so he simply took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and slowly began to smoke. Sure enough, as he expected, after a few dozen moves, Lang Bing had slowly gained the upper hand. Li Gu was also a little flustered. In no time, Lang Bing found a flaw in his technique and used a clever technique of using the opponent's force against him, directly knocking the arrogant Li Gu to the ground. Seeing that Li Gu had actually been defeated by such a weak woman, Lu Hainan and the others all opened their mouths wide, full of disbelief. Brotherly struggled to get up from the ground and launched another attack on Lang Bing, but before the two could exchange 3 moves, he was once again knocked to the ground. Lang Bing took advantage of the situation and pounded Brotherly with a hail of punches, directly turning his head into a pig's head. Brotherly hurriedly begged for mercy, and Lang Bing stopped and retreated to Zhou Chuyu, saying to him, "How was it?" Zhou Chuyu nodded and said, "Not bad, but keep up the good work." Then he said to Lu Hainan, "What now? Do you still want me to kneel down and apologize?" Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan was suddenly at a loss for words and unable to speak for a while. Chapter 36 Once again, Lu Hainan was taught a lesson. The group of people seemed to Lu Hainan to be much more skilled than Zhou Chuyu. He had also fought with him before and could barely exchange more than 10 moves with him, but he had been defeated by Li Gu after 7 or 8 moves. Little did he know that Zhou Chuyu had hardly even used half of his strength when he fought with him. That's why he said tremblingly to Zhou Chuyu, "What kind of ability is it to rely on a girl? If you're capable, don't let this woman fight, and you and Brother Bao fight to see if he doesn't beat the shit out of you." Zhou Chuyu laughed and said loudly, "I can see that you won't learn until you hit rock bottom. It's just that I haven't exercised my muscles in a long time, and today is just the right time to practice with this big guy." He then pointed at Li, who had just stood up, and at Bao, who was eyeing him hungrily, and said to them with contempt, "You two go at him together." Hearing him say this, Li and Bao almost shouted in unison, "You little brat, you're looking for death." The two of them charged towards Zhou Chuyu. When they got close, Zhou Chuyu punched Brother Li and kicked Brother Bao. The two of them didn't see how he did it, but they felt a huge force coming towards them. Before the two of them could react, they flew straight 3 or 4 meters, falling heavily to the ground. Lu Hainan was full of disbelief when he saw Zhou Chuyu knock Brother Li and Brother Bao flying 3 or 4 meters away in one go. He muttered to himself, "Impossible, how is this possible? What kind of monster are you?" Even Lang Bing was full of disbelief. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Zhou Chuyu was, he could not have defeated the two so quickly. He was increasingly impressed. Brother Li and Brother Bao struggled for a long time but did not get up from the ground. They looked at Zhou Chuyu with fear in their eyes. Zhou Chuyu did not look at the two again, but instead looked at Lu Hainan and said with a smile, "What do you say? Do you still want me to kneel down and apologize to you? What did I say? If you provoke me again, I will definitely kill you. It seems that you really don't want to live anymore." After hearing him say this, Lu Hainan jumped up and fell to his knees. While slapping his own face, he said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, please forgive me this time. I will never dare to do it again." Sloppy. Seeing this, the others also knelt down one after the other and kept kowtowing to Zhou Chuyu, begging him to spare their lives. Looking at them like this, Zhou Chuyu said coldly to the crowd, "Killing you is a mess, but it's not easy to spare your lives. If you let you go so easily, it's not right. How about this, you two group together and slap each other 100 times. If I'm satisfied, I'll spare your lives." Hearing him say this, Lu Hainan and the others started slapping each other, afraid that Zhou Chuyu would be unhappy. They slapped each other harder than they should have, and before long, they had each given each other more than 100 slaps. Their faces were all swollen like a pig's head, and blood kept dripping from the corners of their mouths. But since Zhou Chuyu hadn't said anything, no one dared to stop. Zhou Chuyu glanced at Li and Bao, who were still lying on the ground, and said loudly to them, "What are you two still doing? Do you want me to do it myself?" After hearing him say this, Brother Li and Brother Bao also slapped each other. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing just stood there watching. After 100 slaps, the group of people could no longer see their original appearances, their faces were covered in blood. Zhou Chuyu then said with satisfaction, "I'll spare you this time, but if you provoke me again, don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, he took Lang Bing and left. Just after walking more than 10 meters, Zhou Chuyu returned with Lang Bing. When they returned, Lu Hainan and the others were shocked again. Zhou Chuyu didn't even look at them and said to Lang Bing, "Go and see if there are any good things in their shelter." As soon as he finished speaking, Lang Bing walked towards the charming shelter. After more than 10 minutes, Lang Bing came out with a compound bow and more than 10 arrows, and said to Zhou Chuyu with a smile, "I didn't think they had such good things." Seeing the compound bow and arrows Lang Bing was holding, Zhou Chuyu was also happy. He didn't think they could actually get such good things. Lang Bing spoke again. "They also have some pots in the shelter. Do you want to take them with you?" Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, "Let them keep those things." After saying that, he turned to Lu Hainan and the others and said, "I'll take your compound bow, do you have any objections?" Lu Hainan and the others didn't dare to object, and they all said that he could take whatever he liked. At this time, they just wanted to get rid of Zhou Chuyu as soon as possible. Seeing that they had no objections, Zhou Chuyu left with Lang Bing. When they saw that the two of them had finally gone far away, Lu Hainan and the others also sat down on the ground, unable to laugh or cry. Brother Li and Brother Bao were given a severe lesson by Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing, and they slapped each other 100 times. At this point, they couldn't even speak clearly, and they just kept howling on the ground. After walking a few hundred meters, Long Bing said with admiration to Zhou Chuyu, "I didn't think your strength would be so terrifying. You just used one move to take care of those two big guys. I don't think I'll ever catch up to you in my life." Zhou Chuyu laughed. "Why are you such a competitive girl? Why do you have to catch up to me? Why don't you just find a man and get married?" Long Bing said with a smile. "Then marry me." Zhou Chuyu suddenly felt speechless. The two of them walked along the coast for a long way, but they didn't find any more supplies that they could use. But fortunately, today's harvest was quite good. Not only did they find oil drums and broken umbrellas, but most importantly, they also snatched a compound bow and dozens of arrows from Lu Hainan and the others. You have to know that the range of this compound bow can reach 50-60 meters, and at close range it can directly pierce the bodies of large carnivores. Since they set out in the morning, the two of them have only eaten one coconut, and they are now starving. They found a big tree by the shore, placed the bamboo basket under it, and then took the compound bow and went into the woods. After a while, they saw a pheasant chirping non-stop on top of a big tree. It was only 20-30 meters away. Lang Bing picked up the compound bow and shot an arrow at the pheasant. The arrow pierced the pheasant's body directly, and the pheasant fell to the ground after flapping a few times. Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but say, "What a good archer." The two of them quickly walked to the base of a large tree. Lang Bing picked up the pheasant, which was still alive, and grabbed its neck and twisted it hard. The pheasant struggled a few times before it died completely. He then pulled the arrow out of the pheasant's body. The two of them picked up some firewood and went to the base of the tree. Zhou Chuyu took out a lighter and started a fire, while Long Bing took the pheasant to the shore and started processing it. Chapter 37 Lang Bing's background. After a short while, Lang Bing finished processing the pheasant and brought it back to the fire. She found a stick to skewer it on and placed it on the fire to roast it. After half an hour, the pheasant was already golden brown and sizzling with oil. The two of them couldn't wait to tear off the roasted pheasant and shove it in their mouths to gobble it up. In less than 10 minutes, the two of them had eaten the whole roast pheasant, leaving nothing but a pile of bone shavings. Zhou Chuyu took out 2 coconuts from the bamboo basket, cracked them open, and handed one to Lang Bing. He picked up the other coconut, tilted his head back, and drank the coconut juice in one gulp. He took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth, lit it, and then smoked it with a face of enjoyment. Lang Bing, on the other hand, took a knife and went back into the forest to cut some firewood and palm leaves and carry them back under the big tree. After sitting under the big tree for more than 2 hours, Zhou Chuyu returned with a wooden stick about the thickness of his arm and went back to the fire. He picked up the knife and started to whittle. Lang Bing saw this and said to him, "What are you doing?" Zhou Chuyu said without looking up, "I'm going to the sea to catch some lobsters to grill and eat." Hearing him say this, Lang Bing said that she wanted to go too, while Zhou Chuyu just laughed and said, "You have to take off your clothes to catch lobsters. I think you'd better forget it." He thought that when he said this, Lang Bing would back down, but unexpectedly, Lang Bing said with no concern, "What's the big deal about taking off my clothes? There's only the two of us here anyway, and I'll be yours sooner or later, so it's fine if you see me." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu felt speechless, but in his heart there was a trace of expectation. He handed Lang Bing the end of the stick, sharpened it, and went back into the woods to cut a stick about the thickness of his arm. He picked up the knife and started sharpening it. After sharpening the stick, the two went to a piece of reef on the shore. Looking at Lang Bing by his side, Zhou Chuyu was a little embarrassed to take off his clothes. However, Lang Bing started to undress in front of him. In no time, she was only wearing underwear. Looking at her sexy and fair body, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but swallow. He couldn't help but say to Lang Bing, "Are you this bold in front of other people?" Lang Bing glared at him and said, "I'm only doing this because you're my man. If someone else saw me like this, I would just gouge his eyes out." After saying that, she grabbed her wooden stick and went down to the sea to catch lobsters. Zhou Chuyu thought to himself, "Since when did I become your man? You are quite a feisty woman, taking off your own clothes and pants to go down to the sea to catch lobsters." Perhaps Lang Bing had never speared a lobster before, because several times she aimed at a lobster and speared it, but she never managed to spear it. On the other hand, Zhou Chuyu managed to spear it every time. Seeing that she was a little frustrated, Zhou Chuyu told her that the water refracted light, so the lobster she saw every time was actually not in that position. Hearing him say this, Lung Bing finally reacted. After adjusting the angle a bit and going for the lobster again, this time she also got it without a mistake. In this way, after more than an hour, the two of them had already picked up more than 10 lobsters from the sea. At this time, the sun was about to disappear from the horizon, so the two of them climbed up onto the rocks. Even without their clothes on, they took the lobsters and went over to the fire. They poked some charcoal out of the fire and placed the lobsters directly on top to roast them. Seeing Ling Bing only wearing underwear, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but peek. Even though he was no longer young, he was still a genuine young buck. Seeing Ling Bing sitting next to him in her underwear, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but start daydreaming again, and his eyes kept wandering to Ling Bing's body from time to time. Seeing this, Ling Bing said to him, "I told you, sooner or later I'll be yours. If you want to look openly, there's no need to be sneaky. Do you want me to take it off and show you all you want?" Hearing her words, which were like those of a vixen, Zhou Chuyu felt speechless and embarrassed. He really wanted to just kill her right there and then, but he suppressed his desires and said to Ling Bing, "Can you please put your clothes back on? It's easy for me to make a mistake if you keep saying things like that." Ling Bing smiled and said, make a mistake, it's consensual anyway. Whenever you're ready, but you have to be responsible for me." After listening to her, Zhou Chuyu didn't know what to say for a while. Ling Bing looked at him and then got up and went to the rocks on the shore to put on her clothes. By the time the lobster was ready, it had completely darkened. The two of them picked up the grilled lobster, peeled off the shell, stuffed it in their mouths, and began to gobble it up. After finishing the grilled lobster, Zhou Chuyu went back to the top of the reef to put on his clothes, returned to the fire, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a strong drag, and then said to Ling Bing, "You said you were an orphan. What's going on?" Hearing Zhou Chuyu ask this, Ling Bing slowly told her life story. It turned out that when she was very young, the director of the orphanage picked her up off the street. Since she was petite, the other children in the orphanage bullied her a lot, so she developed this kind of withdrawn personality. At that time, she vowed that when she grew up, she would definitely make herself strong, so she chose to go to the police academy. Because her grades were outstanding, she was specially recruited by the National Security Agency. After going to the National Security Bureau, she underwent a series of devilish training. Naturally, the instructor was Zhao Long. After witnessing Zhao Long's various techniques, they were all deeply impressed and showered him with praise. Listening to their flattery, Zhao Long smiled bitterly and told them that his own skills were not worth mentioning in front of the dragon's head, and the gap between himself and him was not just a little. Finally, under their constant questioning, they learned that the dragon's head was Zhou Chuyu. So from that moment on, Ling Bing regarded Zhou Chuyu as her idol and dreamed of meeting him. After listening to him, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "So after you met me, were you particularly disappointed that the dragon head, who your instructor had blown up to the skies, would actually be a security guard?" After hearing him say this, Ling Bing hurriedly said to him, "No. You don't know how happy I am to see you, especially when you knocked out those two big guys with one move. You have no idea how shocked I was. By the way, why are you called Dragon Head? And why do you call our instructor Little Fat Dragon?" Although their identities were kept secret, after seeing that Ling Bing was from the National Security Agency, Zhou Chuyu also told him a little about himself. It turned out that Zhou Chuyu belonged to a small team, and the name of the team was the Dragon Team. Zhou Chuyu was the captain of this team, and the people under him were all soldiers of the special forces, and they carried out some relatively dangerous and tricky missions. The reason why he called Zhao Long Xiapanglong was mainly because he looked relatively fat. After listening to him, Ling Bing also yearned for and admired this dragon team, and thought to himself that it would be nice to be able to join this dragon team one day. Chapter 38 Discovering the Fishing Boat. It was only after a while that Ling Bing asked Zhou Chuyu if the beautiful woman who created the set of boxing techniques he was currently practicing was also a member of the Dragon Squad. Zhou Chuyu nodded and told her that the person who created the set of boxing techniques was also a member of the Dragon Squad, codenamed Beauty Dragon, but she had sacrificed herself to save him during an operation. When talking about these past events, Zhou Chuyu was overcome with sadness again. Looking at his sad appearance, Ling Bing didn't know how to comfort him. It was only after a while that Zhou Chuyu said with a bitter smile, "Forget it, let's not talk about the past. It's all in the past. We have to move on. It's getting late. You get some rest, and I'll keep watch." Hearing him say this, Ling Bing told him that he wasn't sleepy and that he would keep watch instead, so that Zhou Chuyu could get some rest earlier. Zhou Chuyu didn't say anything else, and he lay down on the palm leaves next to the fire and fell asleep. Looking at Zhou Chuyu, who was already asleep, Long Bing couldn't help but smile at the corner of her mouth. In her heart, she wondered what had happened to Zhou Chuyu. She felt that he was hiding many secrets, and she thought about the girl who had created the boxing method she practiced. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of person she was. What was her relationship with Zhou Chuyu? At the same time, she felt a pang of pity for her death. She didn't dare to ask Zhou Chuyu again, because if he was willing to tell her, he would naturally do so. It was almost midnight before she felt drowsy. At this time, Zhou Chuyu also woke up. Looking at her tired face, he quickly told her to lie down and rest. He then got up from the palm frond, rubbed his bleary eyes, gathered some firewood and put it in the fire. He then sat down by the fire and started smoking. It was still dark when he looked at Lung Bing, who was still asleep, got up, went to the shore and washed his face. He felt instantly much more awake. I took my compound bow and walked towards the forest. Not far from there, I saw a pheasant calling non-stop from a tree, about 20-30 meters away. I raised my compound bow and shot an arrow at the pheasant. The arrow pierced the pheasant's body, and the pheasant fell to the ground in an instant, rolling around and emitting painful screams. He went under the tree and picked up the pheasant, which was still alive. He grabbed the pheasant's neck and twisted it hard, and the pheasant struggled a few times before it died completely. He then pulled the arrow out of the pheasant's body and carried the pheasant back to the shore. At this time, Lung Bing had also woken up and was practicing kung fu on the shore. When he saw Zhou Chuyu return, Lung Bing also stopped immediately, took the pheasant from him, and went to the shore to start processing it. Zhou Chuyu returned to the fire and took out the oil drum he had picked up on the beach from inside the main building. He took out a knife and cut off the top, thus creating a pot. He took the pot made from the oil drum to the beach, cleaned it with seawater, and returned to the fire. He took out a few coconuts from the bamboo basket and split them open, pouring the coconut juice directly into the pot. At this time, Lung Bing had also finished processing the pheasant and brought it back to the fire. Zhou Chuyu took the processed pheasant from her hands, chopped it into small pieces with a knife and placed it directly in the pot. Then he placed the pot on the fire and started to stew it. In less than an hour, the pheasant in the pot was stewed. Zhou Chuyu used a wooden stick to shave out 2 pairs of chopsticks. The two of them picked up the chicken in the pot and started eating. It has to be said that the chicken stewed in coconut milk was not just delicious, but in no time at all the two of them had eaten the whole pheasant, and in the end they even drank the last of the soup. After breakfast, the two of them came along the coast again to start searching for useful supplies, but after 2 or 3 hours, apart from some rubbish washed ashore by the sea, they didn't find any useful supplies. The two of them could not help feeling a little frustrated. At this time, Lung Bing asked Zhou Chuyu if they wanted to go back to the shelter today, and Zhou Chuyu shook her head and told her that they would not go back for the time being. Lung Bing began to worry about the safety of Song Yushi and the others again. Although Zhou Chuyu was also worried about their safety, he deliberately left them at the shelter mainly to teach them to be independent. Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Lung Bing didn't say anything else. Instead, she felt that Zhou Chuyu was right to do so. If they wanted to survive on this deserted island, they couldn't always rely on others, they had to learn the skills to survive here. The two sat on the beach by the shore and rested for a while, before standing up and continuing to search along the shore. They walked for a while longer. Suddenly, they saw what looked like a small, stranded fishing boat on the beach in the distance. Seeing this fishing boat, the two of them were instantly overjoyed. They quickly ran towards the fishing boat. When the two men ran up to the fishing boat, they discovered that it was in a terrible state, rusted and almost completely stripped down to an iron frame. It looked like it had been stranded here for years. The two men speculated about why the fishing boat was here. Looking at the rusted fishing boat, Zhou Chuyu walked up and kicked a piece of iron plate on the fishing boat. This kick directly kicked a hole in the iron plate. Lung Bing said in shock, "Zhou Chuyu, you're amazing. You actually kicked through the iron plate?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I'm not that amazing. It's just that the iron plate has been corroded by the seawater and is as fragile as cardboard." After saying that, he grabbed an iron rod on the fishing boat as thick as an arm with his hands, and the iron rod was pulled off by him in one go. At this time, Lung Bing also came to the fishing boat and kicked the iron plate on it. With barely any force, he kicked a big hole in the iron plate, and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Chuyu carefully inspected the rusty fishing boat. After a while, he couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. He had originally planned to get some iron bars and belts, but he didn't expect that the iron on the fishing boat had been completely corroded by the seawater and was almost useless. He continued searching along the coast with a heavy heart. After walking for nearly 2 hours, he finally found a worn-out fishing net among the rubbish washed ashore by the sea. Zhou Chuyu pulled on the fishing line on the net and found that it had not been torn. He was overjoyed. It seemed that the net had not been corroded. Although it was no longer usable, the fishing line on the net could be used. He took the broken fishing net and put it in the sea to wash it clean, then put it in the bamboo basket. The two of them then turned around and started walking back. By the time they returned to the big tree, it was already noon. The fire had completely gone out, so Zhou Chuyu could only pick up some firewood and light the fire again. Only then did he take the sharpened wooden stick to the shore, walk to the top of the reef, take off his clothes and pants, go down into the sea, and start grabbing lobsters. Seeing this, Long Bing also took a sharpened wooden stick and came to the shore to grab lobsters with him. It was almost dark when the two of them had used the sticks to spear dozens of lobsters in the sea. They put their clothes back on, took the lobsters and came to the fire. They poked some charcoal out of the fire and just placed the lobsters on top to roast them. Naturally, they couldn't finish eating all those lobsters. After eating some, they wrapped the rest in palm leaves and put them in a bamboo basket, planning to take them back to Song Yushi and the others to eat. Although the weather was incredibly hot, the cooked lobsters would not go bad even if they were left for a day or two. Since they had only slept for a few hours last night, after eating the grilled lobsters, Long Bing told Zhou Chuyu to lie down and rest, while she continued to keep watch. Zhou Chuyu also lay on the palm frond and fell asleep. Lang Bing sat by the fire with a compound bow until midnight, when Zhou Chuyu woke up to replace her. Then Lang Bing lay on the palm frond and fell asleep. Chapter 39 Destroy the Python. Zhou Chuyu sat by the fire until almost dawn, feeling that there should be no danger, and then lay down on the palm leaf to sleep. When he woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. He saw Lang Bing practicing kung fu by the shore, so he got up from the palm leaf and walked towards the shore. When she saw him coming, Lang Bing also stopped practicing kung fu and said to him, "Brother Zhou, you're awake?" Zhou Chuyu nodded and went to the shore to wash his face before turning to her and saying, "Let's go back after eating something." He walked over to the fire and took out some of the lobsters that had been roasted the day before from the bamboo basket, and the two of them walked towards the shelter. When the two of them had walked along the shore to the shelter where Lu Hainan and the others were living, Lu Hainan and the others saw the two of them and hid as far away as possible, as if they were mice seeing a cat. The two men did not bother them again, and they followed the coast to where the coconuts were hidden. They dug out the few remaining coconuts, put them in a bamboo basket, and then walked towards the shelter. After walking for more than an hour, they could see that they had already walked most of the way, and the shelter was getting closer and closer. It was noon and the hottest time of the day. At this time, the two of them were already sweating profusely, and their clothes were also wet with sweat. Zhou Chuyu also found a large, luxuriant tree, carefully observed the surroundings, and confirmed that there was no danger before simply clearing away the dead grass and leaves under the tree. The two of them then sat under the tree to rest. Zhou Chuyu took out 2 coconuts from the bamboo basket and split them open with a knife, handing one to Lang Bing. After drinking the coconut juice, Zhou Chuyu took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it to his mouth. Just as he was about to light it, he faintly heard a rustling sound in the distance. Unable to help himself, he looked up and looked into the forest. He saw a noise coming from the distant bushes. It looked like an animal was approaching. Zhou Chuyu immediately stood up, and Lang Bing also quickly stood up and took out the compound bow to aim at the distant bushes. Before they knew it, the two of them saw a large python the size of a bucket rapidly crawling towards them. The two of them suddenly felt a chill down their backs. Now the python was only 20 to 30 meters away from the two of them, and it was too late to escape. Just as the two men were still thinking about how to deal with it, the python was less than 10 meters away from them, and it opened its blood-red mouth and launched an attack on them. Looking at the wound on the python's head, it should be the one that the two men encountered last time, but this is not the time to think about it. Lang Bing picked up a compound bow and aimed at the python's open mouth, and shot an arrow. The arrow hit the python right in the mouth. Although the python's skin was rough and its flesh thick, Lang Bing's arrow pierced right through its body. The arrow entered through the mouth and exited just above the head. The python immediately shook its head, making a rustling sound in its mouth, and then raised its tail and swung it at the two people. Fortunately, Zhou Chuyu and the other were also quick-witted. As soon as they saw the moment the snake's tail whipped around, they quickly took cover behind a large tree. The python's tail also slammed against the tree trunk. Fortunately, this tree was thicker than a bucket and was 20-30 meters tall. Even so, the tree shook violently after being hit by the python's tail, and the leaves on the tree also fell down rapidly, which showed how powerful the hit was. Since the python had already been shot twice in the head by Lang Bing, had one eye blinded by Zhou Chuyu, and had been slashed on the head, although it had been a few days, its wounds had not yet fully healed. Now it was shot through the head by Lang Bing with a compound bow, which can be said to be adding injury to injury. Seeing that the last blow did not injure the two, the python opened its mouth wide and bit towards the two again. Lang Bing shot another arrow, which also entered the python's mouth. The python, which was already badly injured, immediately fell to the ground and kept rolling around, its tail flailing about. Zhou Chuyu and the other did not run away again this time, but stood behind a large tree in the distance and watched. More than 10 minutes passed like this, and the movements of this python became smaller and smaller. After a while, it lay on the ground without moving. The two of them were not sure if the python was dead, and for a while they did not dare to go near it, just standing in the distance and observing it. More than 10 minutes passed like this, and the python was still lying motionless on the ground. The two of them slowly walked towards the python. The two of them walked up close and took a closer look, and found that the python was completely dead. Both of them let out a long sigh of relief, and Lang Bing pulled out the two arrows above its head. Zhou Chuyu then took out a knife to prepare to get the snake gallbladder out, and incidentally peel off some snake skin to take back with him. At this time, there was suddenly a howl of wolves and barking of dogs from the distant woods. Zhou Chuyu suddenly felt something was wrong and quickly said to Lang Bing, "No good, judging from the sounds, it sounds like the wolves and hyenas are coming to investigate the smell." After saying this, he grabbed the bamboo basket under the tree and ran towards the shelter with Lang Bing. Before the two of them had run more than 100 meters, more than 10 wolves and dozens of hyenas appeared in front of the corpse of the python. Fortunately, the wolves and hyenas were all focused on the body of the python and did not chase after Zhou Chuyu and his friend. More than 10 wolves began to tear at the corpse of the python. The hyenas also wanted a share, but as soon as they got close to the corpse of the python, they were scared away by the wolves. Dozens of hyenas could only watch helplessly as the wolves tore at the corpse of the python. It wasn't until the wolves had eaten their fill and left that the hyenas began to nibble at the remains of the python on the ground. In no time at all, the remains of the python were eaten by the hyenas, leaving not even a bone left. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing ran back to the shelter, panting. At this time, Song Yushi and the others were sitting inside the shelter. Hearing the footsteps outside, they also quickly walked outside the shelter. Looking at the two panting men, Ding Shui said with a grievance, "Brother Zhou, you two are finally back. You've been gone for 2 or 3 days, and I thought you didn't want us anymore." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing didn't say anything, and they just collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Bai Ruolin ran back to the shelter, used a bamboo tube to fill some cold boiled water from the pot, and came outside the shelter to hand it over to the two men, asking them what had happened. The two men took the bamboo tube, tilted their heads back, and gulped down the cold boiled water inside. After drinking the water, Zhou Chuyu briefly recounted what had happened when he had just encountered the python. After listening to his account, Song Yushi and the others also felt a sense of fear for the two men. After sitting on the ground for a while, the two of them stood up and walked into the shelter, and Song Yushi and the others followed them in. As soon as he sat down, Zhou Chuyu asked the others if anything had happened here while he and Lang Bing had been gone for 2 or 3 days. The others all shook their heads quickly, and Song Yushi told Zhou Chuyu that as soon as he and Lang Bing had left, they all felt like they had lost their backbone. Apart from going to the toilet, they had almost all stayed inside the shelter and dared not go out. Rue Ying complained that Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing shouldn't have left them alone in the shelter, thinking that the two of them didn't want them anymore. Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu smiled and told her that the reason they had to leave them alone in the shelter was to let them learn to live independently and not have a dependency mentality. Only in this way could they better survive here. After he finished speaking, he took the grilled lobster wrapped in palm leaves from the bamboo basket and handed it to the others. Looking at the grilled lobster wrapped in palm leaves, they were also moved. They knew that Zhou Chuyu still cared about them. They picked up the grilled lobster, peeled off the shell, and devoured it with big bites. Chapter 40 Dealing with the wolf skin. After sitting by the fireplace for a while to rest, Zhou Chuyu got up and went to the small river. He saw that in the 2 days since he and Lang Bing had gone out, Song Yushi and the others had dug the original fish pit much larger, 2 or 3 times larger than before. There were still quite a few fish in it, which made him feel a little relieved. It seemed that they hadn't done nothing for the past 2 days since he had left. He also saw that there were already 3 fishing cages in the small river, and the other 2 were naturally woven and put down by Song Yushi and the others after he left. He also glanced at the bathroom built by the side of the river, thinking that he had to find a way to get a bathtub out as soon as possible. In that case, it would be convenient to take a bath in the future, and maybe even take a hot bath. He also glanced at the wolf skins hanging on the branches to dry. After a few days of drying, the wolf skins had also dried completely and could be used to make some wolfskin clothes and pants. Although I took off their clothes from the 2 corpses and had some change of clothes, the clothes and pants on Song Yushi and the others had long since become tattered and worn. Although there were some sexy uniforms of various styles, they could not be worn all the time. He took the wolf skin off the branch, spread it on the grass by the river, and took out a knife to carefully scrape off the remaining fat. After a while, Song Yushi and the others also walked out of the shelter and came to the riverbank. They saw Zhou Chuyu fiddling with the wolf skin, and they were all curious. Ding Shui asked, "What are you doing, Brother Zhou?" Zhou Chuyu looked up and smiled and said to the girls, "I can see that the clothes you are wearing are in tatters, so I plan to use these wolf skins to sew some clothes and pants for you." Hearing him say this, the girls all felt warm in their hearts. Song Yushi spoke again. "Don't we still have those uniforms?" Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "With those uniforms, if you wear them into the woods, you won't be bitten to death by mosquitoes. You can just show them to me." Hearing him say this, the girls blushed again, while Long Bing suddenly blurted out, "If you like to watch, I can show you every day. I'll be yours sooner or later anyway." Hearing her say such shocking things, Zhou Chuyu felt speechless, but at the same time, his heart was full of anticipation. If they appeared in front of him in this sexy uniform every day, then he could feast his eyes on them again. Song Yushi and the others were full of curiosity and jealousy, thinking that the 2 of them had been to the beach for 2 days, and they would not have cooked the rice before it was cooked, right? Rue Ying said to Zhou Chuyu, "Zhou, you 2 went to the coast for 2 days, you can't have confirmed your relationship already, can you?" Hearing her ask, Zhou Chuyu, who didn't know she was there, gave her a glare and said, "What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person?" After that, he said to the others, "If you're not busy, go in the bamboo basket and take out the broken fishing net I picked up and untie the fishing line on it, I just happen to need it for sewing clothes." Song Yushi and the other girls hurried back to the shelter, took the broken fishing net out of the bamboo basket, and started untangling the fishing line on it very carefully. Zhou Chuyu spent almost half an hour scraping the fat off a wolf pelt, then took it to the stream to wash it several times, hung it on a tree branch to dry, and then moved on to the next pelt. It was only when the sun set that Zhou Chuyu had processed 4 or 5 wolfskins, and the girls had also unwound all the fishing line from the fishing net and wound it around the tree branches. Back at the shelter, he took a piece of wild boar from the fireplace, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot and started stewing it. After dinner, Zhou Chuyu took some firewood and lit it all around the bathroom by the river. He then used a bamboo tube to fetch some water and took a bath. After getting out of the bath, he changed into a set of clothes and went straight back to his shelter, propping the bamboo door shut with a wooden stick before lying down on the ground to sleep. I didn't sleep well at all during the 2 nights by the shore with Lang Bing. I fell asleep as soon as I laid down on the bed. Song Yushi and the others were sitting by the fireplace chatting, only Lang Bing rarely spoke. After all, except for Zhou Chuyu, she treated everyone else with a cold attitude, and Song Yushi and the others had long since gotten used to it. After a while, Bai Rulin said to Long Bing, "You and Brother Zhou went to the shore for 2 days, and really nothing happened?" Long Bing shook her head and said, "No. If he wants, I can give myself to him anytime. Even if he told me to die now, I would do it without hesitation." Hearing her say this, Song Yushi was a little puzzled and asked, "I remember that you didn't know Brother Zhou before. You only heard his name. Why do you respect him so much and insist on marrying him?" Lung Bing glanced at the others before slowly speaking. "You wouldn't understand if I told you. In fact, a long time ago, I already looked up to him as my idol, and I dreamed of becoming someone like him. I vowed a long time ago that if I ever got married, I would marry a man like him, a man who was so upright and righteous. Only a man like him is worthy of me." Hearing Lang Bing say this, the girls didn't know what to say, and perhaps they would never understand how Zhou Chuyu really existed in Lang Bing's heart. After chatting for a while, the few of them also lay down on the bed and fell asleep. In fact, during the 2 days that Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing were gone, Song Yushi and the other girls were also worried and scared, and they couldn't sleep well almost every night, afraid that the wolves would return for revenge. Now that the 2 of them were back, they suddenly felt full of security and could finally get a good night's sleep. The next morning, Lung Bing woke up early, while Song Yushi and the others were still sleeping. She opened the bamboo door of the shelter and walked to the small river to wash up a bit, and then started practicing the set of boxing moves that Zhou Chuyu had taught her. Since fighting Li Gu on the beach, Lung Bing has gained a deeper understanding of this set of boxing techniques. Thinking of the beauty Long, who created this set of boxing techniques, she thought to herself that she would one day become like her. Zhou Chuyu slept until the sun was high in the sky before waking up. He opened the bamboo door of the shelter and saw Lang Bing practicing boxing again by the river. He walked towards the riverbank and Lang Bing suddenly attacked him. Although he was easily subdued, this time they fought for more than 10 moves. Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but say to her, "It seems that you are getting a better understanding of this set of boxing techniques." After saying this, he went to the riverbank to wash up. After washing up, he took down the cold noodles that he hadn't dealt with yesterday, spread them out on the grass, took out a knife and started scraping the fat off them again. Chapter 41 Severe Cold. Not long after, Song Yushi and the others also walked out of the shelter and went to the small river to wash. After washing, Song Yushi asked Zhou Chuyu if he had checked the fishing cages placed in the small river. Zhou Chuyu shook his head, and the few people picked up the 3 fishing cages in the small river again to check. There were dozens of finger-long fish in each fishing cage. They took the fish out and poured them directly onto the vegetable garden by the river. They put the fishing cages back in the river and picked up the freshly caught fish to dispose of them right by the river. After disposing of the fish, they took them back to the shelter and salted them with sea salt. Then they started frying them in oil boiled with wild boar fat. For breakfast, Zhou Chuyu said to Long Bing, "In a while, take them into the woods to get some pheasants, and teach them how to use a compound bow. While you're at it, pick some wild dandelions too. But be careful." Lang Bing nodded, and Ding Shui said to him, "Aren't you coming with us?" Zhou Chuyu shook his head, saying that he still had to process the wolf skin. "I'm doing this for him. The main reason is to let the girls adapt to life on this deserted island as soon as possible." Lang Bing first told the girls to use fishing line to tie up their sleeves and pant legs, and then picked up the compound bow and led the girls into the forest. Zhou Chuyu sat by the fireplace and smoked a cigarette before walking out of the shelter and going to the river to continue processing the wolfskin. Lang Bing led Song Yushi and the others as they walked through the woods. Before they had gone far, they saw a pheasant on a branch not far away, calling non-stop. Lang Bing picked up the compound bow and took aim at the pheasant, then let fly an arrow. The arrow pierced the pheasant's body, and the pheasant fell to the ground, rolling around and emitting painful screams. Seeing Lang Bing's amazing archery skills, the girls praised her. Lang Bing was expressionless when they praised her, and she walked over to the tree to pick up the pheasant, which was still flapping. She grabbed its neck and twisted it hard, and the pheasant struggled a few times before it died completely. She pulled out the arrow from the pheasant's body and threw it directly into the bamboo basket, before continuing to walk further away with the girls. After walking for a while, they saw another pheasant standing on a branch not far away, calling non-stop. The visual distance was also about 20 meters. The several people immediately stopped in their tracks. Lang Bing directly handed the compound bow in his hands to Song Yushi and said to her, "You shoot." Hearing Lang Bing tell her to shoot, Song Yushi said nervously, "I don't know how to shoot an arrow." Lang Bing said icily, "If I tell you to do it, just do it." He then took the compound bow and put it directly into Song Yushi's hands, and then proceeded to teach her how to use it. Song Yushi was forced to do it, and she could only shakily pick up the compound bow and aim it at the pheasant on the branch. It took a certain amount of strength to draw the compound bow, and Song Yushi had hardly done any heavy physical labor, so she used all her strength to draw the bow and fired a random arrow at the pheasant on the branch. Although the arrow was shot, it flew more than 10 meters and fell directly to the ground, and the pheasant was scared away directly. Lang Bing couldn't help but say, "What a useless person." Hearing her say this, Song Yushi felt aggrieved, and her tears almost fell. Lang Bing didn't even look at her, walked over, picked up the bow and arrow that had fallen to the ground, and continued walking with the others towards the forest. After walking for a while, they saw another pheasant. The distance was about the same as before, so Lang Bing handed the compound bow to Song Yushi again. Song Yushi stammered, You do it." "I really can't." Lang Bing said to her, "Just do it, don't be so much of a nag." Hearing Lang Bing say this, Song Yushi was full of grievances again, and she could only take the compound bow from Lang Bing's hand with a stiff neck, and pulled the bow with all her strength, aiming at the pheasant and shooting an arrow. Although this arrow was much farther than the previous one, the aiming point was indeed insufficient, and the arrow shot was more than a meter off the pheasant. The pheasant was scared away again, and Song Yushi was so aggrieved that she burst into tears. This time, Long Bing did not scold her again, but just walked over to pick up the arrow that had fallen on the ground. Seeing the crying Song Yushi, Bai Rulan and the others could not help but comfort her, while in their hearts they blamed Lang Bing for being a bit too much. Lang Bing, expressionless, led the group back into the forest. After walking for nearly half an hour, they finally saw a pheasant again, and Lang Bing handed the compound bow to Song Yushi again. This time, Song Yushi didn't pick up the compound bow again, and she just collapsed on the ground and started crying. Lang Bing glanced at her, didn't make things difficult for her again, picked up the compound bow, and shot an arrow at the pheasant. The arrow pierced the pheasant's body again. He went under the tree, picked up the pheasant, killed it, pulled the arrow out of its body, put the pheasant in the bamboo basket, and saw that it was getting late. So he took a few girls and walked towards the shelter, picking some dandelions along the way. When they returned to the shelter, Zhou Chuyu had already taken care of the wolf skin. He was sitting by the river, leisurely smoking a cigarette, while Song Yushi ran to the riverbank, full of grievances, and started crying on the ground. Bai Rulan and the others also came to the riverbank to comfort her, while Zhou Chuyu did not go over to comfort her. He returned to the shelter, took a pot, went to the riverbank, filled it with water, and then brought it back to the shelter and placed it on top of the fireplace to start boiling it. Seeing Long Bing sitting by the fireplace, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "What's wrong? Did you offend them?" Long Bing told Zhou Chuyu what had happened in the woods just now. After listening to her story, Zhou Chuyu just smiled and didn't say anything. After the water boiled, he shouted at Lang Bing to take the hot water in the pot to the small river, scolded the two pheasants in the pot a bit, and then started processing them. At this time, Song Yushi was still sitting by the small river with a face full of grievances, while Bai Rulan and the others were sitting next to her, comforting her. The few of them had originally thought that Zhou Chuyu would come over and comfort them a bit, but Zhou Chuyu seemed to be fine, just minding his own business and processing the pheasants with Lang Bing. At this time, Song Yushi and the others only felt that Zhou Chuyu didn't care about them at all. They were even more aggrieved. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing took care of the pheasants and took them back to the shelter. They also took out a few coconuts from the bamboo basket that they had brought back from the beach, split them open with a knife, poured all the coconut juice into the pot, and cut the two prepared pheasants into small pieces and put them in the pot to stew. Zhou Chuyu then sat by the fireplace, leisurely smoking a cigarette, as Lang Bing couldn't help but say to him, "Am I being a bit too much with them? It feels like they all hate me." Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "No, I feel that this is quite good. Don't worry, just wait and see what I do." After saying this, he smoked his cigarette as if he were minding his own business. Chapter 42 Zhou Chuyu's Tactics. After hearing him say this, Lang Bing didn't say anything else, and just sat there. When the pheasant was almost done stewing, Zhou Chuyu went to the door of the shelter and shouted at Song Yushi and the others, "Hurry back for dinner." Hearing his shout, the girls Song Yushi and the others finally got up and returned to the shelter. They picked up their bowls and started eating the coconut milk stewed pheasant. Perhaps it was because of their bad moods, Song Yushi had no appetite at all when faced with the delicious food in the pot. Even Bai Rulan and the other two didn't say a word, and they looked at Lang Bing with somewhat unfriendly eyes. Zhou Chuyu immediately shouted with a serious face, "Lang Bing!" The voice was so loud that it almost scared the bowls and chopsticks in the hands of Song Yushi and the others off the ground, and they all looked up at Zhou Chuyu. Lang Bing immediately put the bowls and chopsticks in his hands on the ground, stood up, and shouted, "Go! And take off the clothes on your body." Zhou Chuyu said again in a loud voice. Song Yushi and the others didn't know what Zhou Chuyu wanted to do. They didn't even dare to breathe a little, while Lang Bing didn't hesitate to start taking off her clothes. In less than 10 seconds, she took off her jacket, and just as she was about to undo her underwear, Zhou Chuyu hurriedly told her, "That was enough." Lang Bing then stopped, standing still in place. Zhou Chuyu then stood up and said to Song Yushi and the others, "Take a good look at her body." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Song Yushi and the others looked at Lang Bing's body. They saw that her fair and smooth body was covered in scars. The larger scars were more than 10 centimeters long. Looking at her body covered in scars, Song Yushi and the others were shocked and couldn't imagine what had happened to her. Seeing the terrified looks on Song Yushi and the others' faces, Zhou Chuyu pointed to a scar on Lang Bing's body and said to her, "Tell him how you got this scar." Lang Bing then told the group how she got the scar. After listening to Lang Bing's account, Song Yushi and the others were once again taken aback. Zhou Chuyu then pointed to another scar, and Lang Bing began to tell the story of that scar. In this way, Zhou Chuyu pointed to a scar, and Lang Bing began to tell the story. Song Yushi and the others became more and more surprised as they listened. These scars on Lang Bing's body were either left from training or from missions. At this point, Zhou Chuyu told Lang Bing to put on her clothes and sit down, and he sat down himself and said to Song Yushi and the others, "What do you think of the scars you see on her body? I also have scars on my body. Do you want to take off your clothes and show them to you too?" Hearing him say this, Song Yushi and the others didn't know what to say for a while, and they just stood there in a daze. Zhou Chuyu then said to the others, "Have you ever thought about it? If something happens to Lang Bing and me one day, how will you survive here? What else can you do besides relying on me? Think about it again. If you hadn't met me, what would have happened to you if you had stayed with Lu Hainan and the others?" Song Yushi and the others were speechless for a long time after hearing him say this. Zhou Chuyu then slowed down his tone and said to the group, "I know that Yushi, Roland, and Ying are all anchors. You are all used to people flattering you, amusing you, and showering you with gifts. Perhaps the income from one of your live broadcasts can even match my annual salary." After saying this, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a few puffs, and then said slowly, "If the cruise ship hadn't had an accident, maybe I wouldn't have crossed paths with you, or maybe you would all look down on me. But you have to know that this is a desert island, there are no legal restrictions here, it is full of dangers everywhere, anything can happen. If you can't learn to survive here, sooner or later you will die on this desert island, Lang Bing, and I can't protect you forever." After hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, the girls all fell into deep thought. After a while, Song Yushi said to Lang Bing, "I know I was wrong, I'm sorry." Bai Ruolin and the other two also hurriedly apologized to Lang Bing. Lang Bing didn't know what to say for a while. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "It's good that you've come to your senses. From tomorrow morning, let Lang Bing teach you how to use a compound bow, and let her teach you some fighting skills as well. How much you learn is up to you." Song Yushi and the others hurriedly nodded, and Zhou Chuyu picked up his bowl and started eating again. Seeing this, Song Yushi and the others hurriedly picked up their bowls and started eating as well. After eating, Song Yushi and the others gathered the bowls and chopsticks together, took them to the small river, and started washing them. Zhou Chuyu said to Lang Bing, "You won't blame me for telling you to take off your clothes, will you?" Lang Bing said, "I'm yours anyway, so even if you told me to die, I'd do it without hesitation. But you're quite resourceful, and you've got them all under control in no time." Zhou Chuyu said with a smile, "You have to use the right approach for the right person. And don't mention death so easily in the future. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, nothing will happen to you. I'm still waiting to get out of here, and I want you to give me 8 or 10 kids." After he finished speaking, he laughed heartily. Hearing him say this, his cold and indifferent face instantly turned red, and he felt so happy inside. After a while, Song Yushi and the others finished washing the bowls and returned to the shelter. It was about to get dark, so Zhou Chuyu went outside the shelter again and carried all the wolf skins back inside. He also found a rock and brought it back to the shelter, took out the broken umbrella he had picked up from the shore, removed one of the ribs from it, chopped it off with an axe, and then took a section of it, dipped it in water, and started polishing it on the rock. The ribs were already quite thin, and there were small holes at both ends, making them perfect for use as needles. In no time at all, he had polished one of the ribs to a pointy point. He took a piece of wolfskin and cut it with a knife into small pieces suitable for making clothes and pants. He threaded the fishing line into the needle he had polished from the umbrella bone, and started sewing clothes and pants with the wolfskin. Watching his actions, the girls were shocked once again. They had never imagined that Zhou Chuyu knew how to sew. Ding Shui couldn't help but say to him, "Brother Zhou, how come you're so amazing? I feel like there's nothing you can't do." Zhou Chuyu said seriously, "There's really something I can't do." Hearing him say this, the girls almost asked in unison, "What can't you do?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "Give birth to a child." "If you let me give birth to a child, I won't be able to either." Hearing him say this, the girls all blushed. Rue Ying whispered to him, "You're not entirely right. If you didn't help, I wouldn't be able to give birth to a child either." Hearing Rue Ying say this, Zhou Chuyu smiled again. "You're saying that you want to have children with me?" Rue Ying's face, which was already very red, turned even more crimson. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhou Chuyu didn't tease her anymore either, and instead focused all his attention on sewing the clothes. After almost 2 hours, he finally managed to sew a set of clothes out of wolfskin. Although they looked relatively simple, they were at least wearable. Chapter 43 Wolfskin Clothes. He picked up the sewn clothes and said to the girls, "Would one of you try them on?" Hearing him say this, the girls looked at each other. After a while, Ding Shui stood up, took the wolfskin clothes from Zhou Chuyu's hands, walked out of the shelter to the bathroom by the river, took off her clothes, and put on the wolfskin clothes. She also had to say that although the clothes made of wolfskin didn't look very good, they were incredibly comfortable to wear. When she returned to the shelter wearing the clothes made of wolfskin, she said to Zhou Chuyu, "These clothes are quite comfortable to wear." Son Yushi couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the other people all looked at her. Ding Shui asked, somewhat puzzled, "Yushi, what are you laughing at? Aren't these clothes good looking?" Son Yushi said with a smile, "No, it looks quite cute. You look like a she-wolf in it. What if we all went out in these clothes and someone saw us?" Hearing her say this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhou Chuyu told the girls to get some rest early, and he himself stood up and returned to his shelter. He lit some moxa sticks, placed them in every corner of the shelter, and used a wooden stick to hold the door shut. Then he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. It wasn't long before he was awakened by a sudden clap of thunder. Outside, the shelter was buffeted by a fierce wind, lightning flashed, and the bamboo door creaked. Before long, raindrops the size of beans began to fall from the sky. Fortunately, the charming shelter is well waterproofed, and even if it rains heavily outside, there is no sign of water leaking inside the shelter. After a while, Zhou Chuyu fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, when the few people woke up, it was still raining heavily outside the shelter, and the few people could only use bamboo tubes to collect some rainwater to wash. Zhou Chuyu also braved the rain and came to the shelter where Son Yushi and the others were living, and began sewing clothes and pants from wolfskin again. The rain continued all day, and it kept on raining until nightfall. A thick layer of water had already accumulated outside the shelter, and the water level in the small river had also risen quite a bit. The water flow had also become turbulent, and even the bathroom that the few people had built by the river had a thick layer of water. Although the shelter did not leak, the traps that the few people had dug had filled up with rainwater and silt, and even the branches and palm leaves covering the traps had been washed away by the rain. Except for going out in the rain to use the toilet, the rest of the time, everyone stayed inside the shelter. Zhou Chuyu sewed several sets of clothes out of wolfskin and distributed them to Son Yushi and the others. The rain continued the next morning when they woke up, and everyone could only stay inside the shelter. It wasn't until the afternoon that the rain stopped, but the ground was full of mud, and no one went out. Another day passed like this, and finally Zhou Chuyu managed to sew all the wolf skins into clothes and pants and distribute them to the few people. The next morning, it wasn't until the sun rose high in the sky that Zhou Chuyu woke up. He opened the bamboo door of the shelter and saw Lang Bing teaching Son Yushi and the others how to use a compound bow by the small river. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu nodded with satisfaction. He originally wanted to wash up with the river water, but when he walked to the river, he saw that the river water was still relatively murky, and there were the corpses of many small animals floating on top, as well as some dead grass and leaves. He could only go back to the shelter and wash his face with the rainwater collected in the bamboo tube. He walked out of the shelter with a bamboo basket on his back, and Son Yushi saw this and asked him what he was going to do. Zhou Chuyu told the others that it had rained heavily for 2 consecutive days, and he was going to go into the woods to see if he could find some wild mushrooms to eat. When they heard this, the girls all clamored to go with him, but as soon as they said it, Zhou Chuyu refused, telling them to follow Lang Bing and use the compound bow. Only then did he head into the woods. Although the rain had stopped yesterday afternoon, the path in the woods was still full of mud and quite slippery. Before they had gone far, Zhou Chuyu's body was already covered in mud, and he nearly fell several times, so he had to cut a stick and hold it in his hand. Along the way, they saw a lot of wild mushrooms, but Zhou Chuyu didn't know if they were edible, so he didn't dare pick them. After walking for a while, they finally saw some morels, which are delicious whether stewed or stir-fried. After picking some morels, they headed towards the shelter. When they returned to the shelter, Son Yushi and the others were still practicing with their compound bows by the small river, while Lang Bing was practicing the set of boxing moves she had taught her. Back at the shelter, they took some wild boar ribs from above the fireplace, chopped them into small pieces and put them in a pot to stew. They also used rainwater to clean the picked morels. When the wild boar ribs were almost done stewing, they put the morels in the pot and cooked them together with the wild boar ribs. He went back to the shelter and called Son Yushi and the other girls back to eat. Perhaps it was because the wild boar ribs and morels were so delicious, but the whole pot of stew was eaten up in no time at all, and there wasn't even a drop of soup left at the end. After breakfast, Joe Chuyu first took a few people to the bathroom and cleaned the mud off the floor. Then he picked up some pebbles from the river and spread them out in a thick layer on the bathroom floor. Then he led a few people outside the bathroom to dig several drainage ditches leading directly to the river, so that in the event of heavy rain in the future, the bathroom should not be flooded. After finishing with the bathroom, a few people went to the trap, took off their shoes, rolled up their pant legs, and carefully went down into the trap. First, they pulled out the bamboo stick inserted in the trap, and then began to clean up the silt inside. It took several hours to clean up the silt in the trap, reinsert the sharpened bamboo stick, and cut some branches and palm leaves to cover the top of the trap. At this time, everyone's bodies were also covered in mud. Since the water in the river was still quite muddy, the few people could only use bamboo tubes to catch the rainwater and went to the bathroom to rinse their bodies briefly. In the evening, they cooked some wild boar, and after eating, everyone went to bed early. Joe Chuyu tossed and turned in bed, thinking about how to make a bathtub. After much thought, he could only use wood to carve one out. Although it was more troublesome, it was the only thing to do. He also thought about building a toilet by the small river, so that in the future, he wouldn't have to go into the woods to go to the toilet, even if it rained. He just rambled on for a while, and then fell asleep in a daze. Chapter 44 Tiger. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Joe Chuyu woke up. Opening the bamboo door of the shelter, he saw Lang Bing leading Son Yushi and the others practicing how to use a compound bow by the small river. It seems that what he said that day had deeply touched a few people. He came to the riverbank and watched the group for a while with interest. Then he washed up with the river water and picked up the 3 fishing cages placed in the river to inspect them. There were quite a few fish in each of the 3 fishing cages. Due to the heavy rain the previous 2 days, the deep pit where the fish were originally dug out to be raised had also been washed away due to the rising river water, and even the fish inside had been washed away. The fish in the fishing cage were poured directly onto the grass by the stream, and the fishing cage was put back into the stream. Then they started processing the fish. After disposing of the fish, they took them back to the shelter, and then took down a piece of wild boar fat and boiled it in a pot to make some lard, and then started frying the fish. After the fish were fried, they called Song Yushi and the other girls back for dinner. During dinner, Joe Chuyu said to Lang Bing again. After dinner, take them into the woods to test the results of the past 2 days of learning. Lang Bing nodded, and after breakfast, Lang Bing took a compound bow and a few girls and walked towards the woods. Seeing the girls leave, Joe Chuyu sat by the fireplace, smoked a cigarette, and then took an axe and went into the woods, planning to find a big tree to build a bath out of. After wandering around in the woods for almost 2 hours, he finally found a tree with a diameter of nearly 2 meters. The tree was almost 30 to 40 meters high. Joe Chuyu knew that even with a chainsaw, it would not be easy to bring the tree down. If he tried to cut the tree down with just an axe in his hands, it would be even more difficult. But for the moment, there was only this axe, but fortunately, there was plenty of time to cut the tree. So he swung the axe up and started hacking away at the tree. Lang Bing led Son Yushi and the others as they walked through the woods. After less than half an hour, they saw a pheasant calling non-stop from a nearby tree. Visually, it was about 20 to 30 meters away, and the few people immediately stood still. Lang Bing handed the compound bow to Son Yushi again and said to her, "You go first." After these 2 days of training, Son Yushi has made great progress in both technique and strength, and she is no longer the meek person she was last time. She took the compound bow from Lang Bing, pulled it back with great effort, and aimed at the pheasant on the branch. She took a deep breath, aimed at the pheasant, and shot an arrow at it. The arrow hit the pheasant squarely, but perhaps because the power was not enough, it did not pierce the pheasant's body, but it still stuck in it firmly. The pheasant, along with the arrow on its body, flew 3 or 4 meters away, and then fell straight to the ground, rolling over and over, while emitting a painful wail from its mouth. Seeing that she had hit the pheasant, Son Yushi was also so happy that she shouted out, "I did it, I finally shot the pheasant." Bai Ruolin and the others were also extremely happy for her. They walked up to her, and Lang Bing picked up the pheasant on the ground that was still struggling. He grabbed its neck and twisted it forcefully. The pheasant flailed its legs a few times and died completely. He then pulled the arrow out of its body and put the pheasant inside the main building. He said to Son Yushi, "Not bad, you've improved quite a bit, but you still lack strength." A few people then continued walking deeper into the woods. After walking for a while, a slight noise suddenly came from the bushes not far away. The few people also slowed down and slowly walked towards the bushes. When they were still more than 10 meters away from the bushes, two large hareheads suddenly poked out of the bushes, looking at Leng Bing and the others with a dumbfounded expression. Bai Rulan took the compound bow from Leng Bing's hands and shot an arrow at the hares. The arrow just happened to hit one of the hares, which immediately fell to the ground and let out a piercing scream. The other hare took off in a flash and disappeared without a trace. Seeing her easily shoot the hare, Leng Bing and the others were both surprised and happy. They had never expected her comprehension to be so strong, and it seemed that she really had a talent for archery. From the moment she took the compound bow from Leng Bing's hands to the moment she drew back the bowstring and let fly, the series of actions was seamless, almost as if it had been done in one go. It was a wonder that she had been able to do it in just 2 days, and even Leng Bing couldn't help but take a few more looks at her. They walked over to the bushes, and Leng Bing picked up the still living hare, pulled the arrow out of its body, and then threw the hare heavily to the ground. The hare's head just hit a stone, and the hare flinched a few times and then completely stopped moving. He put the hare in the bamboo basket and continued walking deeper into the woods. They walked like this for more than an hour without seeing the traces of pheasants and hares. It had been a few hours since they had set out. At this time, the few people were also covered in sweat, and even their clothes were wet with sweat. The few people found a relatively spacious open space and sat on the ground to rest. After a short rest, they stood up and walked towards the shelter. They had not walked far when they suddenly heard a loud animal roar from the forest. The sound could be heard throughout the forest, and even the birds perched in the branches were scared and flew around. Everyone was startled by the roar, and Leng Bing's face also changed. Ruoying asked in a trembling voice. "What kind of animal made that roar? Why does it sound so scary?" Leng Bing also said with some tension. "If I heard it correctly, that should be the sound of a tiger. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's hurry back to the shelter." Upon hearing her say that it was the roar of a tiger, Song Yushi and the others also turned pale with fear and quickened their pace towards the shelter. They almost ran all the way back to the shelter, and fortunately, the tiger that had just roared did not appear. It is no wonder that the few people were so nervous and scared. You have to know that the tiger is the king of the forest, and its ferocity is needless to say how powerful it is. Moreover, this desert island is almost a primitive forest. Who knows what kind of tiger will grow up here? Even the python is as thick as a bucket, so the tiger's body size will not be small. They returned to the shelter with a close call, and everyone let out a long sigh of relief. They sat down on the ground and panted heavily, even Leng Bing couldn't help but perspire from the cold. If they had really encountered a tiger, they would probably have been killed in the forest. After sitting on the ground for a while to rest, everyone noticed that Zhou Chuyu was not in the shelter. Everyone was also curious as to what he had gone to do. After resting for a while, Ding Shui got up, took the pot, went to the stream, drew some water, put it on the fireplace, and started cooking. After the water boiled, she carried it back to the stream and started processing the pheasants and rabbits she had harvested that day. Chapter 45 Taking a hot shower. At this time, Zhou Chuyu was still holding an axe and chopping trees in the forest. At this time, he only felt that the axe was smoking, and the tree was also incredibly hard. It took several hours to cut a few dozen centimeters deep into the tree. It looked like it would take at least 3 or 4 days to cut down the tree. After several hours of continuous tree felling, he felt a bit overwhelmed, and his stomach was growling with hunger. He picked up his axe and walked towards the shelter. When he returned to the shelter, the girls were all sitting by the fireplace, and pheasants and hares were stewing in a pot above the fireplace. Seeing that his clothes were soaked with sweat and he was still holding an axe, Song Yushi said to him, "Brother Zhou, what were you doing? Why are you all sweaty?" Zhou Chuyu put down the axe and said, "I went into the woods to cut down a tree." "What for?" Ding Shui asked, puzzled. Zhou Chuyu laughed. "I want to make a bathtub out of wood, so that we can take baths more conveniently in the future, but this big tree is really hard to cut." After that, he said to Leng Bing, "How are they doing?" Leng Bing said to him, "They have improved a lot. The hares were shot by Yushi and Rulan, but we heard the tiger roar when we returned today." Hearing Leng Bing say this, Zhou Chuyu was stunned. He didn't expect there to be tigers on this deserted island. It seems that in the future, when going into the forest to look for food, one must be more careful. After a while, the hare and pheasant in the pot were stewed. Several people sat around together, picked up their bowls and chopsticks, and began to wolf down their food. A large pot of stewed hare and pheasant was eaten clean by a few people in no time, and in the end, not even a little of the soup was left. After the meal, Zhou Chuyu told the others that he planned to build a toilet by the river. The girls naturally agreed wholeheartedly. After all, they had to go to the woods every day to go to the toilet, not to mention the mosquitoes and insects, and they had to be on the lookout for poisonous snakes at all times. It was also extremely inconvenient when it rained. They said they would do it, and the few people went to the river to choose a vacant lot to build the toilet. Zhou Chuyu took Ding Shui and Ru Ying to cut bamboo, while Long Bing took Song Yushi and Bai Rulan to dig a deep trench leading directly to the river at the place where the toilet would be built. In this way, after the few people finished going to the toilet in the future, they could also flush the excrement directly into the river with water. Building a toilet is not as troublesome as building a shelter, and it doesn't need to be built as firmly. It only needs to be able to protect against the wind and rain. So the bamboo cut is also about the thickness of an arm. In less than 2 hours, Zhou Chuyu and the other 2 men had cut down dozens of bamboo trees about the thickness of an arm and carried them back to the river. Lang Bing and the others also dug a deep ditch a few tens of centimeters wide leading to the river. In order for the excrement to be better flushed away by the water into the river, a slope was also dug into the deep ditch. To prevent the ditch from being washed away by the water, the 3 of them also found some cobblestones and embedded them at the bottom and sides of the ditch. Zhou Chuyu then took a few people into the woods to cut some rattan and palm leaves and carry them back to the riverbank. Seeing that it was about to get dark, the group returned to the shelter. Zhou Chuyu then took a piece of wild boar, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to stew. After dinner, they sat by the fireplace and chatted for a while. Zhou Chuyu also went to bed early in the shelter. The next morning, everyone woke up early. After washing up, they built a toilet by the river. It took less than 2 hours to build the toilet. After building the toilet, Song Yushi and the others returned to the shelter and started making breakfast. Zhou Chuyu took Lang Bing and took an axe to cut down several more bamboo poles about the thickness of a bowl, cutting them down section by section, and filling them with river water and placing them inside the toilet. This way, in the future, after going to the toilet, it will be convenient to flush away the excrement. Since arriving on this deserted island, everyone has gone to the toilet by wiping with leaves and then washing with water. When the 2 returned to the shelter, Song Yushi and the others had already finished preparing breakfast. After breakfast, Zhou Chuyu planned to go cut down the tree again, and the girls went with him to help. It took 3 days, and with the efforts of several people, they finally managed to cut down the tree, which was more than 2 meters in diameter. Although the tree had been cut down, a section still needed to be cut down to make a bathtub. It took another 2 days to cut down a 2-meter-long piece of wood from the tree. Don't look at the wood, it's only 2 meters long, but it's also hundreds of meters away from the shelter, and the wood is also 2 or 3 tons heavy. It's simply impossible to get such a large piece of wood back to the shelter. The only way is to build the bathtub in place. A few people picked up their axes again and started to make the bathtub out of the cut-down log. A few people climbed on top of the log and used their axes to cut a deep pit out of it. They then found some firewood and lit it directly in the pit. As the firewood continued to burn, the large log slowly began to burn as well. In this way, the interior of the large log was continuously expanded. It took another 3 days, but they finally managed to make a large bathtub out of the log. Although the inside of the wood had been hollowed out, it still weighed several hundred pounds, and it took several people using all their strength to get the bathtub back outside the bathroom. Since the bathroom had not been built properly, with not enough room at the entrance, the few people could only tear down one of the bathroom walls, and only then was the large bathtub able to be brought inside. They dug a big pit under the large bathtub, so that in the future they could light a fire in the pit to boil water and bathe directly. To prevent the large wooden bathtub from being damaged by fire, a few people mixed some mud and applied a thick layer to the bottom of the bathtub, then embedded some pebbles on top of the mud, and applied another layer of mud underneath the pebbles. To facilitate drainage, a small hole was cut out at the bottom of the bath with a knife, a piece of bamboo was inserted into the hole, leading directly outside the bathroom, and a small wooden plug was made to block the bamboo hole. If the plug was removed directly after bathing, water would flow inside and outside the bathroom. That night, a few people couldn't wait to use the bamboo tube to draw water from the river and pour it into the bathtub. They also took some firewood and lit it in the pit. After dinner, the water in the bathtub was also heated. One after another, the few people came into the bathroom and took a hot shower. Unknowingly, it had been more than a month since they arrived on this deserted island. Not only had the few people built a sturdy shelter, but they had also finally taken a hot shower. Everyone was extremely happy. After the girls finished bathing, Zhou Chuyu came to the bathroom, stripped naked, and lay directly in the bathtub to take a hot bath. He soaked in the bathtub for nearly half an hour, then changed into a set of clothes, took the clothes he had taken off and briefly washed them in the bathtub, hung them on the branches outside the bathroom to dry, and pulled out the wooden plug at the bottom of the bathtub, so that the water in the bathtub flowed along the bamboo and out of the bathroom. He returned to the shelter, lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Although it took nearly 10 days to build the bathtub, he finally took a hot bath at this moment, and instantly felt that it was all worthwhile. Chapter 46 Son Yushi was bitten by a silver-ringed snake. The next morning, the few of them also woke up one after the other until almost noon. After a brief wash, Zhou Chuyu returned to the shelter and took down the last bit of wild boar from above the fireplace, cut it into small pieces and placed it in a pot to start stewing it. These days, they have been busy building a bathtub out of wood, and they have not gone out to look for food. Although they can catch some fish in the fishing cage in the river every day, they can't stand eating fish every day. After breakfast, Zhou Chuyu plans to go into the woods to look for food. Everyone is clamoring to go with him, and Zhou Chuyu doesn't refuse. Although he knows that the woods are more dangerous, he still plans to take Son Yushi and the others into the woods and teach them some survival skills. After a brief preparation, the group set off into the forest. Zhou Chuyu, who had a pistol at his waist and a knife in his hand, walked at the front of the group. Son Yushi and the others followed closely behind, each carrying a sharpened wooden stick. Lang Bing walked last, armed with a compound bow. They had not gone far before they saw 3 pheasants standing side by side on the branches of a large tree, calling non-stop. Lang Bing picked up his compound bow and was about to shoot, but Zhou Chuyu laughed and said, "Can you shoot 3 birds with 1 arrow?" Lang Bing shook his head and said, "Although these 3 pheasants are standing side by side, it is not easy to shoot 3 birds with 1 arrow. If I want to shoot 2 birds with 1 arrow, I can barely do it. Do you think you can shoot all 3 birds with 1 arrow?" Zhou Chuyu nodded confidently and said, "Of course I can." Hearing him say this, the girls were obviously a little unconvinced and thought he was bragging. Son Yushi said to him, "If you can shoot these 3 pheasants with 1 arrow, I'll do whatever you want." The other girls also said that they would do whatever he wanted, as long as he could shoot these 3 pheasants with 1 arrow. Even Lang Bing didn't think he could do it. Zhou Chuyu glanced at the girls, took the compound bow from Lang Bing, found a good angle, and almost without hesitation, shot an arrow at the pheasants. The arrow was like a bullet, quickly passing through the body of the first pheasant, piercing into the body of the second pheasant, and then passing through the body of the second pheasant, piercing fiercely into the body of the third pheasant. The 3 pheasants, along with the arrows in their bodies, fell directly to the ground. Seeing that he had actually shot all 3 pheasants with a single arrow, everyone was also full of disbelief, with their mouths wide open. It was only after a few seconds that Lang Bing asked him, "How did you do that?" Zhou Chuyu said to her with a smile, "You can do it too in the future." After that, he said to the others, "You have to honor your bets, don't forget what you just said." After that, he walked towards the tree where the pheasants had fallen, and under the tree, picked up the 3 pheasants that had fallen to the ground. He saw that the 3 pheasants were strung together like sugar-coated hofloss. Zhou Chuyu quickly killed the 3 pheasants, pulled the arrow out of their bodies, handed the compound bow to Lang Bing, and put the 3 pheasants in a bamboo basket. Then he continued walking with the others deeper into the forest. At this moment, the girls were already in awe of him. They walked in the forest for almost an hour, and apart from the occasional bird calls from the branches and the bones of animals scattered on the ground from time to time, they didn't see any other animals. At this time, Son Yushi and the others were already too tired to move, and Zhou Chuyu could only find a large, dense tree. After confirming that there was no danger in the surroundings, he simply cleaned up the dead grass and leaves under the tree before allowing the girls to sit under it to rest. He himself leaned against the tree trunk, took a cigarette out of his pocket, put it in his mouth, lit it, and slowly began to smoke. After a short rest, just as the group was about to get up and continue walking deeper into the woods, Son Yushi suddenly blushed and whispered to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, I have to pee really badly, I want to go to the bathroom." Upon hearing her, Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "Just find a place nearby to go." Son Yushi stood up and quickly ran towards a nearby bush. Once she got behind the bush, she couldn't wait to take off her pants and start going. Just as she finished and was about to lift her pants, suddenly a white and brown snake pounced out of the bushes and bit her on the butt. Son Yushi also let out a scream immediately. Zhou Chuyu and the others heard her scream and quickly ran over to her. When they ran up to her, they saw that the snake was still biting her butt. Roland and the others were all scared and screamed loudly, while Zhou Chuyu quickly walked over and grabbed the snake that was biting her butt. When he saw the snake clearly, he also felt a chill down his back. This was a highly poisonous silver-ringed snake. Although its poison was not as deadly as that of the king cobra, it was still very likely to be fatal if bitten. Once Zhou Chuyu grabbed it, the silver-ringed snake immediately let go and turned its head to bite Zhou Chuyu. Zhou Chuyu was quick and deft and flung the silver-ringed snake more than 10 meters away. At this time, Zhou Chuyu didn't care about the differences between the sexes. He crouched down and began to examine Song Yushi's bitten wound. He could see a clear row of teeth marks on the wound, and blood was still flowing from the wound. The area around the wound was slowly beginning to swell. Zhou Chuyu didn't have time to think much, and kept squeezing her wound with his hands, trying to squeeze out as much venom as possible. At this time, Song Yushi was already gritting her teeth from the pain, and being stared at like this by Zhou Chuyu, who was looking at her butt, and her private parts were clearly visible to him. She hated it and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Looking at the worried Zhou Chuyu, Roland couldn't help but ask, "Brother Zhou, is Yushi okay?" Zhou Chuyu squeezed her wound while saying to the group with a grave face, "This is a silver-ringed snake, which is highly poisonous. If she doesn't receive an injection of anti-venom in time, it will likely kill her." Hearing him say this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Song Yushi was even more scared to death, and said tremblingly to Zhou Chuyu, "Big brother Zhou, please save me, I don't want to die here." Zhou Chuyu squeezed her wound while saying to her, "Don't worry, I will save you. What you have to do now is relax and try not to think about anything." After squeezing for a while, until there was no more blood coming from her wound, Zhou Chuyu said to Lang Bing, "Take care of her, I'll go find some herbs." After saying that, he quickly walked towards the forest. At this time, he was also anxious, and he didn't know if he could save Song Yushi. So he quickly searched in the forest, and after searching for almost 20 minutes, he finally found a few half-side lotuses under a big tree. These half-side lotuses have a certain effect on treating snake venom. Chapter 47 Song Yushi woke up and uprooted the half-side lotus, then quickly ran towards Song Yushi and the others. Before he had gone far, he saw some wormwood again, so he simply pulled some and held it in his hand. When he arrived under the tree, Song Yushi was already a little delirious and was vomiting non-stop. Lang Bing and the others were also anxious. Zhou Chuyu didn't care about the consequences either, and took some half-moon lotus and mugwort, which he chewed up and applied directly to the wound on Song Yushi's body, which had been bitten by a silver-ringed snake. He then picked Song Yushi up on his back and quickly ran in the direction of the shelter. They ran all the way without stopping to rest, and after more than an hour, they finally made it back to the shelter with Song Yushi on Zhou Chuyu's back. At this time, Zhou Chuyu was like someone who had just come out of a heavy rain. Lang Bing and the others were also covered in sweat, their clothes completely soaked, and they sat down on the ground, panting heavily. Without rest, Zhou Chuyu immediately took the medicine he had exchanged from Lu Hainan from under the bed, rummaged through it to find some medicine to clear away heat and detoxify the body, and broke open Song Yushi's mouth to feed it to her. He then ran to the river with a pot and fetched some water, placed it on top of the fireplace, and put the half-moon lotus and mugwort he had brought back in the pot and boiled them directly. After the half-moon lotus and mugwort in the pot had been boiled into a dark, thick soup, he poured the soup into a bamboo bowl, carried it to the bedside, and at this time Song Yushi was already having some difficulty breathing and had lost consciousness. Zhou Chuyu could only drink the thick soup into his own mouth first, and feed it to her mouth to mouth. Now that he had done what he could, whether Song Yushi could pull through would depend on her luck. After all this, Zhou Chuyu sat down on the ground with a sigh. He had carried Song Yushi on his back for such a long way through the woods, and even if Zhou Chuyu was in good physical condition, he was exhausted. Ding Shui said to Zhou Chuyu, "Zhou, is Song Yushi going to be okay?" Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, "We've done all we can, whether she survives or not is up to her own fate." Hearing him say this, the girls were all incredibly sad. They just hoped that Song Yushi would survive, they didn't want to lose her like this. It wasn't until this moment that they realized just how dangerous this deserted island was. They felt so small in the face of nature, and if they weren't careful they would die a miserable death on this deserted island. Several people just kept guarding Song Yushi, who was lying on the bed. After more than an hour had passed, Zhou Chuyu came to the bed again to check on her. He found that Song Yushi's complexion had improved a lot, and even her breathing had become much smoother. It seemed that the medicine had already taken effect. He let out a long sigh of relief and said to Lang Bing and the others, "She should be fine." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, everyone's hearts finally eased. At this time, everyone was also very hungry. Lung Bing took the pot, went to the river, filled it with water, and placed it on the fireplace to start cooking. After the water boiled, he went back to the river and prepared the 3 pheasants he had caught that day. He took them back to the shelter, cut them into pieces, put them in the pot, and started to stew them. When the pheasants were almost done stewing, Song Yushi, who was lying in bed, suddenly coughed. The others also came to the bed to check on him. Song Yushi slowly opened his eyes and saw that everyone was staring at him with concern. He said weakly, Am I still alive?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "Of course you're still alive. How do you feel now?" Song Yushi said with strength and no energy. "I feel better, but I feel weak all over and my headache is terrible." Zhou Chuyu told her that as long as she rested for a few days, she would be fine. Song Yushi looked at Zhou Chuyu and tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Zhou, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might already be dead." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu laughed and said, "What are you thanking me for? Just rest and heal, and try not to talk so much." When the pheasant stew was ready, Ding Shui filled a bamboo bowl with chicken soup and came to the bedside to feed it to Song Yushi. After dinner, Zhou Chuyu took some half-moon lotus and mugwort and made 2 bowls of thick soup for Song Yushi to drink. He also took some anti-inflammatory and pain-relieving medicine and crushed it to apply to her wound. At this time, Song Yushi's complexion also improved a lot, and it looked like she should be fine. Song Yushi was lying in bed, her mind filled with the scene of Zhou Chuyu saving her. Although she had been delirious after being bitten by the poisonous snake, she also knew that it was Zhou Chuyu who chewed up the herbs and applied them to her wound, and who carried her all the way to the shelter while running like crazy. Thinking about Zhou Chuyu feeding her medicine mouth to mouth and the fact that he had seen her entire lower body, Song Yushi couldn't help blushing again. She had already had a good impression of Zhou Chuyu before, but after today's events, she felt like she was deeply in love with him. After sitting by the fireplace and chatting for a while, Zhou Chuyu went to the bed again to take a look at Song Yushi before returning to his shelter. He took a few moxa sticks, lit them and placed them in every corner of the shelter, and then used a wooden stick to hold the bamboo door shut. Lying on the bed, he couldn't help but think about what had happened today. Although the few of them had been extremely careful, Song Yushi had been bitten by the silver-ringed snake without noticing. Thankfully, Song Yushi was finally saved. Zhou Chuyu didn't dare to imagine that if something like today happened again in the future, would he have such good luck. It seems that in the future, when living here, one must be even more careful and cautious. If one is not careful, one may very well die on this deserted island. It's not that Zhou Chuyu was afraid of death. In fact, when he joined the Dragon Squad, Zhou Chuyu had already put his life and death at ease. But at the moment, he didn't want to die on this deserted island for nothing. For one thing, he had not yet married and had children, and he had not yet left a line of descendants for the old Shen family. The most important reason was that his mother still needed his care. Then he thought about the scene of treating Song Yushi's wound today. Although he was in a hurry to treat the wound at the time, Song Yushi's private parts were clearly visible to him. It was the first time in his life, and he couldn't help but think about it. It wasn't until almost midnight that he fell into a daze and fell asleep. When he woke up, the sun was already high in the sky. He walked out of the shelter and saw Lang Bing and a few others gathered together by the river, doing something. He couldn't help but ask what they were doing when he walked up to the river. Lang Bing told Zhou Chuyu that Bai Rulin and the others were asking him to teach them some combat skills. Zhou Chuyu nodded and went to the river to wash his face. He picked up the fishing basket in the river and inspected it. The shelter was now out of food, but fortunately the 3 fishing baskets had caught a lot of fish. He poured the fish onto the ground, put the fishing basket back in the river, and then processed the fish by the river. After disposing of the fish, he took it back to the shelter. Since there was no lard left, Zhou Chuyu could only put the fish in a pot and marinate it with sea salt. Then he used a knife to cut a small hole in the top of the bamboo tube, put the small fish marinated in sea salt inside, and took some firewood to light a fire outside the shelter. He placed the bamboo tube containing the small fish on top of the fire and set it on fire. He walked into the shelter and went to the bedside. He looked at Song Yushi, who was still sleeping, and saw that she was now rosy in the face. It seemed that she was completely fine. Zhou Chuyu did not disturb her sleep, walked out of the shelter, sat by the fire, and lit up a cigarette. Chapter 48 Shooting Antelopes. When the bamboo tube was completely charred and the fish inside the tube also gave off a burst of fragrance, Zhou Chuyu called Lang Bing and the others back to eat. I have to say that the taste of the fish just left in the bamboo tube is extraordinary. It not only retains the freshness of the fish, but also has a light fragrance of bamboo. The few people couldn't stop eating it. Zhou Chuyu asked Ding Shui to get some for San Yushi. After breakfast, Zhou Chuyu told the few people that he was going to go into the woods to find food, and asked them to stay in the shelter and not run around. Since what happened yesterday, Zhou Chuyu didn't want any of them to have any more accidents. Hearing that he was going to look for food, Lung Bing said that she had to go with him no matter what. Zhou Chuyu had no choice but to agree, and he also told Bai Roland to make some half-moon lotus and mugwort for San Yushi to drink, and then he walked towards the forest with Lang Bing. Zhou Chuyu walked in front with a knife, while Long Bing followed closely with a compound bow. Having learned from San Yushi's snakebite yesterday, the two were extremely cautious. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any accidents along the way. After searching in the forest for more than an hour, they only shot and killed 2 pheasants, but these 2 pheasants were only enough for a few people to eat for a meal. After a short rest, the 2 men continued walking deeper into the woods. After walking for almost an hour, they suddenly heard a strange animal cry from the distance. The sound was a bit like a goat's bleat, but it sounded a bit strange. The 2 men glanced at each other and quickly walked in the direction of the sound. As they got closer, the sound became clearer and clearer. After walking a while, they suddenly saw a group of antelopes leisurely eating in the woods not far away. The 2 of them never imagined that there would be antelopes on this deserted island. It seems that there are indeed many types of animals on this deserted island. The 2 of them also knew that antelopes are relatively alert and will be scared away by the slightest sound. These antelopes are relatively large in size and should be some adult antelopes. Each one weighs about 130 to 140 kilograms. If they could get one, it would be enough to feed several people for at least half a month. The 2 of them were still almost 200 meters away from the group of antelopes. At such a distance, even a pistol couldn't necessarily hit an antelope. In order to prevent the antelopes from escaping, Zhou Chuyu told Lang Bing to stay where she was and wait. He took the compound bow from her hand, crouched down, and slowly moved closer to the antelopes. Every time he moved a certain distance, Zhou Chuyu had to stop and observe to make sure the antelope hadn't noticed him before continuing to move closer and closer to it. Lang Bing, on the other hand, crouched on the ground in the distance, not daring to even breathe a little. After more than 10 minutes, Zhou Chuyu had moved less than 30 meters away from the antelope, and luckily it hadn't noticed him. Zhou Chuyu did not dare to move any further, so he picked up his compound bow and aimed at the largest antelope. He let fly an arrow that pierced the antelope's neck. The antelope let out a scream and did not immediately fall to the ground, but ran off into the distance. The other antelopes were also frightened and scattered, disappearing in no time. Zhou Chuyu put away his compound bow and chased after the antelope that he had shot in the neck. Lang Bing also immediately stood up and chased after him. Although the antelope that had been shot disappeared from Zhou Chuyu's view in no time, Zhou Chuyu was not at all panicked. He followed the bloodstains on the ground and chased after it all the way. He knew that the faster the antelope ran, the faster it would fall. Sure enough, he ran forward for 700 to 800 meters, and saw the antelope he had shot in the neck lying under a big tree, twitching non-stop, while a wail of pain came from its mouth. Zhou Chuyu walked up to the fallen antelope, took out a knife from his waist and slashed the antelope's neck. A stream of blood instantly gushed out from the antelope's neck. The antelope struggled a few times and then died completely. Zhou Chuyu then pulled the arrow out of the antelope's neck. He sat directly on top of the antelope's corpse, took out a cigarette from his pocket, put it in his mouth and lit it. He smoked while panting. Before he finished the cigarette, Lang Bing also panted over, seeing that Zhou Chuyu had already dealt with the antelope. She was also happy, and sat down next to Zhou Chuyu, breathing heavily. After finishing the cigarette, Zhou Chuyu took a knife and cut down some nearby vines, tying up the 4 legs of the antelope. He then cut down a wooden stick about the thickness of his arm, and together with Lang Bing, they lifted the antelope and walked towards the shelter. The antelope also weighed about 140 to 150 kilograms, and the weight shared on one person's shoulders was about 70 to 80 kilograms. The path in the forest was not easy to walk on, and every time the 2 of them walked for a while, they had to stop and rest for a while. They kept walking and stopping like this, and it took more than 3 hours to carry the antelope back to the shelter. At this time, the 2 of them were almost exhausted, and they just threw the antelope on the ground and sat on the ground, panting heavily. Hearing the commotion, Bai Roland and the others also ran out of the shelter. They were also extremely happy and shocked to see that the 2 had actually managed to bring back such a large antelope. Seeing the 2 of them, Ding Shui ran back to the shelter and used a bamboo bowl to bring them some cold boiled water. After taking the cold boiled water passed to them by Ding Shui, the 2 men gulped it down and then gasped for breath. They sat on the ground to rest for a while, and they finally regained some strength. The group worked together to get the antelope carcass to the small river and began processing it. In less than half an hour, Zhou Chuyu had skinned the entire antelope. He then cut a slit in the top of the antelope's belly and directly scooped out the entrails. After cutting off the liver, he threw the rest of the parts directly into the river, letting the current wash them away. He then started to divide the antelope meat, removing the entrails and skin. The cut meat weighed 80 to 90 catties, which was enough antelope meat for several people to eat for half a month. Back at the shelter, Zhou Chuyu took a piece of antelope hind leg meat, cut it into small pieces and put it in a pot to stew. He also took the bamboo rack used to smoke the wild boar the last time and moved it outside the shelter. He chopped some pine branches and placed them on the rack, then placed the antelope meat on top of the pine branches and covered it with another layer of pine branches. A fire was lit under the bamboo rack, and the antelope meat was smoked. Song Yushi, who had been bitten by a silver-ringed snake, was already able to walk, but he felt a little weak. When the antelope meat was ready, the group sat around and started tucking in. The antelope meat had a unique flavor. A large pot of stewed antelope was eaten by several people until there was not even a little bit of soup left. After eating the stewed antelope, Song Yushi also walked outside the shelter with Bai Rulan's help to breathe fresh air. Zhou Chuyu and the others used a bamboo tube to draw some water from the small river, poured it into the bathtub, and lit a fire in the pit under the bathtub to start heating the water. By the time it got dark, the water in the bathtub was already hot. Everyone except Song Yushi came to the bathroom one after another and took a hot bath. After taking a bath, Zhou Chuyu took the antelope meat on the bamboo rack back to the shelter, hung it above the fireplace to continue roasting it, sat next to the fireplace and chatted with the others for a while, then returned to the shelter where he lived and went to bed. Chapter 49 Song Yushi confessed his love. Another 7 or 8 days passed. Since they had shot an antelope, these days, the few of them did not go looking for food again. Apart from occasionally going to find some wild dandelions to chop some firewood, they spent most of the time in the shelter. Song Yushi also recovered early, but the scene of Zhou Chuyu examining her wounds that day always came to mind, and the thought that Zhou Chuyu had seen all of her private parts made her blush uncontrollably. That morning, Zhou Chuyu didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. When he opened the bamboo door to the shelter, he saw Lang Bing teaching Song Yushi and the others some fighting techniques by the river. Every morning these days, Lang Bing would teach Song Yushi and the others by the river. Zhou Chuyu walked to the river and watched the group for a while with interest before washing up. After washing up, he picked up the fishing cage again to check it. The fishing cages had caught a lot of small fish again. A few days ago, the group dug a small puddle by the river to keep the fish in. To prevent the fish kept inside from being washed away by the rain again, this time they used pebbles to surround the puddle high up all around. The fish in the fishing cage were placed in the small puddle to be raised, and the fishing cage was returned to the river. Just as he was about to go back to the shelter to make breakfast, Song Yushi suddenly stopped him and said to her, "Brother Zhou, I need to talk to you about something." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu also immediately stopped and looked at her, and even Lang Bing and the others also looked at her, all secretly guessing why she wanted to talk to Zhou Chuyu. Zhou Chuyu smiled and said to her, "If there's something, you can just say it." Song Yushi looked at Lang Bing and the others a little embarrassed, and then lowered her head and whispered to Zhou Chuyu, "Can we go into the woods and talk? I want to talk to you alone." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu and the others were curious. Zhou Chuyu nodded and then led her into the woods. After walking for 200 or 300 meters, they came under a big tree. Zhou Chuyu then spoke to her. "Now you can talk." Song Yushi suddenly became a little embarrassed, and it took her almost a minute to speak. "Zhou, I've fallen deeply in love with you. These past few days, all I can think about is the scene of you saving me that day. If it weren't for you, I would have probably already been bitten to death by that silver-ringed snake. Tell me honestly, do you like me or not?" Hearing Song Yushi confess his love to him, Zhou Chuyu was suddenly taken aback. This happiness came too suddenly. If this was the old days, a big anchor like Song Yushi would never even look at him. Unexpectedly, after arriving on this deserted island, first Lang Bing yelled that she wanted to marry him, and now Song Yushi has taken the initiative to express his love to him. Is he having good luck with women? He then spoke to Song Yushi. "We are family now that we're on this deserted island. It was the right thing to do to save you, and you don't have to say that just because I saved you. Maybe one day when we leave here you won't feel this way." Hearing him say this, Song Yushi said anxiously, "I'm not saying this because you saved my life, I really love you. These days, your shadow is all over my mind. Don't worry, even if we leave here, I will love you just as much as I do now. Although I'm an anchor, I've never fallen for a man before, you're the first, and I've been seen by you from head to toe, you have to be responsible for me. After she finished speaking, she blushed and lowered her head. Zhou Chuyu suddenly felt speechless. This woman was really attached to him. He quickly told her. I was just checking your wound that day, and my attention was on your wound, so I didn't see anything. He said this, but perhaps even he himself didn't quite believe it. Son Yushi even less believed it, and said mischievously. You really didn't see anything? I don't quite believe that. If you didn't see anything, why have you been looking at me strangely these past few days? Zhou Chuyu felt a burst of embarrassment and didn't know how to answer her for a moment. These days, whenever he saw Song Yushi, he couldn't help but think of the scene that day, so his eyes also darted a little. After a few minutes, he said to Song Yushi. Even if I did see it by accident, I did it to save you. Song Yushi then asked. I want to know right now, do you like me? Hearing her ask, Zhou Chuyu said to her without much thought. You're so pretty and you're also so rich, of course I like you. Hearing Zhou Chuyu say that he liked her, Song Yushi was suddenly happy, and she hugged Zhou Chuyu, blushing as she said. Then can you kiss me? I've already given you my first kiss, I want to try it again. This was the first time Zhou Chuyu had heard such a request. Now that the beauty had come into his arms of her own accord, any man would be tempted. Zhou Chuyu was no exception. If he didn't do something, it would be a bit too fake. He immediately embraced Song Yushi and kissed her on the lips. It was the first time both of them had kissed, so they were a bit shy, but they had seen pigs running before. This kind of thing is almost self-taught. After a while, the two of them started kissing passionately. At this moment, both of them felt an unprecedented feeling sweeping through their bodies, as if they were in another world. Zhou Chuyu's large hand was also a little unfaithful, randomly stroking Song Yushi's body. They kissed like this for almost 10 minutes before they finally let go of each other. Both of them were extremely satisfied. Song Yushi's face was already rosy with excitement, full of anticipation for what would happen next. Zhou Chuyu also looked forward to taking it further, but fortunately reason prevailed over desire. The two of them just looked at each other. After a while, Zhou Chuyu said to Song Yushi, You're a good girl, I don't want to hurt you like this. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the shelter. Song Yushi felt a sudden sense of loss, stamped her foot in anger, and said to herself, Are you still a man? But this feels pretty good. She didn't forget to lick her lips, and then quickly chased after Zhou Chuyu, walking up to him and whispering, Big brother Zhou, I'm ready, whenever you want me. After saying this, she skipped and jumped towards the small river. Zhou Chuyu saw this and helplessly shook his head. His mind started to wander again. Back at the shelter, he started to make breakfast. Song Yushi just skipped and jumped to the small river, her face full of happiness and bliss. Seeing her like this, Rulin couldn't help but ask. Yushi, what did you and brother Zhou do? Why are you so happy? Song Yushi blushed a little and said, What do you think we can do as a man and a woman? Hearing her say this, Lung Bing and the others were all stunned. Ding Shui said in disbelief. You just didn't do it with brother Zhou, did you? Song Yushi glared at her angrily and said, What are you talking about? I didn't do it with brother Zhou. After saying this, she stopped talking and walked over to the side to practice the fighting techniques Lung Bing had taught her. Rulin and the others were curious to see this, but they didn't want to ask. Chapter 50 The rice is cooked. Zhou Chuyu finished making breakfast and came to the door of the shelter to call the girls back. During dinner, Song Yushi took the initiative to sit next to Zhou Chuyu and would occasionally steal glances at him. Seeing this, Lung Bing and the others became even more curious about what the two of them had been doing in the woods. Ding Shui couldn't help but say to Zhou Chuyu, Zhou, what did you and Yushi do in the woods just now? Why did Yushi seem like a different person when she came back from the woods? Zhou Chuyu said with a straight face. We didn't do anything. Yushi just thanked me for saving her life and promised to give me a lot of money when we leave here. If you don't believe me, you can ask Yushi. Hearing him say this, the girls all glared at him, obviously not believing him, but since he wouldn't say anything, they couldn't continue to ask. After breakfast, Rulin and the others gathered the bowls and chopsticks, put them in the pot, and carried them to the small river to wash them. Zhou Chuyu then picked up an axe and planned to go into the woods to cut some firewood. Seeing this, Long Bing also took a knife and followed closely behind. When they arrived in the woods, Long Bing said to Zhou Chuyu, "Did Song Yushi confess his love to you?" Zhou Chuyu didn't hide anything from Long Bing and nodded. Long Bing then said to him, "I also feel that you must have done something in the woods." Zhou Chuyu nodded and said to her, "We even kissed." Hearing him say this, Long Bing felt a pang of jealousy in her heart and asked coldly, "Did it feel good?" Zhou Chuyu hadn't noticed Long Bing's change in mood, and thinking back to the feeling of kissing Song Yushi passionately, he nodded with a smile and said, "It felt pretty good." Hearing him say this, and looking at the expression on his face, Long Bing was suddenly infuriated, and said somewhat angrily, "Oh, really? Tell me in detail what it felt like." At this point, Zhou Chuyu also sensed that Long Bing's tone was a bit off. She looked up and saw the murderous look in her eyes, and she immediately smiled awkwardly and whispered, "Actually, it wasn't very good." Lang Bing had long since regarded him as her man, but he was so cold. Lang Bing had taken the initiative to throw herself into his arms several times, but he went and kissed Song Yushi passionately. Which girl could stand that? Zhou Chuyu didn't know what to say for a moment, and Lang Bing said coldly when he saw this, "Since you're not going to say anything, I'll try it myself." After saying this, he didn't wait for Zhou Chuyu to react before hugging him and kissing him on the lips. Zhou Chuyu was still dumbfounded when he was forcefully kissed by Lang Bing. Zhou Chuyu thought to himself, "What a good day. How come Song Yushi and Lang Bing took the initiative to throw themselves at him one after the other?" Lang Bing was actually a little prettier than Song Yushi, she was just a little cold. Zhou Chuyu still had a good impression of her. He also knew that Lang Bing had said she would marry him, and she would do so even if she had to leave here. He had just kissed Song Yushi passionately when he suddenly stopped. At this moment, Lang Bing kissed him forcefully again. Zhou Chuyu could no longer control himself, and the two of them kissed passionately. Zhou Chuyu's hand was also not being good and was stroking Lang Bing's body. The two of them kissed passionately for a while, and Lang Bing's face was also full of red, her eyes narrowed. It was obvious that she had already been moved. Zhou Chuyu was the same. In just a little while, the clothes on the two of them fell to the ground one after the other. After more than half an hour, the two of them ended this breathlessly. At this moment, the two of them were immensely satisfied, and they had also completed their transformation from boy and girl to man and woman. Looking at the red dots on the wolfskin clothes under the tree, Zhou Chuyu tightly embraced Lang Bing in his arms and said to her, "You will be my Zhou Chuyu's person from now on." Lang Bing was like a meek kitten at this time, leaning on Zhou Chuyu's bosom. There was no trace of her strong woman's demeanor. After a while, the two of them put on their own clothes. Lang Bing could only feel a wave of pain in the root of her thigh, and she couldn't help but glare at Zhou Chuyu. Zhou Chuyu smiled embarrassedly and then let her rest under the tree, while he chopped a large bundle of firewood and bound it with rattan. When the two returned to the shelter carrying firewood, Song Yushi and the others were sitting by the fireplace chatting, looking at Lang Bing's strange walking posture, the flush on her face that hadn't faded, and the mud and leaves stuck to her clothes. Even if Song Yushi and the other girls were silly together, they knew that the two had already cooked the rice. At this time, they all felt bad in their hearts. During the time they had spent living on the deserted island with Zhou Chuyu, the girls had all fallen in love with Zhou Chuyu. At this time, knowing that he and Lang Bing have confirmed their relationship, everyone is a bit lost, especially Song Yushi. In the morning, she took the initiative to throw herself at him, but Zhou Chuyu just kissed her and stopped. She didn't expect that just a few hours later, he had already cooked the raw rice with Lang Bing. Zhou Chuyu didn't know what to say either. He put down the firewood and walked out of the shelter. He went to the small river, found a stone to sit on, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a few strong puffs. He thought to himself, "What is going on? It seems like having too much luck is not a good thing." Seeing Zhou Chuyu leave, Song Yushi, who was a little distracted, said to Lang Bing, "You and brother Zhou have already cooked the rice." Lang Bing nodded and did not hide it. He recounted what had happened in the woods to the group and said to them, "I know you all like him, and I don't care if you like him. Anyway, I don't care where he is, he's always going to be with me. It's normal for a guy like him to marry a few wives. Besides, we're on this deserted island, we don't even know if we can leave here, and we might die here one day. In that case, why leave yourself with regrets?" After he finished speaking, he glanced at the girls and said, "I don't care if you and he have already cooked the rice. I know he doesn't belong to me alone, and I won't be exclusive to any of you. Instead of fighting like this, it's better to get along." After he finished speaking, he also walked out of the shelter. After hearing Lang Bing say this, Song Yu and the others also fell into deep thought. They also felt that Lang Bing was right. Everyone loved Zhou Chuyu, and it was still unknown whether they could leave here. Why fight over it? Even after leaving here, who Zhou Chuyu wants to choose to be with is his own business, just live in the moment. The girls also instantly figured it out, and their moods improved a lot. Lang Bing came to the small river and saw Zhou Chuyu sitting pensively on a stone smoking a cigarette. Lang Bing came over and sat down next to him, and said to him, "Are you struggling with how to handle the feelings of the rest of us? Are you afraid that choosing one will hurt the other?" Zhou Chuyu nodded and said, "Yes. I don't know what to choose." Lang Bing said with a smile, "If it's hard to choose, why choose at all? Just let things take their course." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu suddenly felt enlightened. Yes. If you don't want to make a choice, why choose at all? Just let things take their course. Chapter 51 Gunshots in the Forest. After sitting by the small river for a while, the two of them returned to the shelter. At this time, Song Yushi and the others passed by. After just being coldly persuaded, they had also figured it out. Seeing that it was almost dark, the few of them cooked some antelope meat to eat. After dinner, Zhou Chuyu also returned to the shelter early and went to bed. The next morning, when Zhou Chuyu walked out of the shelter, he saw Lang Bing teaching Song Yushi and the others free fighting practice by the small river. Zhou Chuyu watched with interest for a while, went to the river to wash up, checked the fishing cage again, returned to the shelter, took a piece of antelope meat, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to start stewing. He then sat by the fireplace, leisurely smoked a cigarette, and when the antelope stew was ready, he called Lang Bing and the others back for breakfast. Just as the few people were eating breakfast with great enthusiasm, a gunshot suddenly came from the woods. Hearing the gunshot, everyone was taken aback. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing immediately turned pale. Although the gunshot was relatively far away and there was only one sound, Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing immediately recognized it as the sound of an AK-47 being fired. You have to know that on this deserted island, at the moment, only a few people like themselves have a pistol in their hands. This sudden gunshot indicates that outsiders have already come to this deserted island. The two of them quickly put down their bowls and chopsticks, walked out of the door of the shelter to check it out, and when Song Yushi and the others saw this, they also put down their bowls and chopsticks and walked out of the shelter. Although they could hear the direction the gunshot came from, it was still quite far away, and in the forest, apart from the towering trees and dense undergrowth, they couldn't see anything. Zhou Chuyu said to Lang Bing with a grave face, "You take care of them here, I'll go into the woods and see what's going on. If I don't come back, you guys try to stay in the shelter and don't go anywhere." After he finished speaking, he quickly walked into the shelter, picked up a compound bough, and planned to go into the woods to check the situation. Seeing this, Lang Bing hurriedly said to him, "I'm a little worried about you going alone, so I'll go with you." Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said, "You'd better stay in the shelter and take care of them." "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Hearing him say this, Lang Bing could only nod, and then took out the pistol she had at her waist and handed it to him, saying to him, "Take this gun for self-defense." Zhou Chuyu shook his head again and said, "You keep it. You can deal with it if you encounter danger." After saying this, he walked quickly towards the forest. The several people thus watched him walk into the forest with worried faces. Song Yushi said to Lang Bing with some concern, "Will Brother Zhou be okay?" Lang Bing turned to her and said, "You don't need to worry too much. You should know that he is the leader of the group and will be fine." Hearing her say this, the girls felt slightly relieved. Zhou Chuyu walked quickly towards the woods where the gunshots came from with a compound bow in his hands. He walked for almost a kilometer without seeing anyone, and he was extremely puzzled. He walked a little further and suddenly saw a body lying on the ground. When he got closer, he saw that the body on the ground was that of the group of men who had been with Lu Hainan. There was a wound on the top of the body's chest, and it looked like it had been shot by a gun. It seemed that the gunshot had just been fired, and the blood that had flowed from the wound had dried up, and it was covered with ants and insects. He immediately crouched down to take a closer look. Apart from the corpse's footprints, there were also some messy footprints on the ground. From these footprints, it can be roughly judged that 5 or 6 people have been here. It can also be seen from these unclear footprints that these people were all wearing some kind of military leather boots. Zhou Chuyu became even more curious, and secretly guessed in his heart who these people really were. There is also this corpse lying on the ground. Shouldn't he be with Lu Hainan and the others? Why is he here alone, and why was he shot dead here? Or did Lu Hainan and the others all meet a tragic end? A series of questions ran through Zhou Chuyu's mind as he carefully observed the footprints on the ground. From the footprints, it can be determined that after this group of people shot this person, they headed towards the shore. He then followed the footprints along the ground, walking in the direction of the shore. It took more than an hour, but he finally followed the footprints all the way to the shore, and the footprints continued to the shelter where Lu Hainan and the others were living. Zhou Chuyu was even more curious, so he followed the footprints all the way over. When he was about to arrive at the shelter where Lu Hainan and the others were living, he saw a group of people sitting around a fire outside the shelter from afar, but the distance was still relatively far away. Zhou Chuyu couldn't see the appearance of these people clearly. Zhou Chuyu immediately hid in the woods, crawled on the ground, and slowly crawled towards the shelter where the few people were living. Fortunately, there were tall trees and dense shrubs everywhere, and the group of people sitting around the fire did not notice Zhou Chuyu approaching. After crawling for a while, Zhou Chuyu immediately hid in a thicket of dense shrubs. It was only then that he could clearly see the group of people sitting by the fireplace. In addition to the familiar faces of Lu Hainan, Xu Mao, Brother Li, and Brother Bao, there were also 3 or 4 black men. Each of these black men was holding an AK-47. Lu Hainan and the others were also extremely respectful and afraid of these black men. They were all smiles and chatting with these black men. I also heard the screams and sobs of women coming from the shelter where several people were living. Hearing this, Zhou Chuyu knew what was going on inside the shelter. Sure enough, after a while, 3 or 4 black men walked out of the shelter. These black men kept pulling their pants up as they walked, and they sat down by the fire. Several other black men stood up and walked back into the shelter. After a while, there were more screams and cries of a woman from the shelter. Hearing this, Zhou Chuyu knew what the woman in the shelter was suffering from. After another glance at Lu Hainan and the group of people sitting by the fire, who were indifferent, Zhou Chuyu suddenly lost his temper. He thought to himself, are they just going to watch their compatriots being ravaged by these blacks? At this moment, he wished he could just kill all of them, but these blacks all had guns, and judging from their clothing, they were also professionally trained. He only had a compound bow in his hands, and although he was quite skilled, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could only lie motionless in the bushes and observe. At this moment, he was about 40-50 meters away from the group of people. Although he could see the group of people talking and laughing, he couldn't hear what they were saying. Chapter 52 Zhou Chuyu, who had made up his mind to kill, did so. After about 10 minutes, he saw the black men who had just entered the shelter walk out with their pants around their ankles, laughing, and sit by the fire. At this time, a naked woman suddenly ran out of the shelter, crying as she ran towards the shore. Lu Hainan and the others did not stop her, but continued chatting with the black men, laughing and joking. The girl ran to the shore and slammed her head hard against a protruding rock. With a scream, the girl instantly fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu was also filled with hatred. You have to know what kind of torture this woman has suffered in order to choose suicide. Hearing the girl's screams, Lu Hainan and the others were also taken aback. Perhaps they also didn't expect the woman to choose suicide. They all stood up and ran to the shore. They saw Lu Hainan and the others just squat down and briefly check the woman's wounds, and then directly throw the woman into the sea. Then they casually returned to the fire and chatted with the blacks with smiles on their faces. Seeing their ruthlessness, Zhou Chuyu also regretted not having resolved the situation. If he had been more ruthless and killed them directly, than taken in these women, perhaps they would not have been subjected to the abuse of these blacks. Although he said that the death of this woman had nothing to do with him, Zhou Chuyu still felt incredibly self-blame. Seeing this woman commit suicide, Zhou Chuyu also hardened his heart at this time. He didn't care who these blacks really were, he would definitely get them killed, and none of Lu Hainan's group could be spared. So he lay motionless in the bushes, waiting quietly for the perfect opportunity to attack. After a while, Lu Hainan and Xu Mao walked into the shelter. When they came out, they were already holding a large piece of meat in their hands, which they skewered on a stick and placed over the fire to roast. When the meat was almost done roasting, the blacks took out a Nepalese army knife from their waists one after the other, cut off the roasted meat, shoved it in their mouths, and began to wolf it down. Lu Hainan and the others sat on the side, afraid to make the slightest move. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu felt both angry and amused. He never imagined that the arrogant Lu Hainan and his group would act so meekly in the face of these blacks. And those two, Brother Li and Brother Bao, are also very skilled. Although these blacks have guns, they shouldn't be afraid to even fart. Almost all the good barbecue was eaten by the blacks. Seeing that the blacks were full, Lu Hainan and the others, like starving ghosts, picked up the leftover barbecue and shoved it into their mouths, devouring it. After a while, one of the blacks suddenly stood up and walked towards the forest. Zhou Chuyu immediately lowered his head. After a while, the black man walked to a bush not far from Zhou Chuyu, unzipped his pants, squatted down in the bushes, and started to go to the bathroom. Zhou Chuyu knew that this was the perfect time to take care of the black man, but it was not easy to quietly approach the black man and take care of him. If he made a sound, the group of blacks on the shore would not hesitate to shoot him. After thinking about it for a while, Zhou Chuyu decided not to act rashly. He would only wait until dark to do it. In a short while, the black man returned to the fire after going to the bathroom. Zhou Chuyu then raised his head and stared at the shore again. He then lay motionless until the sun set and it slowly got dark. The group of people by the shore were still sitting around the fire chatting. Zhou Chuyu also took advantage of the cover of night and slowly crept towards the shore. He found a thick bush less than 20 meters away from the group of people and immediately crawled inside. At this time, Zhou Chuyu could clearly hear what the group of people were saying. After listening for a while, Zhou Chuyu suddenly flew into a rage. It turned out that Lu Hainan was describing in English to the group of black people how Song Yushi and the others were beautiful and charming, and telling the group of black people that as long as they killed Zhou Chuyu, the group of beautiful women would be at their disposal. It turned out that the person who was shot and killed by this group of black people today was the one who took them to find the whereabouts of Zhou Chuyu and the others, but in the middle of the woods, this person suddenly suggested taking a break, and after arguing with a black man for a while, he was directly killed by this black man. Hearing Lu Hainan vividly telling these blacks about Song Yushi and the others, Zhou Chuyu was even more determined to kill them all without leaving a single one alive. In his opinion, he had already given Lu Hainan and the others more than one chance, but these people were unrepentant and even now wanted to use the blacks to get rid of them. Seeing what they had done today, Zhou Chuyu also knew that if they were allowed to live, they would be a scourge. He looked up at the sky. There was almost no moonlight tonight, and the entire forest was pitch black. It seemed like the perfect night for a murder. After waiting for a while, a black man stood up and walked towards the forest. Zhou Chuyu's heart leapt with joy. After a while, the black man walked over to a big tree, took his gun off and put it under the tree, took off his pants, squatted down, and started to relieve himself. He then took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and put it in his mouth to start smoking. Although you couldn't see the black man, you could clearly see the flickering fire from the cigarette in his mouth. Zhou Chuyu slowly stood up, picked up an arrow from a compound bough, and walked quietly towards the black man who was relieving himself. In no time, he reached the black man's back without making a sound. He covered his mouth with one hand and stabbed the arrow in the black man's neck. The black man never expected to encounter danger while going to the toilet. As the arrow was pulled out, a burst of blood instantly spurted from his neck, and the whole person began to struggle violently, trying hard to scream, but his mouth had already been tightly covered by Zhou Chuyu. Zhou Chuyu picked up the arrow again and stabbed him wildly. It was only a matter of a few short seconds before the black man stopped struggling. After confirming that the person was completely dead, Zhou Chuyu slowly released his hand. He then quickly removed the magazine from the black man's gun, inspected it, and saw that it was full of bullets. He quickly put the magazine back in, turned on the safety, and pointed the gun directly at the group of people sitting by the fire. At this time, Zhou Chuyu was in the dark forest, while Lu Hainan and the others were sitting by the fire, and Zhou Chuyu could clearly see them. At this time, he no longer hesitated and decisively pulled the trigger. Chapter 53 The Rifle Jams. With the sound of the gunshot, 4 or 5 people were instantly hit by the bullets and fell to the ground. Just as Zhou Chuyu was about to eliminate all of them, the gun suddenly jammed. Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but curse in his heart. He knew that the AK was not something that would jam so easily. It seemed that the gun in his hands was very old. The sudden cessation of gunfire caused the group of people on the shore to quickly come over. Those who had not been hit by the bullets stood up and quickly ran towards the shore. The reaction of those black men was also relatively fast. They picked up their guns and decisively pulled the triggers at the place where Zhou Chuyu was hiding. Fortunately, the place where Zhou Chuyu fired was a big tree. Since the black men were all sitting by the fire, the moment they stood up and picked up their guns, Zhou Chuyu saw them clearly and immediately hid behind the tree. The bullets fired by the blacks either grazed his shoulders or hit the tree. After a round of shooting, Zhou Chuyu also ran like crazy into the forest. Fortunately, it had already gotten dark, and the blacks were not sure if Zhou Chuyu was still in the same place, so they did not dare to chase after him. They fired another round of indiscriminate shots at the place where Zhou Chuyu had just hidden, and then they put away their guns and ran to the shore to hide. Among the men who had just been shot by Zhou Chuyu, 3 were with Lu Hainan, and the other 2 were blacks. The 2 blacks were shot in the chest and died almost without struggling. 2 of the 3 men with Lu Hainan were also shot directly in the vital areas and died instantly. The other one was shot in the thigh and was on the ground covering his wound with his hands while emitting painful screams. At this time, Lu Hainan's group of people were hiding behind the rocks on the shore. Although they heard the man's screams, no one dared to come forward to check. After more than 10 minutes, the man's screams became smaller and smaller, and soon there was no movement at all. Lu Hainan and the others were not sure if the person who just fired the gun was still hiding in the woods, so they hid behind the rocks and did not dare to show their heads. Zhou Chuyu kept running in the woods for hundreds of meters before stopping. He was panting heavily, but fortunately, he did not encounter any poisonous snakes or fierce beasts on the way. Leaning against a large tree, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and thought to himself that if the gun hadn't jammed, he would have wiped out the group of people. He was also secretly glad that it was dark as pitch at night. If it had been daytime, he would have had a slim chance of survival. After finishing the cigarette, he didn't dare to go any further, so he took out a lighter and lit it. He crouched down and gathered the dead grass and leaves under the tree and lit them on fire. As the dead grass and leaves burned, Zhou Chuyu's surroundings were instantly illuminated. He picked up some more firewood and placed it on top of the fire. Now he didn't care if the firelight would be seen by the group of people on the shore. It seemed to him that even if the blacks on the shore saw the firelight here, they would not dare to chase after it in such a dark sky. In the rush of just escaping, he even left the compound bow in the bushes. He just hopes that the group of people will not find it. Fortunately, he has now grabbed a gun and killed a few people, so it's not too much of a loss. He knows that he has to eliminate all these people as soon as possible. If they find shelter without making a sound and catch him off guard, it will be more than he can gain. So he just sat by the fire, keeping a close eye on the situation in the woods. By midnight, his eyes were about to close, but he dared not let his guard down. So he stayed by the fire until dawn. He had not eaten or drunk for a day, and at this point, Zhou Chuyu was also so hungry that his stomach was sticking to his back. He quickened his pace and walked towards the shelter. He also knew that these blacks were all professionally trained, and they all had guns in their hands. If he wanted to deal with them, he would have to wait until he had eaten, drunk, and recovered his strength. Since Zhou Chuyu left yesterday morning, in addition to Long Bing, Song Yushi, and the others had all begun to worry about him, and they just hoped that he would come back soon. But it was still dark when he didn't return, and they became even more worried. Even Lang Bing began to worry that something had happened to him. But by this time, it had completely darkened, and they were well aware of the dangers in the woods. They were afraid to go looking for him in the woods, and could only stay in the shelter and worry. So they just sat by the fireplace until almost midnight, when they felt they could hold out no longer, and they fell asleep in a daze on the bed. Although they only went to bed in the middle of the night yesterday, they woke up one after the other as dawn broke. Lang Bing picked up her pistol and was about to go into the woods to look for Zhou Chuyu, and Song Yushi and the others saw this and yelled that they wanted to go with her. Recalling that when Zhou Chuyu left yesterday, he told her to take care of these girls, Lang Bing did not dare let Song Yushi and the others go with her and take risks, so she resolutely refused. Unexpectedly, Song Yushi and the others still insisted on going with her. They argued for almost half an hour before Lang Bing finally gave in and agreed to take them with her to find Zhou Chuyu. As soon as they had just left the shelter, they saw a haggard Zhou Chuyu walking towards them. At the sight of Zhou Chuyu, everyone's hearts were finally relieved, and they all ran up to him and hugged him tightly. Although they had only been apart for a day, it felt like much longer. Looking at the same haggard girls, Zhou Chuyu knew they were worried about him, and his heart was both touched and saddened. After hugging, they returned to the shelter. Zhou Chuyu saw that there was still some antelope left over from yesterday in the pot. Without thinking much about it, he picked up the chopsticks, picked up the antelope in the pot, and stuffed it into his mouth and gobbled it up. Seeing him gobble up the antelope meat, the girls felt another pang of pain. After finishing the antelope meat in the pot, Zhou Chuyu recounted what had happened yesterday. After listening to Zhou Chuyu's account, the girls also had a grave look on their faces. At the same time, they felt a sense of foreboding for him. If it weren't for the night, perhaps Zhou Chuyu would have met with disaster by now. At the same time, they couldn't help but speculate about the origin of those blacks. Zhou Chuyu told them again that after last night's incident, those blacks would soon find their way here along the traces they left behind. The most important thing now was to eliminate all those blacks. Although he was now too tired to move, he dared not rest. What he had to do was to eliminate those blacks before they found their way here. He said to Lang Bing, take care of them in the shelter. I'll go into the woods to intercept those blacks." Hearing him say this, Lung Bing hurriedly said to him, "Why don't I go with you? I don't want anything to happen to you." After listening to her, Zhou Chuyu nodded after a little consideration and agreed, and he told Song Yushi and the others to stay in the shelter and not to run around. Before he and Lang Bing returned, they should try not to cook for themselves. Song Yu and the others also knew that if they went together, they would not only be of no help, but might even be a burden, so they could only urge the two to be careful. Chapter 54 Destroy Lu Hainan and his group. The two of them walked towards the forest, taking the same route that Zhou Chuyu had taken from the coast the night before. Zhou Chuyu knew that the blacks would definitely follow the traces he had left the night before and find their way here. Lu Hainan had also been hiding behind the rocks. It was not until dawn that the group emerged from behind the rocks. First, they came to the fire and checked the bodies on the ground. When they saw the bodies of their two companions, the remaining blacks also became extremely angry and couldn't help but swear at them. Lu Hainan and the others saw the bodies of their companions on the ground, but they acted indifferently. The group went back to the tree under which Zhou Chuyu had shot last night. The blacks saw their companion, who had been stabbed to death by Zhou Chuyu with an arrow, under the tree and cursed again. Soon they found the compound bow left behind by Zhou Chuyu in the nearby bushes. Lu Hainan and the others immediately realized that Zhou Chuyu had snatched the compound bow from them and understood that it was Zhou Chuyu who had fired the shot last night. They immediately told the blacks about the situation. When the blacks learned that the person who fired the gun last night was Zhou Chuyu, they were thinking about how to find him, but they didn't expect him to actually come to them. The blacks led Lu Hainan and the others along the trail left by Zhou Chuyu last night and chased after him all the way. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing walked in the woods for more than an hour. Suddenly, Zhou Chuyu felt something and suddenly shouted to stop Lang Bing. Lang Bing asked with some confusion, "What's wrong, brother Zhou?" Zhou Chuyu said, "I feel that the black people have already arrived, so quickly find somewhere to hide." After he finished speaking, he pulled Lang Bing and ran to a bush with cats, hiding behind the bush. After a while, they saw the black people and Lu Hainan's people walking towards them. Lang Bing also became even more curious. She didn't understand how Zhou Chuyu knew that these people had already arrived, and then took out a pistol from his waist and aimed at the black people. Zhou Chuyu also took out a gun and aimed at the black men walking in front of him. Seeing that the group was less than 50 meters away from him, Zhou Chuyu gave Lang Bing a look, and the two almost simultaneously pulled the trigger. The group was caught off guard. One of the black men walking in the front was shot in the head by Lang Bing. Zhou Chuyu then shot at the group one after the other. Since the black man with the gun was in the front, this time the black men were all hit by bullets and fell to the ground. Seeing the blacks fall to the ground, Lu Hainan's group reacted quickly and turned their heads to run. However, Zhou Chuyu was not about to let them go so easily, and shot them one by one. In no time, Lu Hainan's group also fell to the ground one after another, and even Li Go, Bao Go, and Shu Ma were hit by bullets and fell to the ground. Just as Zhou Chuyu was about to shoot Lu Hainan, there were no more bullets in the gun, and Lu Hainan and 2 or 3 of his companions ran far away in no time. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing also almost stood up from behind the bushes and quickly ran towards the black men. When they ran to the fallen black men, they quickly picked up the guns on the ground and pulled the triggers at Lu Hainan and the others. Both men were incredibly skilled marksmen. This time, Lu Hainan and the others were finally hit by the bullets from the 2 men and fell to the ground one after the other. The 2 men then shot each of the people who had fallen to the ground but were not completely dead, and soon there were corpses all over the place. Seeing that they had finally dealt with the group, the 2 men let out a long sigh of relief and began to loot the corpses on the ground. This time, they could truly say that they had reaped a rich harvest. A total of 7 rifles were found on these bodies, along with more than 100 rounds of ammunition, some Nepalese army knives, and some cigarettes that had not been smoked. Zhou Chuyu also stripped the clothes, pants, and shoes off the black men. As for Lu Hainan and the others, there was nothing on them, except that Lu Hainan was holding a compound bow that he had hidden in the bushes. Looking at Lu Hainan's corpse, Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but say, "I hope you can be a good person in your next life." The 2 of them hid the looted items in the bushes again, and then walked towards the shore. When they arrived at the shore and walked into the shelter where Lu Hainan and the others were living, they saw only 3 women with dull expressions and ragged clothes inside the shelter. Seeing that Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing had no expression on their faces, the 2 of them also knew that these 3 people had been tortured by Lu Hainan's group and were not quite normal. After a few seconds, Zhou Chuyu said to the 3 of them, "Those who bullied you have all been dealt with by me, so if you're willing, come back to the shelter with us." After hearing him say this, the three women let out loud sobs for a long time before Zhou Chuyu saw this and didn't say anything. He led Lang Bing out of the shelter and went to the bodies by the fire and looted them again. After a long time, the three women finally walked out of the shelter. One of the women said to Zhou Chuyu, "Lu Hainan, did you really get rid of those people?" Zhou Chuyu nodded, and at the same time he recognized that this woman was the anchor woman who had been slapped by the middle-aged man on the cruise ship. Looking at her, there was no trace of the appearance she had on the cruise ship. It had only been a little over a month, and she had already become this way. Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He asked the three women again if they wanted to go back to the shelter with him, and all three women nodded in agreement. Zhou Chuyu took out his lighter and set the shelter on fire, and led Lang Bing and the three women towards the shelter. When they arrived at the place where Lu Hainan had just wiped out Lu Hainan's group of people, the bodies on the ground were dismembered and scattered with the remains of some bodies everywhere. It looked like they had been torn apart and bitten by some animal. The three women couldn't help but vomit when they saw the remains of the bodies, and they bent down and started vomiting. After the three women finished vomiting, Zhou Chuyu took a few people from the bushes and took out the things they had just looted, walking towards the shelter. When they returned to the shelter, Song Yushi and the others heard footsteps and also came out of the shelter one after another. Seeing the two of them return safely, the girls secretly let out a sigh of relief. Then they saw the three women that Zhou Chuyu had brought back. Song Yushi and the others also recognized these three women as the ones who had originally been with Lu Hainan. Looking at the three of them in rags, the girls also felt a pang of grief. Seeing how they looked, they had suffered a lot with Lu Hainan's group. Zhou Chuyu took the gun and Nepalese army knife he had scavenged from the bodies to the shelter, and took the clothes he had scavenged to the small river to wash them clean and hang them on the branches to dry. It was already noon, and everyone was already starving. Song Yushi and the others returned to the shelter and started cooking. Bai Rulin took the three women into the bathroom, gave them a shower, and gave each of them a wolfskin sewn dress to change into. Chapter 55 Building a shelter for Xiao Meng and the others. It wasn't long before Song Yushi and the others had also finished preparing breakfast. Everyone sat around together. Zhou Chuyu brought the three women back with him. Looking at the antelope meat stewing in the pot, they couldn't help but swallow. Bai Rulin brought 3 more bamboo bowls and chopsticks and passed them to the three of them. But the three women were still a little scared and didn't dare to pick up the antelope meat in the pot to eat. Zhou Chuyu saw this and smiled and said to the three women, "Don't be so scared, we're practically family now, so hurry up and eat." Hearing him say this, the three girls picked up the antelope meat in the pot and stuffed it into their mouths, devouring it. Watching them, everyone felt sad, as if they were starving ghosts. It is no wonder that the three of them, under Lu Hainan, have barely enough to eat, and they are bullied every day. At first, they were bullied by Lu Hainan and Xu Hao in order to survive, and then they were bullied again by Li Gu and Bao Gu after they arrived. A few days ago, after the group of black men with guns arrived, they were tortured in turn by this group of black men. It can be said that they are living a life worse than death. 3 women have already chosen to commit suicide due to the unbearable torture, and only these 3 have survived like walking dead. Almost half of the stewed antelope meat in the pot was eaten by these 3 women, while Zhou Chuyu and the others only ate a little symbolically. After dinner, these 3 women took the initiative to clean the dishes and chopsticks in the river. Zhou Chuyu sat by the fireplace smoking, looking at the guns and Nepalese sabers he had scavenged from the blacks. Zhou Chuyu thought to himself that with these things, everyone would be able to survive here better. Now that he has taken in these 3 women, the shelter where Song Yushi and the others live is getting crowded, so Zhou Chuyu plans to build another shelter tomorrow. The 3 women took the washed dishes back to the shelter and sat obediently on the side, afraid to speak. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu took the initiative to chat with them again. It was only at this time that he learned the names of the 3 women. The anchor woman who had been slapped by the middle-aged man on the cruise ship was Xiao Meng, and the other 2 were tourists who had survived the cruise ship, one named Wang Fong and the other Lu Xia. Zhou Chuyu also asked them who these black people were, but Xiao Meng and the other 2 only knew that these black people had arrived here a few days ago, and they had no idea who they were. It was almost dark when they cooked some antelope meat for dinner. After eating the stewed antelope meat, Zhou Chuyu said to Xiao Meng and the other 2, "You will stay with Yushi and the others for a few days. I will build you a shelter tomorrow." After saying this, he stood up and went back to sleep. Seeing this, Lung Bing said to him, "I will sleep with you tonight." When she said this, Song Yushi and the others were not very surprised. After all, they all knew that Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing had already cooked the rice. Only Xiao Meng and the others were a little strange. Zhou Chuyu did not refuse, and the two of them just walked out of the shelter. Seeing the two of them leave, Xiao Meng said to Son Yushi, "Yushi, do you want to stay here and sleep with Brother Zhou?" When she heard this, Son Yushi and the others couldn't help but laugh. Bai Ruolan smiled and said to her, "You don't need to be afraid. Brother Zhou is not like that. He is not like those scumbags like Lu Hainan who will bully you. You can just relax and live here." Lu Xia asked again, "Why did Long Bing go with him?" "I don't think he refused." Bai Ruolan told her again that Long Bing had been shouting about marrying Zhou Chuyu, and the two had already cooked the rice, so it was not strange for the two to sleep together. Hearing her say this, Xiao Meng and the others finally felt relieved. After all, they had just escaped from the wolf's den, and they didn't want to enter the tiger's mouth again. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing returned to the shelter, propped the door shut with a wooden stick, and Zhou Chuyu lit some moxa sticks and placed them in every corner of the shelter. Lang Bing walked over to the bed, took off her clothes, and lay down on the bed. Zhou Chuyu also walked over to the bed, took off his clothes and pants, and lay down on the bed. It had only been a few days since the last time they made love, and the two of them began to reminisce about the feeling they had that day in the woods. Zhou Chuyu embraced Lang Bing and started kissing passionately. Since making love to Lang Bing that day, Zhou Chuyu had taken the 2 boxes of Durex from his suitcase and brought them to his shelter, and they were finally put to use. The two of them just let loose on the bed without restraint. Although they were very careful, they still made quite a bit of noise. His shelter was also next to the shelter of Son Yushi and the others. Son Yushi and the others were lying on the bed, listening to the noise made by the two of them, and they couldn't help blushing. After Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing finished making out, they fell asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, it wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that Zhou Chuyu opened his eyes. He saw that he was the only one on the bamboo bed, and Lang Bing had already gotten up long ago. He put on his clothes and walked out of the shelter. He saw Lang Bing leading a group of women cutting bamboo by the small river. Zhou Chuyu went to the small river to wash his face, checked the fishing cage in the river again, and then started cutting bamboo with one of the women. Since they had looted 7 or 8 extremely sharp Nepalese army knives from those blacks, it was much easier to chop the bamboo. By noon, they had chopped a large pile of bamboo and carried it back to an open area near the shelter. After returning to the shelter, they cooked some antelope meat and ate it. Then Zhou Chuyu led a few people to cut some rattan and palm leaves and began to build the shelter. With the experience of building the shelter last time, the few people at this time were well versed in the process. By the time it got dark, the main frame of the shelter had been built out of bamboo. After returning to the shelter and frying some fish in antelope fat, everyone went to bed early. It took another 2 days, but they finally built another shelter. Inside the shelter, they built a bamboo bed, which was covered with a thick layer of palm leaves. In the evening, Xiao Meng and the others moved to the new shelter to live. Although Xiao Meng and the others had left Son Yushi's shelter, Lang Bing did not choose to return to Son Yushi's shelter to live, but instead, she lived with Zhou Chuyu. In her opinion, she is already Zhou Chuyu's woman, and she should live with Zhou Chuyu. Son Yushi and the others didn't say anything, but they felt a little sour in their hearts. After spending these few days together, and with the guidance of Son Yushi and the others, Xiao Meng and the others have slowly become more cheerful. Chapter 56 8 women besieged Zhou Chuyu. The next morning when Zhou Chuyu woke up, Lang Bing, who was sleeping next to him, had already gotten up early. When he walked out of the shelter, he saw Lang Bing teaching Song Yu and the others free fighting by the river. Even Xiao Meng and the other two had joined in. After all these days of training, Song Yu and the others had also made a lot of progress. If they encountered an average person and had to fight one-on-one, Song Yu and the others would not be at a disadvantage anymore. Zhou Chuyu watched the group practice with interest for a while, then went to the river and started washing up. After washing up, he checked the fishing cage again, took the fish out of the cage and put them in the deep pit to raise them, and then put the fishing cage back in the river. After standing up, he planned to go back to the shelter to make breakfast. At this time, Lang Bing suddenly gave Son Yushi and the others a wink, and the 8 women launched an attack on Zhou Chuyu together. Although it was a sudden attack, Zhou Chuyu is no one, and he immediately reacted. He was not at all panicked in the face of the combined attack of the 8 women, and after a short while of using his grappling technique, he put the 7 women down to the ground except for Lang Bing, and gave each of them a hard slap on the butt. I have to say that these women's butts are quite elastic, and the feel is still quite good. The women all blushed, and when they saw that only one of them was still standing, Lang Bing suddenly launched a furious attack on Zhou Chuyu. But in less than half a minute, he was knocked down to the ground by Zhou Chuyu. Zhou Chuyu laughed and said to them. You guys still have a few years of practice before you can beat me, and there might still be a slight chance. After saying that, he walked towards the shelter with a look of smug satisfaction on his face. Watching his smug look, everyone was angry, but they couldn't do anything about him. They also knew that the gap between them and Zhou Chuyu was not just a little, and it seemed unlikely that they would ever be able to defeat him in their lifetime. Zhou Chuyu returned to the shelter and didn't forget to lift his hand up to his mouth and smell it. Only then did he take down the only remaining piece of antelope meat from the top of the fireplace, cut it into small pieces, put it in a pot, and stew it. Now that there are 9 people eating, the amount of food consumed each day is relatively high. It's only been a few days, but the antelope meat has already been eaten. It seems that after eating, they have to go into the woods to find food. But fortunately, they now have a gun, so even if they encounter those large carnivores, they will be able to deal with them more easily. There is also very little sea salt left in the shelter. It seems that they will have to go to the coast and get some more sea salt crystals to make sea salt. After the antelope is stewed, call the women back to eat. During dinner, tell the women that after dinner you will go into the woods to look for food. The girls also clamored to go with him, and after a little thought, Zhou Chuyu agreed. After breakfast, Zhou Chuyu first found the fishing line that had been untangled from the broken fishing net and told everyone to tie their sleeves and pant legs. Only then did he lead a few people towards the woods. Zhou Chuyu still took the Nepalese army knife in his hand and led the way in front, while Song Yushi followed closely behind with a compound bow. Bai Ruolin and the others also each took a Nepalese army knife, while Long Bing walked last with a gun. They hadn't gone far before they saw a pheasant calling non-stop from the branches of a tree not far away. Zhou Chuyu gave Song Yushi a wink, and Song Yushi took out her compound bow and aimed at the pheasant. Since she had already shot a pheasant last time, Song Yushi was full of confidence this time. She picked up the compound bow, pulled it hard, aimed at the pheasant on the branch, and let fly an arrow. At this time, she was less than 30 meters away from the pheasant, and the arrow pierced the pheasant's body directly. The pheasant fell to the ground and kept rolling up, while emitting a painful wail from its mouth. Seeing that she had shot the pheasant with one arrow, Zhou Chuyu immediately cast a glance of appreciation at her, and Bai Ruolin and the others praised her again. Zhou Chuyu led the group to the tree, picked up the fluttering pheasant on the ground, grabbed its neck and gave it a hard twist. The pheasant struggled a few times and then died completely. He pulled the arrow out of its body and handed it to Song Yushi, then put the pheasant in the bamboo basket and continued walking deeper into the forest with the group. They hadn't gone far when they saw a pheasant on a branch not far away. Zhou Chuyu told Song Yushi to hand the compound bow to Ding Shui so that she could shoot it. Although she had been practicing with the compound bow for a long time, Ding Shui had never actually shot it before. A little nervous, she took the compound bow from Song Yushi, pulled it hard, took a deep breath, and let fly an arrow at the pheasant. Although the arrow was relatively powerful, the aim was a little off, and the arrow flew past the pheasant, which was startled and flew away with its wings spread. The arrow that Ding Shui shot flew about 20 to 30 meters before falling to the ground. Seeing that she had missed the pheasant, Ding Shui was a little frustrated and disappointed. Zhou Chuyu laughed and comforted her a little before walking over to the fallen arrow and handing it to Ding Shui. The group continued walking deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, a pheasant appeared in their field of vision again. Zhou Chuyu gave Ding Shui a wink, and Ding Shui took a deep breath, walked a few steps forward, pulled the compound bow, aimed at the pheasant on the branch, and let fly. This arrow did not encounter any more accidents, and the arrow that was shot directly pierced the body of the pheasant. The pheasant flew out 2 or 3 meters, and then fell straight to the ground. Seeing that she had finally shot the pheasant, Ding Shui was happy again, and Zhou Chuyu also praised her a little, put the pheasant in the bamboo basket, and then continued walking with the others deeper into the forest. They walked for a long time, and apart from the occasional bird call from the branches and the scattered animal bones on the ground, they didn't see any other animal tracks. It was the hottest time of the day, and the forest was incredibly stuffy. The men were already sweating and panting, and their clothes were soaked with sweat. Seeing this, Zhou Chuyu could only find a large, shady tree, clear away the dead grass and leaves at the base of it, and then observe the surroundings to make sure there was no danger before allowing the girls to sit under it and rest. As they had not brought any water with them from the shelter, they were also suffering from extreme thirst at this point. Zhou Chuyu took out his Nepalese army knife, cut down 2 palm trees, and peeled out the heart of the palm tree. He walked under the tree and cut it into sections and distributed it to the others. After picking up the palm heart, the few people placed it in their mouths and began to chew. The palm heart contains a lot of water, and after eating it, the few people finally got some hydration. After sitting under the tree for a while to rest, Zhou Chuyu led a group of women and continued walking deeper into the jungle. Chapter 57 Shooting Wild Boars. After walking for a while, a sudden roar of a wild boar came from the distant woods. Everyone was suddenly overjoyed and cautiously walked slowly in the direction of the sound. As the group walked further and further, the roar of the wild boar became clearer and clearer. After walking another 200 or 300 meters, they saw 5 or 6 wild boars leisurely eating in the distant woods. The distance was only 300-400 meters, so Zhou Chuyu immediately shouted to stop the others, while he himself took the gun off his back and shouted Lung Bing and slowly approached the group of wild boars. The two men then walked another 100 meters or so, and both simultaneously raised their guns and aimed at the wild boars not far away. At Zhou Chuyu's command, the two men almost simultaneously pulled the triggers. With 2 gunshots, the 2 wild boars were instantly hit by the bullets and fell to the ground, emitting painful screams. The other wild boars were frightened and scattered, disappearing without a trace in no time. Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing immediately put away their guns and ran over to the 2 fallen wild boars. Standing in the distance, Song Yushi and the others saw that the 2 men had shot the wild boars and hurriedly ran over as well. No, it was Zhou Chuyu and Lang Bing who ran up to the 2 fallen wild boars. The bullets fired by the 2 men were all accurately hit the top of the wild boars' heads. Half of the wild boars' heads were almost smashed to pieces and they were already dead at this time. Zhou Chuyu did not dare to stay here for too long. He took out a Nepalese army knife from his waist, went to the nearby forest and cut back a few rattan sticks, and directly used the rattan sticks to tie up the 4 feet of the wild boars. He then cut 2 more wooden sticks that were thicker than his arm and passed them through the wild boar's feet. Several people then carried the wild boar towards the shelter. Fortunately, the wild boar the 2 men shot was not very large this time, weighing only 80 to 90 kgs each, so it was not very strenuous to carry. Several people took turns carrying the wild boar towards the shelter. It took almost 3 hours, but they finally carried the wild boar to the small river near the shelter. After sitting on the ground to rest for a while, Zhou Chuyu led a few people into the woods to find some dry grass. They took it to the small river and covered the wild boar's body with it. Zhou Chuyu took out his lighter and lit the dry grass. As the dry grass continued to burn, the smell of burning pig hair instantly filled the air. Everyone covered their mouths and noses and stood back. As the dry grass burned out, the hair on the wild boar was also burned clean. Everyone then took a bamboo tube and drew water from the river to carefully wash the wild boar. They took out a knife and cut open the belly of the wild boar, directly scooping out the entrails and setting them aside. They then began to divide up the wild boar meat. In less than half an hour, they had divided the wild boar meat and returned to the shelter. As for the wild boar innards, they only kept the liver, and threw the rest into the river to be washed away by the current. Back at the shelter, Zhou Chuyu took some wild boar ribs, chopped them into small pieces, put them in a pot and started stewing them. He also took the bamboo rack used for smoking in previous times and took it outside the shelter. He chopped some pine branches and spread them on top of the rack. He then placed the wild boar pork on top of the pine branches and lit a fire under the rack to start smoking the wild boar pork. By the time the wild boar ribs were stewed, everyone was already starving, and they all grabbed their bowls and chopsticks, picked up the wild boar ribs in the pot and stuffed them into their mouths, and began to gobble them up. The big pot of stewed wild boar ribs was eaten clean by a few people in less than 10 minutes, and in the end there wasn't even a little bit of the broth left. After eating the stewed wild boar ribs, Ding Shui took the pot again and went to the river to fill it with water, and placed it on top of the fireplace to heat it up. After the water boiled, she carried it directly to the riverbank, and then took the 2 pheasants in the bamboo basket to the riverbank to prepare them. Zhou Chuyu then took the others into the forest to cut some firewood, bound it with rattan, and carried it back to the shelter and the bathroom. When it got dark, Song Yushi and the others went to the bathroom again, used a bamboo tube to fill the bathtub with river water, and lit a fire in the pit under the bathtub to start heating the water. After the water was hot, everyone came into the bathroom one after the other to take a hot shower. Zhou Chuyu waited until all 8 women had finished bathing before he came to the bath, stripped naked, and lay directly in the bath, luxuriating in the hot bath. He lay in the bathtub for almost an hour, and then got out, changed into a clean set of clothes, and washed the clothes he had taken off in the bathtub. He hung them on a branch outside the shelter to dry. When he returned to the shelter, Lung Bing was already waiting in bed. When she saw him walk in, she said with a smile, "Brother Zhou, what took you so long in the bathtub? I thought you fell asleep in there." Zhou Chuyu laughed. "It was mainly because the bath was so comfortable that I took a little longer." After saying that, he used a wooden stick to prop the door shut, walked over to the bed, took off his clothes and lay down to sleep. The next morning, when Zhou Chuyu woke up and walked out of the shelter, Lung Bing was again teaching Song Yushi and the others free fighting techniques by the river. Zhou Chuyu went to the river to wash up. He picked up the fishing cage again, inspected it, put it back in the river, and processed the fish directly by the river. After processing the fish, he took it back to the shelter, took a piece of wild boar fat, cut it into small pieces and put it in a pot, boiled some lard, put the processed fish in the pot and started frying it. After frying all the fish, he took out the 2 pheasants that he had prepared yesterday, chopped them into small pieces, stir-fried them in lard, added some water, and began to stew them. After stewing for more than an hour, the pheasant in the pot also exuded a burst of fragrance. At this time, Song Yushi and the other girls also returned to the shelter. During dinner, Zhou Chuyu told everyone that after breakfast, he was going to the beach to get some sea salt crystals to make sea salt. Hearing this, the girls all clamored to go with him. After discussion, Zhou Chuyu took Ding Shui and Ru Ying to the coast to boil sea salt crystals, while the others stayed at the shelter. The 3 of them packed up briefly, put on their bamboo baskets, and walked towards the coast. As they were leaving, Zhou Chuyu once again told Lang Bing to take care of the others. Zhou Chuyu took the knife and carried the bamboo basket, leading the way, while Ding Shui and Ru Ying followed closely behind him. The 3 of them were extremely cautious the whole way, and it took more than 2 hours before they finally arrived at the shore. When they arrived at the shore, Ding Shui and Ru Ying sat directly on the beach, panting heavily. Zhou Chuyu placed the bamboo basket on the beach and sat on the ground, took out a cigarette, lit it, and started smoking. Chapter 58 Ding Shui's Initiative. After finishing the cigarette, Zhou Chuyu stood up and went into the woods to find some firewood. He went to the beach by the shore, lit a fire, took the pot out of the bamboo basket, filled it with seawater, and put it on the fire to start cooking. He also took out a few bottles of cold boiled water from the bamboo basket that he had brought from the small river, and handed 2 bottles to Ding Shui and Ru Ying. He took 1 bottle himself, unscrewed the cap, tilted his head back, and finished the water in 1 gulp. Only then did he stand up and walk towards the shore. Seeing this, Ding Shui hurriedly asked, "Brother Zhou, what are you going to do?" Zhou Chuyu smiled and said, "I'm going to the shore to see if I can find some more supplies. You 2 stay here." After saying that, he walked off into the distance. Seeing him go, Ding Shui said to Ru Ying, "Ru Ying, you stay here. I'll go with Brother Zhou." Hearing her say this, Ru Ying smiled and said, "You're not going to go make out with Brother Zhou, are you?" Hearing Ru Ying mention the crux of the matter, Ding Shui suddenly blushed, and without looking back, she ran towards Zhou Chuyu. Ru Ying couldn't help but smile when she saw this. In fact, she had also fallen in love with this man, Zhou Chuyu, long ago. Zhou Chuyu hadn't gone far before he heard footsteps behind him. He stopped and turned to see it was Ding Shui. When Ding Shui came up to him, Zhou Chuyu laughed. "Did I ask you to stay by the fire? Why did you come back?" Ding Shui blushed and said, "It's boring to stay by the fire, so I might as well go with you." Hearing her say this, Zhou Chuyu didn't say anything else, and the 2 of them just walked along the coast towards the front. They walked for more than an hour, and apart from some rubbish washed ashore by the sea, they didn't see any supplies that could be used. Ding Shui glanced around and said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, why don't we stop and rest for a while?" Zhou Chuyu nodded, and the 2 of them then walked to a piece of reef on the coast and sat down. As soon as they sat down, Ding Shui took the initiative to move her body next to Zhou Chuyu and whispered to him, "Do you like me, Brother Zhou?" Hearing her ask, Zhou Chuyu was taken aback, and then said to her, "You're such a nice person, I definitely like you." Hearing Zhou Chuyu say this, Ding Shui was instantly overjoyed, and said with a smile, "Do you know, Brother Zhou? I've actually fallen in love with you a long time ago." Hearing Ding Shui say this, Zhou Chuyu was taken aback again. Before he could say anything, Ding Shui tightly embraced him and directly brought her mouth close to his, kissing him. Zhou Chuyu didn't expect Ding Shui to be so proactive, but if a beautiful woman offered herself up, Zhou Chuyu wouldn't be a real man if he didn't react. He reached out and tightly embraced Ding Shui, and they kissed passionately. His hands also began to roam over her body. Before long, the clothes on both of them were scattered on the rocks. After almost half an hour, the 2 of them stopped, satisfied. Ding Shui had also changed from a girl to a woman. The 2 sat on the rocks for a while, then each put on their clothes and continued searching along the shore. After walking for another hour or so, Ding Shui suddenly saw something floating in the distance. She said to Zhou Chuyu, "Brother Zhou, look, there seems to be something on the surface of the sea." Zhou Chuyu also looked up towards the surface of the sea. He could see what looked like a wooden box, but it was too far away for him to be sure if it was a wooden box or not. Quickly taking off his clothes, he jumped into the sea and swam towards the floating object. As he got closer, he could finally see that the floating object on the surface of the sea was indeed a wooden box. It took another 20 minutes to finally swim to the wooden box. At this time, he didn't care what was inside the box, and he pulled the box towards the shore. It took almost 40 minutes to drag the box to the shore. After dragging the box to the beach, Zhou Chuyu directly collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Ding Shui took out a Nepalese army knife and started to pry open the wooden box. It took more than 10 minutes, but they finally managed to open it. When the box opened, they both screamed when they saw what was inside. It was just some seasonings and vegetable seeds. And from the writing on the packaging, they could tell that these things were made in China. Ding Shui said curiously, "Brother Zhou, how did all this end up here?" Zhou Chuyu said, "I think these things should be exported. They should have fallen off the cargo ship and drifted here with the current." Looking at the wooden box full of seasonings and vegetable seeds, the two of them couldn't help but be happy. With these things, the future will get better and better. With these things, the two of them didn't continue searching and dragged the wooden box towards Ruiying. After more than 2 hours, the two finally dragged the wooden box to the fire. When Ruiying saw the contents of the wooden box, she was also extremely happy and shocked. Zhou Chuyu sat by the fire for a while to rest, then found a wooden stick about the thickness of his arm, took out his Nepalese army knife and sharpened one end of the stick. He took the sharpened stick to the shore, walked to a piece of reef, took off his clothes and pants, went down into the sea, and started grabbing lobsters. Seeing Zhou Chuyu go to catch lobsters, Ruiying said to Ding Shui with a smile, "Shui, why do you and brother Zhou walk back from the shore with such a strange posture?" Hearing Ruiying say this, Ding Shui's face immediately turned red, and she spoke with her head down. "Ruiying, you're so annoying, you know that but you still ask." Seeing her like this, Ruiying couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing her laugh, Ding Shui said angrily, "What's so funny? You'll be Big Brother Zhou's person sooner or later." Hearing Ding Shui say this, Ruiying smiled again and said, "I know I'll be Big Brother Zhou's person sooner or later, but I won't be as proactive as you in throwing myself at him. I'll wait for Big Brother Zhou to make the first move." After she finished speaking, she laughed loudly again, while Ding Shui was extremely embarrassed and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After more than an hour had passed, Zhou Chuyu also caught 8 or 9 lobsters and brought them back to the fire. He then poked some charcoal out of the fire and directly placed the lobsters on top of the charcoal to roast them. After the lobsters were cooked, the three of them couldn't wait to pick up the cooked lobsters, peel off the shells, and shove them into their mouths to gobble them up. After eating the grilled lobsters, Zhou Chuyu went back into the woods and picked up some firewood, carrying it back to the fire and cutting some palm leaves to lay around the fire. The three of them just sat around the fire chatting, and as the sky slowly darkened, it got late. It wasn't until late at night that Zhou Chuyu told the two girls to lie down on the palm leaves and sleep, while he sat by the fire to keep watch over them. It wasn't until dawn that he felt his eyes were about to close, and then he lay down on the palm leaves and fell asleep. Chapter 59 Indigenous People. When he woke up again, it was already noon. Ding Shui and Ruiying were playing by the shore. Zhou Chuyu got up from the palm leaf and walked towards the shore. Ding Shui and Ruiying greeted him and continued playing by the shore. Zhou Chuyu washed his face in the seawater, picked up a sharpened wooden stick, walked to the top of the reef, took off his shirt and pants and went into the sea. He started grabbing lobsters, and it took him more than an hour to catch 8 or 9 lobsters. He climbed back up to the top of the reef, put on his clothes, and brought the lobsters to the fire. He poked some charcoal out of the fire and started grilling the lobsters right away. When the lobsters were done, he called Ding Shui and Ting Shui back from playing on the shore. The three of them sat by the fire, picked up the grilled lobsters, peeled off the shells, and stuffed them into their mouths, then started gobbling them up. After eating the lobster, the three of them just sat around the fire chatting. In the pot above the fire, seawater was boiling, and since yesterday, the three of them had boiled out 4 or 5 bottles of sea salt crystals. Zhou Chuyu took out the seasonings and vegetable seeds from the wooden box and inspected them. There were almost all kinds of seasonings, but mostly chili sauce, and there were also many kinds of vegetable seeds. Just as the three of them were chatting excitedly, Ding Shui suddenly shouted to Zhou Chuyu, "Zhou, look, there seems to be smoke rising there." Zhou and Rui both looked up and saw smoke rising from the beach in the distance. They couldn't help but feel curious. They thought to themselves, "There's only us on this deserted island, Lu and the others have already been eliminated by Ling and myself. could it be that there are more people on this island? They quickly said to Ding and Rui. You two stay here, I'll go and see what's going on. Ding Shui and Rui Ying said almost in unison. We'll go with you. Hearing them say this, Zhou Chuyu nodded, and then he took the pot on top of the fire to the ground, picked up the gun, and led the two of them towards the shore where the smoke was rising. As the three of them got closer and closer, the rising smoke became more and more clearly visible. After walking a little further, they could clearly see the smoke rising from the shore. Zhou Chuyu immediately led the two men into the woods along the shore, slowly approaching the place where the smoke was rising along the edge of the forest. After walking some more, they saw a group of people not far from the shore, dancing around a fire, and several canoes were also docked along the shore. However, the distance was too far for the three of them to see the faces of these people clearly for a while, so the three of them carefully approached the group of people on the shore again. After walking a few dozen meters, they could clearly see the faces of these people. Zhou Chuyu immediately led the two and hid in a thick bush to observe. They saw that these people were completely black, with their upper bodies naked and their lower bodies wearing shorts made of animal fur. They also wore some colorful animal feather braided decorations on their heads, and some animal bones hung around their necks. Each of them was holding a spear in their hands and mumbling something in their mouths. Ding Shui whispered to Zhou Chuyu. Zhou, what kind of people are these people? What are they doing? Zhou Chuyu whispered to her that these should be natives from somewhere, and judging from their appearance, they seemed to be performing a ritual. The natives just stood around the fire singing and dancing for a while, before stopping and kneeling down on the ground chanting to the fire. After a while, they stood up and went to the canoe on the shore, rowing it away. It wasn't until the natives had gone far away that Zhou Chuyu led the two of them towards the shore. When they arrived at the shore and looked at the fire, Ding Shui and Rui Ying immediately bent over and started vomiting. Even Zhou Chuyu felt a wave of nausea. He saw that next to the fire were the heads of two people who had been burned beyond recognition. Zhou Chuyu had heard before that some natives would sacrifice human heads, but he had never seen it before. Today, he finally saw it. Ding Shui and Rui Ying only felt like vomiting up the leftover rice from the previous night, so they ran off into the distance. When they saw the severed heads on the ground, Zhou Chuyu quickly left as well. When the three of them returned to the fire, Ding Shui said to Zhou Chuyu, Brother Zhou, why did these people sacrifice human heads? Could they be cannibals? This is too terrifying. Zhou Chuyu shook his head and said he didn't know either. That was how it was until the afternoon. Zhou Chuyu went back to the sea with a stick and caught some lobsters, which he then placed on top of the fire and started roasting. When the lobsters were done roasting, Zhou Chuyu picked them up, peeled off the shells, stuffed them into his mouth, and started munching away. As soon as they saw the roasted lobsters, Ding Shui and Rui Ying couldn't help but think of the two heads that had been burned beyond recognition by the fire. Zhou Chuyu saw that the two of them were not eating and did not force them. After eating a few lobsters, he stood up and searched along the coast. He walked along the coast for almost 2 hours without finding any supplies that could be used. Seeing that it was getting late, he turned around and walked towards Ding Shui and Rui Ying. By the time they returned to the fire, it was completely dark. The three of them sat by the fire and faced the sea as they chatted. After chatting for a while, Ding Shui suddenly said to Zhou Chuyu, Brother Zhou, I want to go to the beach with Ying Ying and take a bath. Zhou Chuyu nodded and told the two to be careful. Ding Shui and the others stood up and walked towards the beach. Zhou Chuyu took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit it, and took a few strong puffs. His mind couldn't help but think about the group of natives he saw today. The group of natives arrived here by canoe, which meant that the place where they lived should not be very far from this deserted island. Could there be another deserted island nearby? He also thought of the two heads that had been burned beyond recognition. Although the two heads had been burned beyond recognition, Zhou Chuyu still immediately recognized that they were completely different from the indigenous people. He wondered where the indigenous people had gotten the two heads. He rambled on like this for a while, and when Ding Shui and Rui Ying finished bathing and returned to sit by the fire, looking at the two people who had just bathed, they looked exceptionally beautiful and sexy in the light of the fire, and Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but stare at them a few more times. The two girls felt flattered when Zhou Chuyu looked at them like this, and it was only until late at night that Zhou Chuyu told the two girls to lie on the palm leaves to rest while he kept watch. Unexpectedly, Ding Shui and Rui Ying said that last night Zhou Chuyu had already been guarding the fire all night, and tonight they would be the ones to do it. Zhou Chuyu didn't say anything, handed Ding Shui his gun, and lay down on top of the palm fronds to sleep soundly. Watching Zhou Chuyu sleep soundly, Ding Shui and Rui Ying just sat by the fire and chatted. It wasn't until dawn that they felt their eyes were about to close, so they lay down on top of the palm fronds to sleep. Chapter 60 Picking Wild Honey. The genius woke up at dawn. Looking at the two girls who were already asleep on the palm leaves, Zhou Chuyu did not disturb them and added some firewood to the fire. He went to the shore to wash his face, searched along the shore again, and didn't find any usable supplies. Only then did he return to the fire. Now, he had boiled 7 or 8 bottles of sea salt in seawater, and these sea salt crystals could also be processed to produce 4 or 5 bottles of sea salt, which would be enough for several people to eat for a while. Zhou Chuyu planned to go back to the shelter when the two woke up. He took a sharpened wooden stick and went back to the shore. He took off his shirt and pants and went into the seawater. He caught some lobsters and put them on the fire to roast. When the lobsters were done roasting, he woke the two girls up again. After the 3 of them had eaten the roasted lobsters, Zhou Chuyu put the seasonings and vegetable seeds in the wooden box, along with the pot and the crystallized sea salt that had been boiled, into the main building, and buried the fire with sand. Then he walked towards the shelter with the 2 girls. Zhou Chuyu still held a Nepalese army knife in his hand and carried a bamboo basket on his back, leading the way in front of him, while Rueying followed closely behind him, and Ding Shui was at the end with a gun. After walking for a while like this, a group of bees suddenly flew past the 3 of them. Zhou Chuyu looked at the bees and saw that they flew to the top of a large tree and suddenly disappeared. Zhou Chuyu couldn't help but feel curious, so he immediately put the bamboo basket on the ground and walked towards the large tree. Ding Shui and the other 2 followed Zhou Chuyu with curiosity. When the 3 of them approached the tree, they saw that the tree trunk was actually hollow, and there were quite a few bees flying in and out. You could clearly see a piece of golden honey in the tree hole. The 3 of them were overjoyed. It seemed that they could eat wild honey. Zhou Chuyu immediately told Ding Shui and the other to hide in the distance, while he himself found some dead grass and placed it under the tree, and cut some fresh pine branches and placed them on top of the dead grass. He took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the dead grass. He also hid himself behind the tree in the distance. As the dead grass burned, a thick wisp of smoke instantly rose from the fire. The rising smoke, with the wind, poured into the tree hole, and the bees inside the tree hole couldn't stand the smoke and scrambled to run out. When the fire died down, the bees in the tree hole had also run away. Zhou Chuyu immediately took the pot out of the bamboo basket, walked quickly to the tree hole, and directly put his hand into the hole and took out the wild honey piece by piece and put it in the pot. Zhou Chuyu didn't stop until he had filled the pot with wild honey. He didn't pick all the wild honey in the tree hole, but left 2 pieces inside, so that he could come and pick the honey from time to time. Looking at the golden wild honey in the pot, Ding Shui and Rueying broke off a piece and stuffed it in their mouths, greedily eating it. After eating some wild honey, the 3 of them continued walking towards the shelter, and fortunately, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. When they returned to the shelter, Long Bing and the others were chatting by the river. When they saw the 3 of them return, everyone came over to them one after the other. They were also extremely shocked when they saw so many things in the bamboo basket, and they hurriedly asked Zhou Chuyu where the 3 of them got all these things. Zhou Chuyu briefly recounted what had happened on the beach to the others, naturally not mentioning the intimate things he had done with Ding Shui. Everyone else also started eating the wild honey in the pot, while Zhou Chuyu sat on the ground leisurely smoking a cigarette. After finishing the cigarette, seeing that it was still early, he led everyone to start digging the ground with a stick near the shelter. Since they had picked up so many vegetable seeds, Zhou Chuyu planned to plant some as soon as possible. In this way, it won't take long before they can eat vegetables. After spending a few hours like this, with the efforts of everyone, they finally reclaimed a piece of open land around the shelter. Zhou Chuyu took some more vegetable seeds and planted them. He also used a bamboo tube to pour some water on it. Seeing that it was getting late, everyone returned to the shelter. Zhou Chuyu took a piece of wild boar, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a pot to start stewing. With so many seasonings at hand, the taste of the stewed wild boar was improved by more than 1 grade, and everyone couldn't stop eating it. A large pot of stewed wild boar was eaten clean by a few people in no time, and in the end, even the soup was drunk without a trace. When it got dark, Song Yushi and the others used a bamboo tube to draw water from the small river, poured it into the bathtub, and lit a fire in the pit below the bathtub to start heating the water. After the water heated up, everyone came to the bathroom one after another and took a hot shower. When Zhou Chuyu returned to the shelter after taking a shower, Long Bing was already lying in bed. Zhou Chuyu pushed the door closed, came to the bed, took off his clothes, and lay down on the bed. As soon as he lay down, Lang Bing embraced him and said to him, "Brother Zhou, did you and Ding Shui and Rueying go to the beach and have something happen with them?" Hearing Lang Bing ask this, Zhou Chuyu did not hide it and told her what happened between him and Ding Shui on the beach. He originally thought that Lang Bing would be angry after hearing it. But after hearing it, Lang Bing not only did not get angry, but instead said to him, "So who are you planning to bring with you next time you go to the beach?" Zhou Chuyu felt speechless when he heard her say this. He didn't expect Lang Bing's heart to be so big. In fact, Lang Bing also knew that an outstanding man like Zhou Chuyu would not belong to just one person. Instead of fighting over him, she would rather share him with others. As long as Zhou Chuyu has her in his heart, that's fine. That night, the two of them couldn't help but make out a bit. Listening to the noises they made, Song Yushi and the others blushed again and again. Ding Shui couldn't help but think of the image of herself and Zhou Chuyu making out by the shore. The next morning, Zhou Chuyu slept until almost noon before waking up. When he walked out of the shelter, he saw Lang Bing teaching Song Yushi and the others free fighting by the river. Zhou Chuyu did not disturb them either. He went to the river to wash up and then checked the fishing cages he had placed in the river. The catch in each cage was good. He put the fishing cages back in the river and started processing the fish directly by the river. After processing the fish, he took it back to the shelter, cut down a piece of wild boar fat into small pieces and put it in a pot to boil some lard. Then he put the processed fish in the pot and started frying it. After the fish was fried, he added some chili sauce and then called the girls back to eat. After breakfast, Zhou Chuyu took the sea salt crystals he brought back from the coast and went to the riverbank to start filtering and boiling the sea salt. Lang Bing took the others and cut some bamboo to build a fence around the cleared field.